साउंड के लगा ना लैपटॉप
सर ये
ठीक है
सर सर चेंज कर दूं?
नहीं नहीं
कर दिया सर, कर दिया।
बोलना बोल
अरे ये ऐसे है उससे
ना ये गिर जाएगा, गिरेगा तो पता ठीक लगेगा, कोई बात
चेंज कर दो
है ना।
गिरेगा इसको ऑफ कर दो ऑफ कर देना
उन्होंने कहा है।
ऑफ कर दो वो ऑफ कर दिया है हेलो हेलो चेक माइक चेक हेलो चेक माइक चेक चेक हेलो
निकाल के दोबारा लगा। नहीं कौन? हेलो।
Hello. Uh, Hello, Ankit. I can hear you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It will
Durga,
take
you
5 or 10 minutes
can.
now.
Okay.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Maybe your volume you can increase to full extent. And they're saying us to wait for 5 to 10 minutes. Let us know.
So what about now?
Uh, Still timid. Sir. Maybe if you can speak a little louder, then you have a caller mic. Sir. Everyone can hear. Right.
Hello.
Yeah, better.
Okay.
It's much better than yesterday morning. Hopefully all the entities will get filled. I request, so today's first session is
Hello. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. The permission of this we begin this technical session number 4. This is human dominated landscapes. Before we proceed further, we introduce the Wetland. Dr. Anupula, there doesn't need any introduction, but some of new faces will be diploma is a Chinese man. So Dr. Anupula, and Shahid Khan, in Carnivore, continues to work with Carnivore. The current Gulf conflict, I think this is already inputs to the story. So both of them have a lot of experience working in issues pertaining to wildlife and human dominated landscape aspects. And so with this, so in this particular session, we have several talks scheduled. Issues pertaining to developmental projects and species activity programs, and how all these programs and issues has interface with conservation efforts. So this very brief background, so I will hand over to Dr. Anupul to conduct this session.
Very good morning and welcome to the second day of Fundamental Research Seminar. Today we are kind of a very diverse range of taxa starting from fish to the heart of microorganisms to birds and then gold mines, tigers. So we are also tackling most of the human dominated landscapes issues in this session. So our first speaker is Radia, which is online. She is going to talk about local dependencies and perceptions of three ethnic communities of three issues in Eastern Arunachal Pradesh.
So, Robia Chikinpuri, she has done her master's from MIT World Peace University, currently working in this sector. So, over to you, Robia. Robia, you can share your screen and start the presentation.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Rovia Ketrimayu, and I have worked on this study as a part of my master's thesis under Dr. Vidyadhar sir at Kore. It is the local dependencies and perceptions of three ethnic communities on fish resources in eastern Arunachal Pradesh. So in this presentation, we will be discussing why the study or the significance of the study and its objectives. where we conducted this study, how the study was conducted, and its results. So, why the study? It's basically because, as we all know, freshwater ecosystems have been critically threatened, even more threatened than uh, terrestrial ecosystems. And it has been impacted due to several anthropogenic activities like dam constructions, invasive species population, sand mining, impacting the freshwater fish resources, which in turn concerns the local who are dependent on it for their livelihoods, which is why our study aims to understand and assess the degree of dependencies and perceptions on fish resources of three ethnic communities of Arunachal Pradesh. Our study area involves Namdapha and Kamlang Tiger Reserves. We sampled 6 villages. So these tiger reserves are in Changlang and Lohit districts, as you can see in the map. Out of these 6 villages, 4 are located inside the in and around Namdapha Tiger Reserve and 2 in KTR. So as you can see in the map, Empen to Buddhisatta are in the buffer zone of NTR, Namdapha, and Moazaka is inside the core protected area of Namdapha. So Arunachal Pradesh is home to 26 different indigenous communities. For our study, we surveyed 3 ethnic communities, Chakma, Lisu, and Mizumishmi. Why these 3 specific communities? Simply because they are the key stakeholders of the riverine habitats of our study landscape. So Chakma communities were the dominant residents of our study sites. They are resided in 3 of our sampled villages. Unfortunately, they are referred as refugees because of certain historical backgrounds. Lisu community, they are predominantly engaged in shifting cultivation as they are mostly resided in the forest and they are not spreaded anywhere else, only in Changlang district alone, in the southeastern Changlang district. Mizumishmi community, they are mostly connected with nature as they follow animism and they have a very rich cultural ties with fish as we will talk about it later. We followed qualitative research methods with questionnaire survey and semi-structured interviews having open-ended questions. Before we carried on with this survey, first we took permissions by acquiring verbal consents from the Gaumburas. So Gaumburas are the representatives of the respective villages. So we sampled these villages such that they are located within 10 kilometers from the peripheries of the water bodies. And then we purposefully sampled the households such that they are mostly engaged, are the most engaged in fishing activity so that we could get more significant data regarding fishing following snowball sampling. So we could sample around 87 households out of a total of 514, which comprised 16%. We interviewed 100 individuals, out of which 94 were respondents from household survey and 6 from key informants. Key informants were the Gaon Buras as well as few elders of the villages. So dependencies on fish resources. We assess dependencies based on certain parameters where livelihoods is one of them. We found out that fishing is not the only primary livelihood activity that they follow. They have included agriculture, animal farming, horticulture. Uh, Moreover, 80 to 90% of the households we surveyed, they mainly are engaged in agriculture besides fishing. And All of the households, they practice fishing, but for different reasons. For example, as you can see in the bar graph, 40% of Chakma community, they sell fish in and around the villages as well as outside the village in the market. While in case of Lisu community, 100% of Lisu community, they are engaged in this activity for domestic use, for consumption purpose. Because since the village is located inside the core protected area, they don't have the accessibility to go and sell the fish. Or it's also because they don't have the necessity to go and sell the fish because they are well sustained with what they have in their surrounding forest. And as for Mizumishmi, they sell fish as well as predominantly more than 80% of them, they are engaged in the activity for domestic purpose and for cultural purpose. Fishing season is also one of the important parameters we used because we can sort of relate this with the population decrease of the fish. As you can see, it is a significant number, like 70% of Chakma, 71% of Lisu, all of them are engaged in fishing during monsoon season. And monsoon season is, as you all know, is spawning season of fish, which roughly starts from May till August. So this significant number could also be a potential cause of the decrease in population of fish. And as of fishing techniques, there are traditional fishing gears and there are non-traditional fishing gears. And right now, using traditional fishing gears has been drastically decreased because it needs times and skills to make this bamboo traps. Like in Mizumishme, it's predominantly used. At the same time, it's been decreased over time. This is angling and cast nets. So most of the people there prefer non-traditional fishing gears because it's easier and it takes less time. So gill net, it's most commonly used by all the three communities. So from 70% to 85% of all the three communities, they use gill net, but it has adverse negative impacts on the fish. Not just it just does not fish kill the fish, but it also impacts its habitat. And same for electrofishing and dynamiting, where the villagers the villagers basically all of them from the village, they come and stay there for a couple of hours and use explosives to um, kill the fish, and hundreds of fishes are being affected. Uh, its habitat as well. So now we'll discuss perceptions on fish resources. As I've mentioned earlier, Mizumishmi have strong and rich cultural ties with fish. As you can see, particularly this three fishes, it's always involved in all the ceremony, all the pujas that they perform. For example, this Changrong puja, where they worship the nature, like the air or the earth, for the betterment of the year ahead. And in this also, they use these three fishes. And tukri is a small basket where they put dry fish. Either they gift it in some ceremony like weddings or they sell it. If they sell it, they sell it for 600 rupees. So that is why it is an important element in their livelihood. Conservation perspectives, all the villages which we sampled, they have their own rules imposed. For example, this is a picture. So this paper has been stuck in every household in Mwazaka villages. It's written in Lisu script, and it's about how to fish, like certain rules, like you cannot use electrofishing or dynamiting. You cannot fish during monsoon season. It is, if you use explosive fishing techniques, they will be fined certain amounts. Such things are written in this paper. And what we could observe was the Chakma tribes resided in Mpen 2, which is in the buffer zone of NTR, and Lisu people of Ngwazakha, which is inside the core protected area, they were the most sensible towards this conservation rules. Even though the other villages have their own rules, um, they were not didn't follow as stringent as this two villagers. And this was a statement made by a Mizumishmi fisherman, which was quite evident from this that they are also concerned about the decrease in population of fish. And he even said the only solution can be, or maybe, to give up our norms and traditions. So, which is also a bit disheartening to hear. So, to conclude, we must acknowledge the fact that the communities are also taking part in this conservation steps. It's about it's about the people who follow or not follow. And then we have also been conveyed about the decrease in fish abundance and richness. They have narratives about how much abundant the fish population was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and how it's been decreased drastically. And that is also why one of the key informants, it said there is the need for immediate stringent rules, even from the wildlife department. And a key result would be fishing was not as significant as we hypothesized at the beginning, and it's not an exclusive livelihood practice that we hypothesized at the beginning. So it's been decreased in such a way. And it's an open-ended question to all of you. Do their rules align with conservation or sustainability? Because in our opinion, it sort of aligns with sustainability because the rules does not involve about prohibiting prohibiting fishing at all. It's about fishing it in such a restricted manner, in certain way, and in certain seasons. So I would like to take questions after this. And I would like to thank the institutes and the people who have supported in this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. I think we can take questions now because it's all done. It's easier for us if there are any questions so that we can directly ask them.
Ravi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Sridhar from Leopard. Very nice presentation. I just wanted to know if you have quantified fish abundance, like for catch per unit effort between areas with traditional versus non-traditional fishing. Is there a gradient where there are some areas where traditional fishing is practiced more than non-traditional, and whether there is a difference in fish abundance?
I can't figure out the question properly. Can't hear.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
So Dr. Shubhra is asking, is there any difference between the fishing activity done through dynamite or other activity or with traditional activities?
It's okay, I think we can send it to the village.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions? Ravi, I have a question.
Okay.
Am I audible? Okay, switch off the mic. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
So, I was just wondering, Rabia, you have interacted with all these three indigenous communities, Chakmas, Lizus, and Mizumishmis. So,
Yes, sir.
did you also collect information on the white-bellied heron in this Noading and Lohit River? Which
Information about.
information about the white-bellied heron?
Okay, so we could gather few data from the key informants regarding white-bellied heron. They say that there are only two individuals in this landscape now, as they could only encounter this and not often. So there are certain names, local names that they have, um, and they also claim that they do not hunt this certain bird because in Chakma it's considered unfortunate because it's named as Raj Vek because the head looks like a king. That's a narrative from Chakma, and from Lisu it's known as Nguaze because in Lisu the names of the fishes are starts with Ngua, and since this bird preys on fish, it's known as Nguaze. And encountering as such, they say that they have not encountered this bird for a long time, and if they do, it's very difficult. It's like one individual at one time.
If you go further upstream.
That's it.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Did you further go upstream of Lohit from above Kamlang Tiger Reserve to Anjar? I think we'll ask the questions later on. Thank you so much.
Dr. Gopi, our work was restricted to Wakro and nearby area. We couldn't go far up in the Anjaus and Lohit river.
Okay. Thank you, Vidya. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear? Maybe you can relay the question. So there's one impact of fishing due to traditional fishing methods being supplementary by let's say farming or using chemicals and all that. But there's also other effects of maybe fish population decline that may have happened upstream due to proposed values or hydropower. I'm not aware of it, that we are you consider that aspect into quantifying the fact that you said that decline of fish population is happening.
Again, did you get the question? Dr. Salvador wants to know about the other issues pertaining to development, the alteration of hydrological flow regime and maybe dam or something. So they might have resulted in the decline. So he wants to know your opinion on this. So I think it's all very also. Vidya, you are there?
Sorry, the question is not very clear, so I couldn't hear you.
My question is, so Dr. Salvador wants to know whether there are other developmental projects altering the hydrological regime or anything. So that might have resulted in this decline that you are saying. In addition to what all causes that you have said, electric fishing and green netting and other kind of developmental fishing aspects. So as of now, there are no major
Sorry, it's not clear.
Most of the dam projects are in planning stages, not yet commissioned.
Also, with respect to dam, I think there are small. Sorry.
Go ahead, Vidya.
Question isn't very clear, but what I could get in bits and pieces is that there are upcoming plans to construct dams in Lam River up in northern part of Kamlang, and still Forest Department could find white-bellied heron's presence in the remotest location. But yeah, there isn't much study ongoing with respect to fish resources in that area, largely because of inaccessibility.
Thanks, Vidya.
So just my question is based on the presentation, but I can just be a comment. So since the presentation largely dealt with the questionnaire survey and based on the responses, what they have understood. But in situations like this, I would rather, undertake a study, to walk along with the fishermen, see how much actually they are catching. But what is the quantum of fish catch? This is also very good, especially given that local communities who are dependent on the natural resource, and there's lots of fish in the pool, they try and harvest that. Okay, and it's highly seasonal. So quantum of fish catch, possibly your traditional methods and non-traditional methods, and what they're talking about, may not necessarily come out just through those questions as I was just talking. They would actually have to get down to the field and, make friends with them and collect the data in a very different way. That should give us a better idea of what is the scale of fishing and what's the kind of potential impacts that can be there.
Lavya and Vidya, did you get it?
I couldn't figure out the question
So
properly.
Lavya, we emailed you the questions and suggestions. Both Dr. Suresh and Suti have this comment and suggestion that it could have also quantified using catch per unit of flow, some kind of quantification if you have done along with the fishermen and value to your work. So that was their suggestion, and I think this will leave the question for Lavya. Thanks, Lavya and Vidya, and you can continue joining us, but you can stop sharing the screen. We'll go to the next person.
Okay, sir.
Thank you for the comment, Dr. Gopi. I think we've already sampled some fish abundance data, but we couldn't present during this talk. So there is a clear-cut differences between traditional and non-traditional fishing practices. At this point, I can tell you.
Thank you. I think the context of this presentation is about exploring the indigenous knowledge. Thank you.
So we move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Nanda Devi. She is going to present the impact of high-rise destination complex on agriculture and fish Kolkata. Sorry.
Nivedita Chakraborty has done a MSc from Vidyasati University in College. Currently, she is working as senior research biologist in Seven. Over to you.
Welcome, please, Auntie. We can't hear you. Hello, we can't hear you.
Vedita, we are not able to hear you. You have to unmute yourself or you have to check your microphone. We are not able to hear you. Can you speak? You can unmute yourself. No, we are not able to hear. Can you remove the headphones or earphones? Can you unplug the earphone and directly speak into the system or into the microphone? No, you're not able to. So till the time you set up your Can we take the next presentation? So can I take the next presentation? Good. So you can leave it now. We cannot hear so maybe she will last time. So we'll take the next presentation as the issue gets sorted out.
Our next speaker is Chetan. Chetan is going to talk about understanding the distribution of wild mammalian species in the landscape of local Carnivore.
So, Jacob born and brought up in the Western Ghats landscape. He did his graduation and masters in agriculture. He extensively worked on human-elephant conflict and his specialization in videotelemetry. He has joined WIA in 2019 and currently working as a project associate.
Species in mosaic landscape of Koppal, Karnataka. One can see from this image how these landscapes are mosaic with the fragments of rocky outcrop, agricultural crops, and villages where the communities were thriving. To give a glimpse about study area, Karnataka is the home to the gentle giant, the elephant, and the majestic tigers. Many of the people highlight these species when it comes to the state. Along with this state also had the grassland in the eastern part of the Karnataka, where it represents the Deccan Plateaus. This area also has historical significance where Vijayanagara, Hoysala, and Sultanates have ruled and many historical monuments were established. You can say there is also the UNESCO heritage site, Hampi is also resided in this region. Along with this, it has also a natural history. It's a home to many endangered and critically endangered species like great Indian bustard and desert foricon in the districts of Ballari and Gadag in this region. And is also home to many carnivores and ungulates. Among them, we have the study species, namely Indian grey wolf, fox, jackal, leopard, cloth bear, striped hyena, black buck, and pangolin. To give a bird eye view of how our landscape looks like, these are some of the images from the Google Earth. As this region is highly dominated by the agriculture landscape, as it's the source income of the community here. As this area is mainly in the rain-fed, most of the croplands will be fallow during the summer. The scenario changes during the monsoon, and one can look into this extremity of the fragmentation, how rocky outcrops becomes islands surrounded by the agriculture fields. And this is the complete rocky outcrop mixed with the scrub forest. And this is the scrub
Am I
forest
audible
where
now?
it's
I've
land
rejoined,
to
sir.
many ungulates like chinkara and blackbuck. And this is how still the rocky outcrop, the pristine habitat is demolishing due to the quarry. and the deciduous forests are destroyed by mining. Coming to the study area, our study area covers the 10 districts of the northeastern part of the Karnataka, which comes to the approximate area of the 67,000 square kilometer. I can say this area is larger than the state of Uttarakhand. Initially, due to the data deficiency in the species in this region, we have started with the interview survey by conducting the semi-structured interview in this area. Till now, we have covered the 6 districts in the southern part of the study area, namely Chitradurga, Tumkur, Davangere, Vijayanagara, Bellary, and Koppal. Based on the data obtained, we have run the occupancy model. Based on the species occupancy, we have ran the camera trapping survey as experimental basis and started from the Koppal district. As these regions have almost no protected area, we have to deploy the camera traps in the human habitation and fragmented landscape only. Initially, we have laid 2 square kilometer grids with the centroids, and we deployed the camera traps in the centroids. Wherever it's impossible to reach the centroids because of the rocky outcrops and the thick scrub, we have put the buffer of 200 meters where we have placed the cameras. Because of this highly disturbance, there were chances of the theft. We have used the precautions like camera trap metal cages and the stickers indicating that these camera traps were belonging to Wildlife Institute of India and Karnataka Forest Department. Even though we lost some of the cameras, we have covered the most of the habitat in this region, like agriculture land, fallow, scrub forest, and rocky outcrop in the sampling area. We have adapted the camera trap distance sampling. We have deployed total of 37 camera traps, where in total we got only 29 cameras, where some of the cameras were lost. Total sampling area, it comes to the 58 square kilometer. We have done the calibration in the field and measured the distance from the camera trap in the third direction as represented in the image, the maximum up to 20 meters. After a retrieval of the camera, we got the cameras captures and we geotagged the data and segregated, and we used the calibration images as a reference to compare the distance and to estimate to obtain the radial distance of the species from the camera trap under the distance estimator software developed by the team of Team Hawk. Once we got the radial distance, we fitted the detections with distance sampling using the various models. After that, we used the density surface model for estimation of the avoidance. This density surface model involves 2-step approaches. Firstly, it uses the detection functions from the distance data, and secondly, it uses the count from the sampling area with the help of spatial models. We use the suitable covariates ranging from ADT to distance from buildup. These are some of the study species which we have captured from our camera traps. I can highlight here, pangolin is the first report of the camera trap image in this region. These are other species what we have obtained from the camera trap. Here, even though we have ran the camera traps for a long time, as this area is highly disturbed and there was no preliminary study has done in the camera traps, we have obtained the species richness up to the 40 days. So after that, there were no new species were recorded. Even though this much camera trap days, we can see in some of the species like hyena and fox, the detections were very less due to the lower sampling area and lesser spatial heterogeneity. As this camera trap setup is done in the experimental basis, this will be taken care in the future sessions. You can see in the black-napped hare, jungle cat, and sloth bear, we got good number of detection which can be used for the analysis. Even though we obtained these many species from the captures, because of the lesser number of observation, we have used only sloth bear, jungle cat, black-napped hare, and porcupine, where we got the observation more than 30 for further analysis. As a result of the camera trap distance sampling, we obtained the density of the species as follows. sloth bear with 0.96, jungle cat with 0.35, black bear 1.19, and the porcupine with 1.47. As this region is highly spatially heterogeneous, hence we moved for the distance surface modeling to obtain the density and abundance based on the spatial covariates, as here this species mainly depends on the spatial fluctuation in this area. For the density surface model, we initially extracted the covariates from the sampling area, and we have laid the buffer of 4 meter from the sampling area for the stock bear, which comes to the prediction area of the 240 per kilometer, and we laid the 1 kilometer buffer from the sampling area for the small mammals, which comes to the 100 per kilometer, based on the average home range for this species. Coming to the result of the density surface model, we can see from the graph, this shows it shows the positive relationship with the abundance of the sloth bear, as in this area is highly covered with the rocky outcrops, where the sloth bear prefers this habitat for tending site and foraging area. It might be one of the reason why it is showing the relation of positive. And as the name says, human footprint is obviously the sloth bear prefers the less human disturbed area. The abundance comes up to the 29 for 240 square kilometer, and the density is 0.12. Coming to the jungle cat, it showed negative relationship with the ruggedness. This result also corroborated with the interview survey which we have obtained in the study, where it prefers near to the villages, meaning to say the plainer area, as they prefer hunting of domestic fowl, where the prey species were highly concentrated. The abundance comes up to the 23 in the area of 100 per kilometer, and the density 0.22. Coming to the black bear, it's showing the positive correlation with the NDY difference, as it is a nibbler. It prefers most of the inner region, where between the valleys of the rocky outcrops there was slope which is covered with this area, and positive relationship in the distance from road, as it prefers the less human disturbance. The abundance comes with 244 for the area of 102 per kilometer, and the density of 0.23. Coming to the porcupine, is showing the positive relationship with the ruggedness, as mainly it prefers the habitat of rocky outcrop, which has basically the ruggedness as a tending site and also as a foraging site. The abundance comes to the 20, and density is the 0.19. Coming to the conclusion, the species here is we can see that the extremely lower density, as it has got from the obtained from the skewed captures of the camera traps. Even though the area is smaller, we can tell that the species always prefers the clusters where the refuge areas are available due to the sparsely available resources, and they use the differential habitat. Hence, the sampling areas will be increased in the coming field sessions with different spatial heterogeneous area. In forward, based on the occupancy data of all species from the interview survey, we are going to carry out camera trapping all over the district. Based on the result, the conservation areas have to be prioritized. In acknowledging, I am thankful to the Director, Dean, Register of the Wildlife Center of India, and all the staff of Karnataka Forest Department and Wildlife Center of India that helped, and our teams who worked in generating the data and the feed, and also the Surajit, Sagarika, from Omkar, Vaishnavi, through with help in our analysis, and also the field and Kanimesh from Intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chela. I will post the questions later.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neha Jadhav. She is going to talk on crossing the divide, monitoring the wildlife overcross and analysis of Samruddhi Express.
So Neha Yadav holds a master degree in environmental studies from Delhi University. She joined WRI in 2019 and worked in Tiger Project and Wildlife Survey Policy in Canada. Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, I'm Neha Yadav, and today I'm going to talk about a very special expressway. But before that, I am going to tell you a story about landscape ecologist. Once he was just admiring a picture of forested habitat, and he was just telling his student that how the river is flowing, how the people are living there, how animals are moving there. Then suddenly his attention was drawn to a segment which was dissecting a forested habitat, and he took a pose and then he said that we know ecology of everything there except that. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Richard Foreman and he gave the term road ecology. We need roads for our bare minimum requirement, like going to market, offices, hospital. And with our requirement, the road area is also expanding. India has the second largest road network in the world. These roads may be connecting us, but they are spelling death and division to other life forms. In the form of barrier they are creating and even causing mortality sometimes. So are we going to stop constructing roads? Well, I don't think so, because at the end of the day, it is us who are going to complain. So what we can do? We can avoid constructing roads in forested habitat. We can minimize its impact. We can rectify or we can compensate. So I am going to talk about to minimize these impacts of roads on wildlife. So we got an interesting opportunity in the state of Maharashtra, where Maharashtra State Road Corporation Department wanted to develop a greenfield project. This is a Samriddhi Expressway. It is connecting the tiger capital of Maharashtra to the finance capital of Maharashtra, that is Mumbai, and it is connecting 11 districts. Although this expressway is not dissecting any protected area, but it is going through 3 wildlife sanctuaries and their eco-sensitive zones, and which is Katepurna Wildlife Sanctuary, Karanja Sohal Wildlife Sanctuary, and Tansa Wildlife Sanctuary. The vegetation around this expressway is mostly agricultural land, but it also has semi-evergreen, moist, deciduous, teak, and grassland. So MSRDC wanted to reduce the impact of this expressway on those eco-sensitive zones on wildlife. So they approached Wildlife Institute of India to provide modification to the mitigation measures they were developing. Wildlife Institute of India, on the basis of science, density, topography, habitat, and land use land cover, provide modification to these mitigation measures. On the basis of that, 92 crossing structures are developed on this expressway. But our work doesn't stop there, because yes, they are ready to use, but our animals are using these structures. That is where our project's roles come into play. We are monitoring wildlife overpasses and underpasses on Samriddhi Expressway. This expressway has been inaugurated in December 2022, and we started monitoring in December 2023. It is functional from Nagpur to Shirdi, and this is the span we have covered in our study. From Nagpur to, we have reached to Aurangabad. How we did this monitoring is, this is how an overpass looks like. We deployed 2 cameras at the entry and 2 cameras at the exit. These overpasses, all the crossing structure, in fact, there has noise and light barrier. And in total, we deployed 28 cameras on 7 overpasses. This is how an wildlife underpass looks like. This is a box culvert design, and it also has a median, if you can see light coming through it, and it is fulfilling its purpose. We deployed 34 cameras in all in the underpasses, and we deployed 2 cameras in each underpass, one at the entry, one at the exit on opposite walls. These underpasses are of different width, length, and height. Most of the underpasses are 5 meter wide and 5 meter in height, except few like this one. This is 16 meter wide. Out of this monitoring, we got 1 lakh captures of human and 40,000 captures of animal, out of which on overpasses we got 37,000 captures of wild species and only 2,000 captures of wild species on underpasses. 20 species were using the wildlife overpasses, while 13 species is using underpasses. This time to first capture graph tells us that nilgai and wild pig are the early users of both the crossing structures, but in underpasses, jungle cat and India porcupine are the early users, while on the overpasses, hare and cheetal are the early users of this crossing structure. We are already familiar with the wildlife underpasses in India. At NH44, we have underpass in Pench Tiger Reserve, but wildlife overpasses are new to India. So I am going to introduce to each overpass of this expressway. This is our first overpass. It is located at a very interesting location. It is connecting Umbrid, Bor and Tadoba Andheri Tiger Reserve. This is 32-meter wide, and we got captures of Indian wolf, leopard and Indian fox there with other species. This is our second overpass. This is largest overpass among these overpasses. This is 60-meter wide, and we got captures of black buck, chinkara and leopard here with other species. This is our third overpass. It is in Dehradun district and it is 45-meter wide. We got captures of chinkara here with other species. This is our fourth overpass, and it is situated in eco-sensitive zone of Katapurna Wildlife Sanctuary. It is 16-meter wide, and we got captures of leopard, black buck and chinkara here. This is our fifth overpass, which is 32-meter wide. It is also in the eco-sensitive zone of Katapurna Wildlife Sanctuary. It is 32-meter wide, and we got captures of leopard, chinkara, also an elusive species which is wild dog here with other species. This is our fifth overpass, and it is situated in Aurangabad Highland, and it is 32-meter wide, and we got captures of chinkara and four-horned antelope here with other species. This is our seventh overpass, and it is situated in Aurangabad Highlands. You must have visited or heard about Ajanta Ellora caves. This is the same landscape. And we got captures of four-horned antelope, leopard here, and also capture of hyena. So these crossing structures are not just used by animals, but also by humans. And you can see the yellow bar, that is the number of captures we got of humans. But if you will look closely on WOP, then we got captures of wild species more on those crossing structure. But on these two overpasses, we got captures of human more because of the agriculture land near these overpasses. So if we see in comparison wildlife overpasses and underpasses, then we see that ungulates are using more overpasses than underpasses. We got 6 species of ungulates, and if you look at capture rates, so nilgai and wild pig are using both the crossing structure, but if you will look at the capture rate, then you will see that they are also utilizing the overpasses more. Small mammals are using both the crossing structures, but again capture rate is higher off at wildlife overpasses, so they are using overpasses more frequently. Carnivores, we got captures only on wildlife overpass, except of leopard. Leopard is using both the crossing structure, and particularly this leopard has crossed overpass as well as underpass. We got a special moment where female leopard crossed the underpass with her cub, and it was just not one event. It is utilizing and crossing that underpass. So overall, among these species, if we see, then we see that ungulates are using these crossing structures more than small mammals and then carnivores. With this, this is the early stage of our project, and we saw that wildlife overpasses are getting more captures of wild species than underpasses, and some species are only using wildlife overpasses. Out of all the captures we got, we saw that 93 of the captures were from overpasses, and only 7% captures were from the underpasses. Also, we observed that from previous report that sambar is present in that landscape, but we did not get any capture or crossing of sambar in yet. This is, as I told you, this is the early stage of our project. We have to observe, we have to see the effectiveness of this mitigation measures as crossing structure. We also have to evaluate the habitat around it and noise and vibration level around these mitigation structures. With that, I want to thank all these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha. Our next speaker is Abhi. Abhi is going to speak on understanding multi-species dynamics and conservation challenges in Paleontological conservation.
So, Abhi Ramana has done her master's in forestry from Forest Research Institute. She came to WI for her MSc dissertation, and currently she is working as project intern in WI. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Hello, good morning, everyone. Today, I'm presenting on understanding the multi-species dynamics and conservational challenges in Kapatkuda Wildlife Sanctuary. This is a small part of the project that studies on the status, habitat, conservation of Indian grey wolves in Kapatkuda Wildlife Sanctuary, which is supervised by Dr. Salvador. Coming to the study area, here my study area lies in Gadag district, which is in the northern part of the Karnataka. As my study area spans for about 250 square kilometer, it is notified as a conservation reserve in 2015, and it was recently notified as a wildlife reserve, wildlife sanctuary in 2019. This sanctuary has a semi-arid climate which supports a dry thorny scrub forest. There are species like acacia, boswellia, and prasatus. Adding to this, I would like to say there are many windmill stations in and around this sanctuary. As of my objectives, this is a preliminary stage of this project. So here we are assessing the species abundance, habitat use, species interactions among each other in the study area. And also we are trying to assess the human-carnivore interaction in the study area. As per the objective 1, we use photographic capture method in which 121 camera tabs were deployed in 83 locations, and we got an tab sampling effort of 2,427. We took this data and we analyzed using Excel and R software. These are the species. About 20 species were detected in Kapatkuda Wildlife Sanctuary. Highest detection was observed in golden jackal, followed by black-naped hare, and least was seen for Indian pangolin, followed by spotted deer. As per the species accumulation curve, says that effective area has been covered for this study. As in this, we divided the species according to their activity pattern into nocturnal, crepuscular, diurnal, and diurnal behavior, and then we used temporal overlaps, wherein we divided them into within the trophic level temporal overlap and between the trophic level temporal overlap. As we can see that within the trophic level overlap, the highest overlap was seen between striped hyena and Indian fox. The lowest was seen between the diurnal mongoose and Asian palm squirrel, which is nocturnal. And between the trophic level, we saw that many of the wild prey, especially the wild pig and black-naped hare, showed a higher temporal overlap with many of the carnivores. As per the species co-occurrence analysis, where we analyzed the spatial overlap, we analyzed about 154 pairs, in which 121 pairs showed a random distribution, and about 30 species pairs showed a positive overlap, and 3 pairs showed a negative overlap. As you can see, yellow boxes are for negative overlap, and blue boxes are for positive overlap. Now, as for the influence of the habitat variables on the species, here we analyze NTVI and distance to drainage as a habitat variable, and distance to human settlement, distance to wilderness, livestock area as the anthropogenical variable, and large carnivore RAI and wild prey RAI as ecological variable. As for the result, we hypothesized that windmill is going to affect negatively with the species. But to our surprise, we got that the windmill is affecting positively with, for the small Indian civet as well as Chinkaras present. As for the small Indian civet, this might be related to the prey availability near to the windmill. As for the Chinkara, it might be due to species preferences of open landscape. As per the NDVI, NDVI in our area is related to the higher NDVI is related to the grassland and agricultural land. Here, NDVI is showing a positive effect on the jungle cat presence. So, it might be related to the higher presence of cover and hunting success. As far as the Indian people is concerned, they are more affinity towards the human disturbances as well as it is showing the livestock RAI is positively affecting the Indian people. As for the summary of this objective, here the species diversity, for the species diversity, we detected 20 species in which highest was the golden jackal and the least was the Indian pangolin. Now, for the species interaction, we combined temporal as well as spatial overlap. Here we got 3 interesting results where the wolf showed a higher temporal overlap with the porcupine, antelope and porcupine, but had a negative spatial overlap. This shows some spatial differentiation. Coming to the golden jackal and in jungle cat, this showed higher spatial as well as temporal overlap, showing indicating a coexistence and again activity overlap. As far as the herbivore is concerned, the black-naped hare and horned antelope were showing higher spatial overlap as well as the temporal overlap with the carnivore species, showing that there are some amount of predation pressure on these species in the study area, especially by jackal. As far as the habitat use is concerned, the windmill was positively affecting the small Indian civet and Chinkara, and NDVI is positively affecting jungle cat, and again the livestock RAI is positively affecting the peacock. As for the second objective, in our study area, we have 4 species which is into the conflict, that is Indian greyhound and striped hyena, which is into livestock predation, and wild pig and blackbird, which is into livestock, crop trading. Here in the study, we will concentrate more on the 2 carnivores, which is Indian greyhound and striped hyena. Coming to the human-carnivore interaction, we did our data collection through semi-structured questionnaire, wherein we primarily interviewed shepherds who were of Kuruba community, and around 400 interviews were done from September to March 2024. We analyzed this data through descriptive statistics. Coming to the demographic insights, mainly shepherds were interviewed with they had an outstanding number of livestock, that is 111 average, and 1 lakh as their annual income. With this, I like to add highest sheep frequency was observed in Damble and Manjur. Highest goat frequency was observed in Kalkeri and Damble, which correlates with the human-wolf conflict reported in this map. As you can see, the dark orange part shows the highest conflict, which is Manjur. Which correlates with the fact that there is a high sheep and goat availability there. This again correlates with our camera trap data, which says there is a higher encounter of grey wolf there. Coming to the human grey wolf context, we have recorded about 249 cases in which 947 livestock was lost and some 2 injuries for humans were also seen, resulting in an average income loss of up to 40,000, which comes to up to 40% of the average annual income of the shepherds. As for the livestock, the sheep love to prey on the less than 2 year sheep. In the seasonal variation conflict can be seen as November and December had the highest number of conflict, which coincides with the breeding season of the wolf. Coming to the striped hyena conflict, here we could not find a particular pattern because the conflict was very minimal and majorly the conflict was inside the sanctuary. Maybe because the shy nature or scavenging nature of hyena. For this, we again saw the density of the we estimated the density of hyena, which came up to 1.225 striped hyena per 100 square kilometers, which is done through SCCR models. Now, about the human striped hyena conflict, here we had 35 reports of conflicts in which 44 livestock kills were done, and there were no human casualties or human deaths seen, and economic loss was only of 1510, which is not even 4% of what wolf conflict was involved. Now, they love to prey on less than 2 years livestock, but did not show any difference between sheep or goat. In the seasonal variation also, again we cannot see a particular pattern, but summer and winter showed a higher number of conflict. Here, the perception and attitude of people towards the carnivore, here we saw that people said the Indian grey wolf, the status was decreasing, but they also said that the livestock was a threat to the, grey wolf was a threat to the livestock, but still they acknowledge the ecological role of the wolf and were also willing to mitigate the human wolf conflict. As far as the Gurkha community is concerned, they truly believe that there's some part of their income or some part of their livestock belongs to the wolf. As for the perception of the striped hyena, the perception of the people on striped hyena was very split. They said that it is a threat to the livestock, but they were not aware of the striped hyena much. They were not aware of the ecological role of these striped hyena much. But still, they were willing to join to reduce the human hyena conflict. As apart from all this, when we asked about what is the cause of conflict, they also here the people acknowledge the fact that the human encroachment is also contributing to the factor of the human wildlife conflict. And I would like to also add here there was no compensation given for the people involved in the human wolf conflict. One of the reasons is that the people were not aware of the compensation, and some people were reluctant to even report to the conflict. As earlier, I said that there is coexistence seen and some willingness to mitigate the conflict, but this is one of the cases where retaliation is seen. Here, the pups were found in the concrete wells where a mom was hovering around it. She could not get the pups, but the villagers were not happy about this because they had their livestock nearby. So they wanted us to rescue those pups and take it away from there. So they put a lot of pressure on us. At the end of the day, we had to take those pups, rescue those pups because they were very dehydrated as well as starved. And we took those pups to the zoo, where 2 survived and 2 died. Key takeaways and future prospects. Here, Kapatkuda, as you have seen through the slides, Kapatkuda is a vital refuge for whatever species has been detected. Here, keeping apart the ecological significance and all the other its status as being the wildlife sanctuary, there are some conservational challenges happening here. As Kapalgudda has historically been a mining site, it underscores the need for ecosystem restoration. And also, adding to the conservation challenges, the habitat fragmentation is also seen in the Kapalgudda, wherein human encroachment itself spans over 20 to 25 square kilometer over Kapalgudda study area. Now, adding to this is the human-wildlife conflict, as I've already discussed. The main source was a wolf, but still people try to coexist, and also some cases of retaliation is seen. Adding to the conservational challenges, there are also the impact of windmill farms. But in our study, we got the positive effect on the Chinkara and small Indian civet presence. But still, as we all know, that windmill imparts some negative effect on the species. So we need to look into that more. Keeping aside all this and taking taking community engagement, public awareness campaigns, and wildlife rescue response training should be done for coexistence as well as bringing up the conservation strategies. As for the future aspects of this project, we are dwelling more into the advanced sciences, where we will try to see bioacoustics and radiotelemetries science, and to know more about the wildlife in the sanctuary, as well as come up with a good conservation strategies. These are the acknowledged people I know acknowledged. Thank you. It was a pleasure presenting.
Thank you, Abhi. Our next speaker, Mohit Kumar Patra. Mohit is going to talk on tracking strike find site, understanding the ecology and resource selection of field spiders in the semi-arid Western Indian landscape.
So Mohit Kumar Patra has done his Masters in Biodiversity and Conservation of Natural Resources from Central University. He joined the employer in 2020 and currently working as a project assistant.
Thank you for introducing me. Hope I'm audible. Good morning, everyone. So to start with, let's talk about the large carnivores in Anthropocene. Global range loss and population declines of the large carnivores are evident here, with their case-selected traits, large prey and large area requirements, and sometimes as they are direct threat to humans, conserving them is a daunting task. In India especially, most of the protected areas are small, isolated, and surrounded by densely populated human-use matrix. And in such scenarios, it is very important to understand the ecology and behavioral attributes so that effective and adaptive management strategies can be implemented. Further, our study area is part of the semi-arid Western Indian landscape, which also happens to be the westernmost tiger distribution. In the picture here, you can see the historical distribution of tiger in Rajasthan. However, multiple local extensions in the past century in this landscape has been evident due to hunting, prey, and habitat loss and isolation events. Here you can see the present distribution of tigers in current context. The present distribution is restricted to Ranthambore and adjoining sink habitats, and the Sariska is also because of the efforts of translocation and reintroduction. So, talking of Ranthambore, the populations are at carrying capacity, and with lack of connectivity, makes them vulnerable to demographic stochastic events. And long-term studies suggest the best way to manage them is as a meta-population. So, in our landscape particularly, our study area mainly deals with Mukundra and Ramgarh Vistari, which also happens to be an important habitat for harboring the spillover tiger populations. So many past dispersals record have been seen, and reintroduction processes are here so that the population recovery can be kick-started. With these goals, our project actually started, which with our first aim is by focusing on studying these aspects and ecology of reintroduced tigers, so that we can implement them in further studies or in the further plannings. And this will be the talk of the day from my side as well. So, just briefly going through the tiger profiles of what we have here. So, in Mukundara, right now there are one female and one male, both are adults, and one reintroduced female died earlier last year because of natural causes. In Ramgarh, one male has been naturally dispersed from Ranthambore, and there are two other female adults, and one of the female gave birth to two cubs, which are uh, right now alive and almost 1 year old. So, what are the questions we are addressing today? The exploratory behavior and subsequent settlement of these reintroduced tigers, this movement and ranging patterns, the resource selection, and what are the prey they prefer. So our data collection basically relies on the radio collar data set of our radio collar tigers, and additionally we relied on camera trapping, foot patrolling, and kill site monitoring as well. So have they considered it their home? Because reintroduced tigers take time to settle in new habitats. Initial exploration leads to frequent movements and often away from their release sites. We see this exploration and settlement phases by analyzing the cumulative area used across time, and we tested if they have settled, established their home ranges, and is the site fidelity there. So our cumulative area used was calculated using 15 days intervals MCPs. The cumulative area used at symptote signifies that all of our individuals settle between 30 to 135 days, and as expected, the male explored a very large area when compared to the female. We also did the semi-variogram plots to visualize what is the stability of the home range through the time scales. And we can see that all of the reintroduced tigers are stable with minor fluctuations in and around that might be attributed to seasonal or behavioral changes. Further, we were interested in how these reintroduced tigers venture through the human dominated landscape. So, what are the movement and ranging patterns there? So, we estimated their home range and intensive use areas, and we used movement parameters of step length and turning angle to describe their movement characteristics. So, you can see here the trajectories show how our reintroduced tigers move around the landscape. Although they were free to move and go anywhere, they restricted to some cues and didn't go very far away from the protected areas and settle there. Uh, we use this fixed kennel density estimation method to see the home ranges at 95% and 50%. Uh, Here, if we visualize the pre-settlement and post-settlement home ranges, in the pre-settlement, the area use at 95% and even the core areas were higher when compared to post-settlement. And the same instances or the same patterns were seen across the tiger individuals. It is also noteworthy that a few individuals also ventured outside and used those areas as intensive and used those areas intensively in the pre-settlement as well. But later on, they knew about the landscape and sticked inside the protected areas. Similar patterns were seen in Ramgarh as well. Uh, one of the tiger, the male that dispersed from Ranthambore into Ramgarh was not collar, so we estimated the home range using 100% MCP. And this is just a snapshot of what is the home range estimations we got. And further, we use the step lengths and turning angles. So what are step lengths? These are just the distance between two consecutive relocations. Larger step lengths indicate faster movements and longer distances, and smaller step lengths indicate shorter movements or slower speeds. And turning angles are basically the difference in axis at 3 points, and these shows the directionality of movement. So what do we expect? If the turning angle is towards 0, we can expect a linear movement, a highly linear movement, and somewhere between 0 and 180 degree, we can expect random turns or tortuous movement, and when it's around 180 degree, we can expect a repetitive backward turns. So these are basically our mean step lengths. And across the settlement phases, nighttime mean step lengths were longer significantly, except for one female individual MT6. And across the time of the day, mean settlements were longer in post-settlement phases. Step lengths varied between the individual across the settlement phases and time as well. And then coming to the turning angle, this is just a profile of different turning angles at different time of the day and settlement phases. And prominent directionality was seen in the post-settlement phases and during the night time. So we clump these two data, and movement characteristics are interpreted by combining these step lengths and turning angle. So we broadly divided them into isolating, resting or area restricted movements and longer movements that can either be random or directional. So the movement characteristics at different time of the day were broadly comparable across the settlement phases among individuals that we studied. And during daytime, the tiger showed either resting behavior or area restricted movements, while longer directional movements were observed during the nighttime. However, we can see there are individual heterogeneities in movement behavior. One of our female tigress, adult female tigress, she traveled equally in the day and night as well. So coming to our next question, what does the tiger look for in a habitat? We stick to the second order resource selection for our analysis currently. And our candidate models included the combination of habitat protection and human disturbances for resource selection, and irrespective of the settlement phase, the cumulative effects of all the covariates gave us the best model. And here we can see the tiger significantly preferred areas with higher vegetation cover and narrow valleys, signified by lower elevation levels and high ruggedness index, and they preferred areas closer to water bodies. Further, tigers avoided using areas near the built-up and roads. And although there was, here you can see, although there was a positive relation with the highways in post-settlement phases, tiger utilized these habitats near highways that had proper cover and conferred with other preferred resources. And the preferred areas, they also preferred areas within or close to the protected area. Further, we investigated what does this tiger eat when they are introduced, because our landscape has a high density or high abundance of stray cattle. So what do they prefer? They like the domestic prey or they prefer the wild prey. So we monitor the kills by locating it through GPS relocations and calculated the interkill intervals for Mukundara individuals, which were intensively monitored. And further, we compare the relative abundances and observed kill for their prey preferences, and also we calculated the AVLIF's preference index. So as we can see, as you can see through the graph, what are available and what are the rate of kills we got. The cattle kills were found in more frequently than the wild prey species kills, and among the wild prey, sambar was the almost preferred of used with respect to its availability. So mostly these were randomly used apart from Samba, and we also calculated the kill intervals. The kill intervals did not vary between the pre-settlement and post-settlement phases. I have not mentioned the graph here, but there is no significance there. But these kill intervals varied between the individuals. The male had a shorter kill interval, while the females had a larger kill intervals, and larger standard deviations are noteworthy because the uh, kill sizes might differ and species and the biomass might differ. So just to visualize, you can see how the prey distribution defines the home range area of these. These patterns are evident in Mukundara and both Ramgarh habitat as well. So going towards discussion, the reintroduced male explored much larger areas than the female, with two large distance movements far from the release site. In terms of exploratory and behavior and space use, our results are comparable to findings of other tiger reintroduction studies at Panna and Sariska as well, where initially the tiger explored a large area and consequently settled down in 1 to 5 months around. And the home ranges and core areas of these reintroduced tigers were larger when compared to areas where the tiger densities are high, and movement patterns were similar between pre and post settlement phases. While in post settlement phases we observed more directional movements, however there was individual heterogeneities. The reintroduced tigers preferred areas with vegetation cover, areas closer to water bodies, narrow valleys, and consequently avoided human settlement. These patterns were consistent across settlement phases, while with time they started to navigate through areas near to roads, and they maneuvered through it as well when the traffic volume were less. These reintroduced tigers preferred wild prey despite the scanty distribution or abundance. The higher number of cattle kills that we got might have been an artifact of its high abundance. However, in the absence of wild prey, which are evident at many sink areas, these cattle may play a crucial role in sustaining the reintroduced tigers in them. Way forward, I want to say here that all of our findings are preliminary, and we are going to investigate through it in a better way through fine scale resource selection or utilization of all the reintroduced tigers and also their movement patterns at fine scale, and estimating the prey abundance and distribution in a more robust manner, and studying the status and distribution of co-predators. So what we try is the outcome can, if they can help the park managers in planning further reintroduction, augmentation of prey species, and habitat restoration. So I would like to acknowledge the Dean Director Research Coordinators at Wildlife Institute of India, all the Rajasthan Forest Department team, and especially mentioning the hard work of field and ground staff. And I would like to thank my co-author Raj and my mentors Ayan sir and Kamal sir, and the funding agency of the project as well. Thank you.
नहीं नहीं ये presentation ये ना
Good morning, everyone. Before starting my presentation, let's imagine a landscape where the sound of heavy machinery outpowers the roar of tiger and leopard, where the industrial expansion meets the heart of India. Well, it's just not an imagination, but the reality of Chandpur district. So, my today's talk is on the large carnivores in and around mining areas of Chandpur. Why am I talking about mining? Because if we see at the global scenario, most of the mines are present in and around the biodiversity hotspots of the world, which are affecting directly or indirectly on the flora and fauna of that area. It has also been reported that mining is the fourth largest driver of deforestation, affecting one third of our world's forest. This is the world scenario. What about our own country? So let's shift our focus from the global scenario to the national scenario. India, as a developing country, is making a significant strides in various sectors. Like it is the second largest producer of coal now, and out of the five largest coal mines, two are in India. But at what cost we are achieving these goals? At the cost of our forest, at the cost of our wildlife. The major coal fields of India lie in the central Indian landscape, which is a home of significant tiger population and is also important for the connectivity of tiger and elephant population. Instead of that, although after that also, there are very less or few studies on the impact of mining on these carnivores. So what about these carnivores? To see the impact of mining areas on carnivores, we conducted our study in Chandpur district. Chandpur has the highest tiger population in the world at district level. It is also known as geological museum because it is rich in black diamond, that is coal. It has a important tiger reserve, that is Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve. Let's explore the mines of Chandpur. There are 21 active mines right now in Chandpur, which are divided into 5 regions that are Chandpur, Balarshah, Majri, Vani, and Umred. The mines of these regions are further classified into open cast and underground mines. Chandpur also has a thermal power plant which is in the area of around 120 square kilometer. The residue of this thermal power plant is dumped in Ashburn area, which is around 6 kilometers from this thermal power plant. So to see the impact of these mining areas and thermal power plant, Our objective were to investigate the presence of mammalian species in these areas, to estimate the population density and of tiger and leopard, along with their temporal activity, the factors influencing their presence in these areas, as well as to see the habitat use pattern of tiger and leopard in these areas. So we did camera trapping from January 2023 to March 2023. We did SECR to estimate the density of tiger and leopard. We used the package overlap to see their temporal activity of tiger and leopard in these areas. We used the zero inflated regression model to see the factors affecting the presence of tiger and leopard in these areas, and we did the occupancy to evaluate the habitat use patterns of these carnivores in these areas. These are the camera trap points in 3 regions as well as the thermal power plant area. So we recorded the 18 mammalian species in these areas. We calculated RAI, relative abundance index, based on the captures, and we found that wild pig was the most abundant wild species in these areas. We further classified the RAI of all the species in different regions and found that Umred has the highest number of species, followed by thermal power plant, Chandpur, and Balasha has the least number of species. Tiger was present in 3 regions, whereas leopard and wild pig were present in 2 regions. Further, we calculated the number of captures mine-wise and found that underground mines has highest number of captures of species as compared to open cast mines. But in case of tigers, we found tiger were mostly use the ashbund area, using the ashbund area more as compared to underground and open cast mines. These are the mine-wise classification of tiger and leopard. We found the captures of tiger in 5 mines, out of which 2 were open cast and 3 were underground. We found the captures of leopard in 4 mines, out of which 2 were open cast and 2 were underground. And we found the captures of both leopard and tiger in 3 similar mines. So we estimated the density of tiger around 4.8 per 100 square kilometer, that is only of Chandpur region with 12 individuals. We estimated a density of a leopard around 5.5 per 100 square kilometer with 11 individuals. So let's see their temporal activity in these areas. So these are the, we found that tiger were mostly active in underground mines, whereas leopard was active in open cast mines during the daytime. And when we look at their overlap, so tiger and leopard were, they had higher overlap, temporal overlap in underground mines, that is 90% as compared to the open cast mines. We found no temporal overlap of tiger and leopard with hole, neither in open cast nor in underground mines. As when we see their activity with their prey species like cheetal, samar and prey, we found that temporal overlap of tiger and leopard were higher in underground mines with their prey species rather than the open cast mines. So the result of our next objective to factors affecting the presence of tiger and leopard, and in case of tiger we saw NDVI, distance to underground mine, distance to protected area, distance to road and distance to village were the significant factors affecting the presence of tiger in these areas. And out of those factors, NDVI, distance to P and distance to village were the positive factors correlated with the presence of tiger, means more vegetation is promoting the presence of tiger. Distance, as we go away from the protected area, the tiger probability increases, means they are using the mining area, and distance to village, they are avoiding the human presence. Whereas the distance to underground mine and distance to road were the negative factors affecting the presence of tiger, means they are using the underground mines and their captures were also present on the road in that area. In case of leopard, NDVI, tiger presence, distance to P and distance to underground mines were the significant factors, out of which underground mines, distance to PA and tiger presence were positively correlated with the leopard presence, whereas NDVI was negatively associated with the leopard presence. If after their habitat use pattern, we evaluated and found that these are the heat maps of tiger and leopard presence, and as we can see, tiger was using the area more frequently as compared to lion. Lion was only present on the fringes or mines which are adjacent to the forest area. These are the occupancy map of tiger and leopard. Tiger is using the area as well as the ashburn area more frequently, and leopard is using the mines which are only close to the forest area. They are, it can be the reason because they are avoiding the tigers in those areas. So the conclusion of this study was that tiger and leopard are using the mining area despite the huge anthropogenic pressure present there. Tigers are resident to that area, whereas the leopards avoid the space because of the presence of tiger and only transient to those areas. The significant result of the study was also the distinction impact of open cast and underground mines on the mammalian species, and this distinction should be carefully considered when planning new mining projects, particularly in close proximity to the protected area. I want to acknowledge these people, Director, Dean and Registrar, the funding agencies, the colleagues of BH Lab, the field assistants, and friends and family. Thank you.
Now we wait for tea. We assemble back after exactly after 15 minutes. Then we have tea will be back.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hi, Nivedita. Oh,
Yes, sir.
Nivedita. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, fine. So
Am I
we are
audible,
break.
sir?
No, we have a tea break.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure. Is it visible, sir? Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm going to present on my topic. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, just 1 minute, sir. I'm plugging on my earphone as well. Now, is it clear, sir? Volume? Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, sir. I'll then, okay, I'll arrange something. Yes, sir. Hello. All right, sir. I'll try my best, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Hi, Nivedita, can you hear me?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, but there is a lag and echo. Hi, Nivedita, can you hear me?
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, but there is a lag and echo. Hi, Nivedita, can you hear me? Can you hear the echo? Yes, but there is a lag and echo. Hi, Nivedita, can you hear me? Can you hear the echo? Yes, okay, but there is a lag and echo. Hello, ma'am. Hi, Nivedita, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now is it echoing anymore?
No. I realized the problem was mine because I had the web page also on.
Okay.
So it
Now,
was echoing from there.
I'm going to the slides as well. So, is it audible right now?
Yeah, perfectly. To me, you were always audible. I think they have a problem there.
Okay.
I don't think it's your problem at all because I could hear you very clearly even the first time.
Okay. Yeah, you
So,
said that.
yeah,
And
so
ma'am,
I think
that lag you were saying, I guess I switched off the fan was on, so I switched off that. So I guess now.
no. The lag was the problem with me because I had the web the
You
entire session
okay?
on
Hmm.
from the website.
Mm-hmm.
So there were two sessions, I mean, running for me. So it was running on both sides. So I turned that off. Let's hope this works.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Where
you.
are you? Are you at Sakon right now?
No, ma'am. I'm in Kolkata. I'm
Okay.
yeah, in the field
Okay.
visits. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. I'll turn off the mic and I'll just, yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Hello, welcome back. So we'll start with Novelda. So Novelda is going to speak on the impact of high-rise residential complex on Arizona at this program of Wetland. Over to Novelda. I hope Novelda, please unmute.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, visible.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Nivedita Chakraborty, Junior Research Biologist from SEPON. And today my presentation is on my study topic, which is impact of a high-rise residential complex on avifaunal communities at East Kolkata wetlands. So before beginning with the topic, before beginning with our study area, I would like to give you a quick introduction about the wetlands. So what are wetlands? Wetlands are the transitional lands between the aquatic and terrestrial ecosystems with water table which is usually near the land. And it is also said it is one of the most productive ecosystem in the whole world. Now, India is a home to diverse range of wetlands, from starting from the fresh water lakes like Chilka Lake to mangroves and salt flats, etc. Now, some of the wetlands have gained international importance in Ramsar Convention, and thus they are known as Ramsar sites. India is having presently, as of September 2024, India is having 85 wetlands as Ramsar sites, and which means that these wetlands are being able to be monitored, and this Ramsar Convention aims to conserve and ensure the sustainable use of this wetlands globally. Now, moving on to our Ramsar site of the West Bengal, which is the East Kolkata wetlands, which is a multifunctional niche, which is home to a variety of plants and animals, and it area covers to 125 square kilometers, and due to its importance, economic and ecological importance, many research studies has been also done, and some of the research papers are enlisted over here. So, the Ramsar site of West Bengal, East Kolkata wetlands, was declared as Ramsar site in the year 2002, and it was formed due to the shift of Bhagirathi river and its tributaries like Matla and Vidyadhari. Presently, it is serving as a waste recycling zone, sewage-fed fisheries areas, and multiple cropping sites, and also flood control play. Now, moving on to our study area, so we can see over here that in the middle of the Kolkata, our study area is located. And our study area is divided into 5 zones, and the projected site is located near Adarsh Nagar. Now, objective of the study is that in our project study, we are attempting to document the changes in the bird population density, bird species diversity, and also focusing to investigate the frequency and causes of bird building collisions due to these high-rise buildings and causing fatalities. Methodology. In 3 steps we have been doing this survey. So first, bird watching and bird survey was done, then field research was done along with it, and then data analysis was done. So as you have seen in the map of our study area, so our study area is comprised of 3 regions: wetlands, residential areas or dwellings, and the transitional zones, which are the areas between the wetlands and the dwellings. For our sample collection, we have proceeded with the point count method, and we have recorded the number and types of alien species with the help of eBird app and also notebook, where we have noted down certain kind of striking features, if any observed. So, talking about the point count method, it is a widely used technique to estimate the alien population of a definite region, of a defined region, and it mostly includes the auditory and sight detections within a plot of a fixed or infinite radius by the observer for a set period of time. For our study area, we have done the fixed width point count method with 100 meter of radius. So we chose a random spot with a good view of surroundings, probably a bit like if we are going for the residential areas, a bit interior to the not along the roadside but interior to the residential areas, so that we could get a good view of surroundings. And then we start counting the birds over there, and this point is demarcated as one point count station. The counting is being done like within the 100-meter radius with sight detection, auditory detection, and also the birds which are flying above, those are also calculated, those are also counted. And each count is of 15 minutes. After completing one count, then we are proceeding to the next count, and that point is termed as second point count station, and the whole process is being repeated once. But we need to remember one thing, that between the two points there should be a minimum of 200-meter or above distance, so that we avoid the double counting of the alien species. For data analysis, we have used Shannon Wiener Diversity Index to determine the species richness and evenness of the alien species during our project study from June to August. The Shannon Diversity Index determines the species richness, and the Paleo's Evenness Index determines the species evenness. Next, sample locations. So these were some of the locations I have visited throughout the time, and located or marked all the things in the Google Earth platform. Pictures of some of my bird sampling locations. You can see over here in the top left corner, this is a Captain Berry, which is, as I have mentioned before, that the East Kolkata wetlands is serving as sewage-fed fishing areas. So berries are those areas, fishing areas are known as berries. So Captain Berry is one of them, and it is located amidst the city life near Chindighata crossover. And there is another one, which is Nolbon Berry, that is located in Salt Lake Sector 5. And the other two are in the residential areas, which we have gone through. Next, so impact of high-rise residential complexes, or we may say that urban expansion. So urbanization, which is characterized by expansion and development of metropolitan areas, transforming the landscapes, actually have a positive impact as well as negative impact. So if we count for positive impact, it adversely has that improvements in the quality of life, as well as in the expansion of urban amenities and infrastructure. But if we count for negative impacts, we see loss of biodiversity, habitat fragmentation of the bird species which are residing over that place, and changes in various ecological processes. So what do influence these kind of changes? The two major important things which in the residential complexes which determine this, which influence their impact on the distribution pattern and abundance of bird species, are spatial configuration, where the space is being utilized, how the space is being utilized in urban areas, and also the distribution of building types. Next, we have encountered two major problems in these residential complexes and concrete jungles and the structures. That is that when these landscapes are being transformed and modified into these high residential complexes, they frequently destroy the natural habitats and disrupt and displaces the bird species which were used to reside over there. One important thing over here to be noticed is the high-rise buildings. Often we see that they are using reflective and transparent glasses as their window panes, which is a critical and major problem for the birds to get confused, as it appears as the part of the sky or the vegetation wherever it is located, and often we see bird building collisions and leading to fatalities. Also, one more thing, that due to this glass reflective nature, the type of light which are being projected or which are getting reflected from that glass area, the birds which have a tendency to transverse from the small crevices or gaps of nest or leaves, they somehow they find a similar image in the glasses, and they turn into, they collide into those window panes for that. Also, the removal of the vegetation cover for the modifying of the landscape of changing into a concrete setup, it is going to impact on the food availability of the bird, the disruption in their feeding habits, and also overall it is going to adversely impact on the food chain of overall over there. As in our study area, it's a marshy land, and two bird species which were found in high numbers were black kites and lil swifts. Now, black kites prey upon the reptiles, amphibians, and
other lower creatures. So in the marshy lands, whichever they are present, the frogs, the snakes, the garden lizard, whichever they are, which over there are, they are going to get eradicated and removed from that place for that, and that is going to impact the tertiary consumer feeding habits. And also marshy land consisted of some kind of flying insects like crickets, damselflies, dragonflies, which are the feeding, which are the prey of the lynxwicks. So that is going to impact on that bird as well. And in this top right corner picture, you can see that the black kites soaring at great heights are almost near for this high-rise building, which is having this glass pane structures. Next concern is about the light pollution. So light pollution can be majorly classified into three groups, that is the glare, light trespass, and the sky glow. The other two, the light trespass and glare, are going to affect the human population, but the avian population is bothered about with the sky glow. Now sky glow is a phenomenon which is associated with the huge amount of light when it enters the atmosphere and brighten up the sky, and it reflects. So with those kind of light pollution, they are having disruption in the migratory patterns of the birds. Birds navigate through the natural light. They use natural light as their navigation cue, like sunlight, moonlight, or starlight. With this light pollution, they are startled and they get confused and they drift off the course in due course. Next, what we've seen that during this being startled in this movement, they often fly in circles and they get exhausted. And with this, they have an increased chance of getting killed by their predators. Altered behavior is one of the major things which I have noticed in this due course, that in the diurnal birds, which are having changes in their sleep cycle, and the nocturnal birds remain awake, remain active more right now. So I have encountered one thing during my study, that in it was 1 a.m. In the night, in the midnight, and suddenly a group of common manna was calling. So that was quite surprising. At that time, generally they all are in their sleep cycle, but there is a change. They start sounding, and they are just startled with all of these light pollutions. Next, after studying and researching about the areas, we have come to a point of result that where we have seen that across the 3 months, June, July, August. July month was the one where the diversity index, Shannon winner, and the evenness index was found much higher. These are the plots which is showing that the Shannon index 4.064, and we know that Shannon index is a diversity index. The more the higher number, the more the diverse is that place. So this plot is showing that, and evenness, the Paleo's evenness index suggests that the ranges is between 0 to 1. So nearer, the closer value to the 1, that means the species are evenly distributed in that area. So July month was the one where the sampling locations were having more evenly distributed avian populations. Next, coming to the interpretations, a total of 38 avian species was recorded during the study period from June to August. And what we have found that in the residential areas, like the study area, the project site of our project, it was having a higher number of black kites and little swifts, and those birds were in higher number, were found in higher number near the Thapa Hills, a garbage dumping station in West Bengal, soaring at great height. So if this kind of buildings are being constructed without having any proper mitigation properties about their glass problems or the light problems, then they are going to have certain kind of problems. These avian species are going to face some kind of problems first. Second is the water birds. In the wetland area, we have seen more number of water birds like eastern cattle egrets, Indian fawn, heron, little cormorant, and so on. So they were concentrated more on those areas. Whereas when we are moving towards the residential areas, there are also some of the water bodies we have spotted, like Santoshpur Lake, one of the renowned one. So over there, the nearby lakes or nearby ponds which are found in residential areas, they were devoid of these water birds. Like generally we associate the water birds with the water bodies, but they were water bodies, large water bodies they were, but and wetlands also, but they were lacking the water birds which we found. They were lacking these birds, but they were having common kingfisher and other urban associated birds. So yes, sir. I'm unable to hear you, sir. Yes, sir. So then these were the things which I found, and finally I can tell you that as research suggests that water birds can be a bioindicator where we can understand how the wetland ecosystem is changing and due to the anthropogenic activity. These were some of the birds which I have observed during my study. Flame-backed woodpecker, egrets, Indian pond heron, immature one, open-bill stork, little cormorant. Sorry, I can't hear you, sir.
You can complete it now. Your overshot is done. I think you have to complete the session. So,
yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just completing. Yes, sir. Little swifts, purple sunbird. I would like to thank Wildlife Institute of India for conducting this ending stations, and also my institute for providing me this opportunity to participate in this wonderful session. And also I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. P.R. Arun sir, and Dr. Raja Jaipal sir, and Rajdeep and Shantanu for assisting me during my sampling and birth survey sessions. Thank you. Sir, I'm unable to hear you properly. Like it's sounding like it is coming. The sound is coming from distant area.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any questions for Nivedita? Rana? Nivedita? I'm positive time now, so we just take 4 questions per speaker. Nivedita?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Raman Kumar wants to know, did you observe an increase in rock pigeons?
An increase in?
Rock pigeons?
Rock pigeons were mostly associated in the urban areas, sir. But otherwise, in the buffer zone or I mean the transitional zones or the wetlands, they were not present much. They are mostly associated in the residential urban areas.
Dr. Raman also wants to know, there are several birds that benefit from light pollution, like insectivorous birds, like bongos and others. Any observations?
Can you repeat, sir?
Some birds benefit from light pollution, like insectivorous birds,
yes.
like bongos and others. Did you observe any such observations?
Like if you are asking about the bird building collisions, are you asking that, sir?
Not collisions, pollution. I'm sorry about
pollution. Yes, sir, pollution, obviously, sir. As I've mentioned that in the residential areas, there were large water bodies, but due to this noise pollution and air pollution, all sorts of pollution, these water birds were not present in those areas.
Any questions?
Like one of the prime example I would give that near the Science City, one of the place, Mirania Lake was there. They were devoid of all these kind of water birds. So, and as amidst the city life, so obviously the noise pollution is hampering their diversity and population density.
Thank you so much, Nivedita. And we request all the speakers to please come on the stage. Chetan, Neha, Rohit, and Vineet.
Am I audible?
The next question is from Dr. Leopard. Considering
So it's the same question. It's not about size and adjustment. It's about basic metabolic rate. The basic metabolic rate, if you compare the size of males, which is twice that of the females, the basic metabolic rate of the females will be higher. And ecological demands. What are those ecological demands? Female movements are sacrosanct, which means that females must cover their movement every day. They travel. The average movement rate of the females is twice the rate of males. I'm talking about territorial males. So smaller basic, the higher basic metabolic rate, higher distance traveled per day as compared to the males. Males tend to kill more. Okay, so it's not in general male is a bigger body size, he will kill more, but the requirement per kg is higher for females as compared to males. Then we talk about the female level. So that's why it should be different.
Yes, sir.
It males, if you build body size in it should be slightly higher for the males. But there should not be a difference of twice.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's what the first.
Sir, I would also like to mention here that while reviewing, I couldn't find a lot of reference points for these studies. Yes, sir. So that's why that things might be, because there is a lot of data needs to be captured in this regard. Still, yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So the next question.
Thank you so much.
This question is from, I think, Leopard. So if the tiger presence is positively influenced by tenure and the leopard presence is positively influenced by tiger presence, why is there a negative relationship between leopard presence and tenure?
So, tiger NDVI is positively correlated with tiger, means the more vegetation, more tiger presence is there. Leopard presence is negative with NDVI because more tiger presence is there now, so they are avoiding the areas which have more tigers.
Okay.
And the tiger and leopard, they have positively correlated, tiger presence is positively correlated with leopard because they are forced to come out the Taroba Andheri Tiger Reserve. So they are living in that area, but I have not evaluated on the final scale. So wherever there is tiger, they both are coming outside, so both have captures in that area. That's why they are positively correlated.
The next question is from Shashank. Why do you think tiger were using mines which are far from protected areas?
Far from, because in protected areas, they have reached their carrying capacity. They have to force to move outside, and they are getting their suitable prey like livestock, and other prey is also available as I've showed. So they are coming outside, which are adjacent to the protected area. Okay, thank you.
So there are more questions for all of you. You can correct your response.
I think those of you asked the questions, and we couldn't take all the questions. There were more than 40 questions which we did not ask. So, Nanda itself brought to each overall of 25 questions you have brought. So we hand over the questions to you, then all of you can collect and maybe interact with the questions you have asked. So we are now reach the end of the session, and I request Shahid to very briefly give this closing.
So it was a very interesting and important session covering pan-India from fishes to tigers. So these studies are very important to understand the species coping mechanism in the ever-changing human-dominated landscape. So I congratulate all the authors for their wonderful presentation and their respective post-supervisors. Thank you.
And then very interesting talks throughout the day, and also a lot of new learnings from ungulates using mode process rather than error process. And I think the questions and answers also taken very precisely by the speakers. So a congratulations to all of you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shahid and Dr. Anakul. So we We saw and heard 7 presentations across the various landscapes and a wide array of issues. So human activities and natural ecosystems, when they collide, there is very complex phenomenon, and this interface is very difficult to piece apart and study. So we actually look to how complex the issues are in all those presentations. Robia spoke about how important the indigenous knowledge and it complements conservation in Nanda, Mammal, and all the three indigenous communities that Robia studied. It's a wonderful landscape. It's a very prime habitat for the only habitat for white-tailed heron, and a lot of development and pressures are there. And using these information, we can actually make a informed decision making. Chetan spoke about how important the semi-arid landscapes in Karnataka are those mammalian assemblages, and how habitat fragmentation and how ecological habitats are very important. Not that habitat fragmentation is important, but habitat fragmentation influences the mammalian assemblages in that landscape. Neha spoke about a very important aspect of about the mitigation measures. We largely speak about over the last 30 years, but most of our presentations we highlight problems. We have identified problems, but now the time is to come up with solutions, innovative solutions. That is what is the need of develop, be it conflict or be it development projects. So solution finding approach is the need of the hour, and this presentation was interesting. April again spoke about complex relationships between wolves and the local communities in Kakapaguda Wildlife Sanctuary. Mohit Katra spoke again about the very interesting aspect about how we introduce tigers in the landscape and tracking them, the challenges involved and the intricacies involved. Nidhi's talk again spoke about how we can balance industrial goals with that of conservation goals. Very interestingly, she spoke about how tigers are using more of underground mines than compared to the open cast mines. This in itself is a very important finding, as in even there is a push for going towards more of more of underground mines than the open cast mines. So these kind of findings facilitate such kind of policy decisions which are favorable for conservation. And finally, Nivedita again spoke about the importance of urban planning and area conservation, how we need to modify our urban planning for building structures and other things so that we can accommodate area conservation. So with this, I conclude my comments and I congratulate all the speakers, and not only the speakers, I also congratulate Dr. Vidyadhar, Dr. Arun, Dr. Jayapal, Mr. Amar Sir, Vishnu, Dr. Bilal, Salvatore, who are the PIs of this project, and thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, Dr. Gopi, Dr. Anukullah, Sahit. I now invite Professor Kamar Kuresi, Dr. Salvatore Vindo, and Dr. Ayan Sadhu to conduct the next session. Dr. Kuresi will be chairing the session, Dr. Salvatore will be co-chairing, and Dr. Ayan Sadhu will be the a pretty long session in this, we have one straight after 4 presentations. And over to you, Council.
Thank you, Namaskar. To start the session, and I request Salvatore to sir. So the first speaker for today is Ashish Kumar, who's going to talk about top-down effects of large predators on striped hyena and golden jackal.
Ashish pursued his master's in biological science from Aligarh Muslim University. His research focuses on the patterns and the processes associated with the human-wildlife coexistence, with a special emphasis on conservation psychology and landscape ecology. He is currently enrolled as a PhD student at SACON and working at the University of Saarbrücken, Germany, as a Humboldt student. Over to you, Ashish. All the best.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Am I
you can
audible?
hear you. Keep going.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Ashish. As I was introduced, I'm a PhD scholar doing PhD from SACON. I'm currently doing my Humboldt Fellowship from Germany. So today I'll be presenting my study that I have conducted to assess top-down effect of large predator in striped hyena and golden jackal in India and Austria. The study was the part of the project, ongoing project titled "Modeling the Effect of Top Predator and Habitat on the Distribution of Mesocarnivore in Large Carnivore Landscape of India and Central Europe." There are two objectives of the project. First is to map the potential distribution area of hyena and jackal in India and Europe, and second is to assess the top-down effect on these two scavengers. So when we talk about the interaction between the community or the species, the two approaches that surfaces in our mind are bottom up and top down. In bottom up, we see how species placed or resting at the lower trophic level can influence or provide a congenial environment for a species or community are there at subsequent upper trophic level. In contrary to bottom up, in top down, we see how species or community placed at the top of the or upper trophic level can influence the lower trophic level. There are a lot of studies that has come up using bottom up approach, and now we are also see a lot of studies are coming up using top down approach. For example, impact of tiger on leopard, impact of tiger and leopard on prey and their subordinates carnivores. When we talk about the top-down effect of large predator, the three major events that we can expect are interspecific killing of subordinate, active displacement of subordinate, and the most importantly, behavioral adaptation, where subordinate display some behavioral trait to coexist with their superordinate. There are, in the context of hyena and jackal, there are evidences that suggest top-down effect, a top-down control over hyena and jackal. For example, interspecific killing of hyena by leopard reported by Mandel et al. 2018. For example, in these two maps are from Sivalik range, and you can see hyenas are only present where tiger density are very less. For example, Suhelwa, Balmiki, and here in the Rajaji Tiger Reserve. Then similar kind of top-down control we see for jackal by wolf, for example, interspecific killing reported from Iran. Then mesopredator release reported by Koref et al. In 2022. So they study and they told like a high population of golden jackal expanding in Europe in the absence of wolf. And now we have very comprehensive picture of distribution of hyena and jackal, and we have substantial evidences that suggest a potential top-down control. But we really don't have, we lack empirical or quantitative analysis of such top-down impact. Therefore, we came up with the idea to study the top-down control over hyena and jackal. With a research question of differential response, we expected hyena and jackal to respond differently to tiger and leopard because of differences in size and weight. So coming to the method, to execute this project or objective, we first collected data, presence absence data on tiger, leopard, hyena and jackal from different secondary sources, but was majorly collected from Tiger Report 2022 and Leopard Report 2018. We digitized presence absence of tiger, cheetal, sambar, hyena and jackal from Tiger Report 2022 and presence absence records of leopard from Leopard Report 2018. We perform this digitization in ArcGIS, and we also maintain a minimum distance between minimum distance of 5 km between 2 points to avoid any autocorrelation.
In the case of Austria, we collected presence-absence data for jackal from 3 different sources: camera trap, acoustic, and random observation from 3 different timelines. For example, 15, 17, 18, 20, and 21 and 23. Repetition of occurrence of jackal from these 3 timelines were used to weight the observation to make our model more robust. In this case, we have got very few observation on the presence of wolf. So instead of using a presence absence of wolf directly, we use Euclidean distance to wolf to measure the top-down impact. So coming to analysis, so for India, we model presence absence of hyena and jackal as a presence absence of predator, presence absence of prey, and biogeoclimatic variables using random forest algorithm. In the case of Austria, we used, as I told, Euclidean distance instead of presence absence of wolf, and we have used weighted random forest model. So coming to the results, so in both model for hyena and jackal, we got very high accuracy. Error overall and class error rate were less than 15% in both of the model, and then we plotted the relative variable importance of each variable that we have used, and we saw very relative importance of tiger and leopard in both cases, in the case of hyena and jackal. But instead of this, like habitat suitability or presence absence of hyena and jackal were majorly determined by mean diurnal rain, precipitation, isothermality in both of the cases. And to discretely understand the impact of tiger leopard, we also plotted the occurrence probability of hyena and jackal in absence and presence of prey and predator. For example, here we see no significant difference in hyena occurrence probability in presence and absence of tiger. We found same observation in the jackal, and same effect of leopard on hyena and jackal, same effect. But what we can notice is slight positive relation, though not significant. Here, slight negative relation, though not significant. And but in the case of jackal, we see no relation at all. And coming to the partial dependency plot of other environment variable that I have used. So these are the partial dependency plot. These are the responses I have got for hyena and jackal from India. And these are the 2 maps. Those were developed using the model. And then coming to the result of Austria, so here the wolf proximity appeared as an important variable, and it shows some sort of negative relation. It means jackal is preferring the place where wolf exists, wolves were present. And other than the other important the variables that appeared important are mean temperature of driest quarter, isothermality, annual mean temperature. And this is the map that was developed using the model. And coming to discussion, we did not find any absolute avoidance for tiger and leopard. We observed weak positive interaction of hyena with leopard. No significant difference between hyena and jackal response. Though we saw non-significant, but it was not significant. No top-down control in Austria model. We need further investigation. Despite the higher accuracy, model showed high variance in the prediction, suggesting high variability in hyena response and potential wider niche. Abundance data would be better to understand the top-down effect when there is no absolute avoidance observed, and the scavenger may also exhibit different behavioral trait. Like competition selection for competition refusal, like tend to coexist with their superordinates in a shared landscape. I would like to thank WIA, STACON. I would like to thank Federal Ministry, Republic of Austria for providing fund. And then I would like to thank BOKU, the institute where I went to conduct this study, and Humboldt for facilitating me with grant and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. I just to stay on that, we will take questions later for the presentation. The next talk is on small carnivores in and around pastoral land and touch by Dr. Shobita Mukherjee.
Yeah, good afternoon. So, should I share my...
I request Dr. Oyon to please introduce the speaker.
I'm not sure if this is being shared.
Dr. Shobita Mukherjee is a faculty at the Sacrament Wildlife Institute of India. Shobita did her master's and doctoral degrees from Saurashtra University, Wildlife Institute of India. She did her postdoctoral research at the National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore. And currently, Shobita is working as a senior principal scientist at SACON. Shobita works extensively on smaller cats and other small carnivores, and one of the pioneers in small cat research in India. Over to you, Shobita.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my presentation. I'm not able to over here. I have shared it with Ankit. Can he show it?
Yeah, sure.
Can you see my slides? No, I doubt it.
Hold on. You can then say next slide and then move this slide. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So I have shared my PDF with Ankit, if he can just share it, if he can. Yeah. Let me see if I can do it from here.
वो WhatsApp पे भेजा
Shobita,
Yeah.
You hold on. I will get back to you. We'll take another presentation. I will sort out the.
ठीक
Sure.
नहीं वो बाद में कर
So we'll take you after.
I cannot hear you.
नहीं कर
Yes. So we move on to the next presenter, the winner. Call upon Gohan Desai and the two names are Shazada. And the talk is on spatial variation leopard site use in response to anthropological pressure in Paleontological.
Answer.
Gohan is from Hyderabad and he joined his master's from Ancient Gujarat University. He joined the Wildlife Institute of India in February 2022 as a research biologist in the project titled Identifying Tiger Carnivores in and Around Paramount Tiger Reserve. Rohan is an excellent wildlife photographer. Over to you, Rohan.
Thank you, sir. My name is Rohan Desai, and title of my presentation is Caught in Crossfire: Spatial Variation Leopard Site Use in Response to Anthropological Pressure in Palamute Tiger Reserve. Palamute Tiger Reserve was established in 1973 along with the 8 tiger reserves, one of the original 9 tiger reserves of India, and it has distinction of the first ever tiger census of the world, held under the supervision of J.W.D. Colson, and it has rich natural history, but over the years it became a part of Red Corridor, which is highly Naxalite area of Chhattisgarh. For from the last 30 or 40 years, the area became very inaccessible, and so there is a lot of research gap, lack of scientific study in this area, because it is very tough to carry out fieldwork here. And leopard being very adaptable species, which survives everywhere in the whole world or India, and if you can survive in Palau, then you can survive in anywhere in India. So, so even leopard being so adaptive in Palamu, the density of leopard is not very good. Like in Sariska or Panna, where when tigers went extinct, the number of leopard and number of leopards went very high. But in Palamu, despite of being the apex predator, the number of leopard is very low. According to 22-hour AIT survey, only 23 individuals were there. So Palamu is located in Jharkhand state of India, and it covers 1144 square kilometers area, which includes 563 square kilometer of core area. The forest type is mostly dry deciduous and sal. It is a part of Central Indian tiger landscape, which connects through all the way to Madhya Pradesh, Sanjay Dubri and Bandhavgarh tiger, through Chhattisgarh, Kamor Pingla, Samor Sod and Guru Ghasidas National Park. So the biggest problem ever Palamu faces is like whenever we hear the name of Palamu Tiger Reserve, only we ever hear is the Naxalite issue which is facing. Nobody remembers why that it's tigers or wildlife. No, you Google it and the first thing you will hear is like this attack, those attack. So the Naxalite attacks they arrived here in 1980s. Till then, like it has sizable tiger population there. But from 1980s, Naxalites arrived and then security forces arrived. So there is constant battle going on. Plus, it is a very difficult terrain on some part of its part, and there is almost all the population there is tribal. So it is very hard for the law enforcement people to operate there. So the impact is that it is very hard for any researcher or forest official or any diplomat to go there and inspect the certain part of the reserve. These are some of the clips. The challenges we faced here, like there are many challenges in Palamu Tiger Reserve to carry out field work. Like there is a acute shortage of staff, like 80% of bid guards and forest taker is vacant. Plus, we carried out camera trapping across 3 years for our occupancy survey, but the problem we faced that the camera trapping was very hard there because if some security personnel is if he sees the camera trap, he'll take the memory card away. If any maoist see the camera, he will shoot. So there was a very data deficiency in collection. There was always this hold back. So our objective was like that. So the tigers, there are no resident tigers in Palamu. So we'll target the next apex predator there, the leopard, and the impact of this anthropogenic pressure on their habitat use as a baseline study. We wanted to see the evidence-based conservation implication because from the landscape like Jharkhand and Palamu, there is like no sufficient data collection because of the inaccessibility, and it's like all hearsay and guessing. So it is very important to have a baseline study there. And we try to study the ecology of the leopards in the conflict-ridden area. So we deployed 376 camera traps over the 3 years. We took assumptions that the occupancy was constant between those years because there was very lack of camera traps and our 40% camera traps were stolen. So there's a lot of data deficiency. We estimated RAI from the camera trap data. We did temporal activity pattern, and we used Bayesian occupancy modeling because it takes account of the sparse and insufficient data. Like you can model the prior values and then create posterior graphs. So the covariates we took were human presence, mostly anthropogenic related, cattle present in the jungle, proximity to settlements, prey abundance, and habitat. This is the relative abundance of different species, leopard, prey, and human. As you can see, even in the core area, like middle of the core, there is a high population of dog and cattle. Sorry. So we modeled detection. We took a survey covariate, camera trap, the operational days of camera trap as a covariate, survey covariate, because there is a very low chance that the camera will stay operational for 30 days in Palau. Maximum 5, 10, 15. So we took the survey covariates, the days operational as a detection probability. So we had positive result that detection probability increases when the cameras are more operational. We check the correlation between the all covariates and according to the AIC values took only the best covariates which were reasonable and had made some sense in our model, and mostly anthropogenic pressures. So we found that there was a significant decline in occupancy with the presence of cattle. Even though actually leopard eats cattle and goats in Palau too, but the reason here is the graph is negative is that cattle presence is like related to human presence in camera trap data. So when they come into jungle, the herders with their cattle, it is actually a very negative impact on the leopard occupancy. And we did the random effect too, like every site has its own effect because of its conditional there, like if camera is there or not, or it's gone. So we did random effect. It was one of more benefit of Bayesian occupancy models. And we had a positive relationship with distance to village, like if the distance increases and the occupancy of leopard, the probability of occupancy of leopard increases. And prey, even though the prey is not that abundant in Palau, especially cheetal, but we combined all the prey species and we got positive result that leopard do choose areas with high prey probability. And we index the human footprint in 1 square kilometer area, divided in 1 square kilometer area, and we have found that leopard had negative interaction with the human modified index. Then we did activity pattern of leopard with prey, cattle, and humans. So obviously, this disturbed area, the leopard was highly nocturnal only. In hazarded function, we found significant delay in leopard captures after the humans, which again showed a slight avoidance of humans. This is the interaction term between cattle and prey. Like there is hardly very few places in Palau where cattle is not present. So it is again affecting it negatively, but when prey and cattle interact together, then prey is the more like affecting the occupancy of leopard than cattle. So it's showing that. So a summary is that even in highly disturbed areas like Palau, leopard choose to use like less disturbed areas. And there is a temporal avoidance in its behavior. Higher occupancy in area is like where human disturbance is very less. Human disturbance is like the villages, the security forces, and everything. And there is a negative correlation with cattle presence inside the reserve. So not just the cattle inside the villages, the cattle present inside the jungle, which I mean with the negative. And some positive news is that in last 1.5 years, we actually found 4 different tigers camera trapped in Palau within a span of 1 year. So there is a ray of hope, and in span of they all were male. So they were all all of them returned to Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand, or even one tiger from Sanjay Dubri who came to Palau went to Bonai and then Simlipal, traveling more than 2,000 square kilometers. So it's a good thing that the corridors are actually functioning, but Palau still needs to work more to become like a home to tigers rather than just being the corridor. But it's proven that the functionality of the corridor is intact. So the way forward will be for Palamu is like creating an inviolate core. The first thing they need to do is like there is no like difference between core and buffer in human disturbance or prey cattle abundance. Like it's like there are villages in the core, there are villages in buffer. Both are almost same. It's on like just paper. So creating a critical inviolate core of 500-600 kilometers is very necessary for the tigers, especially. You never talk about this leopard, but prey augmentation is very necessary. The poaching is a very huge issue there. But if prey augmentation is done and village relocation is rightly done, so we can hope that Palam will return to its glory. And there is a need to like do basic studies, start from the basic in Palamu, because it's nothing has been done there. No one like it's very difficult to access some areas. Even doing the science survey is like very difficult task there. So you don't know where there is landmines. Nobody will go walk 5 kilometers in the jungle. So I think first the Palamu Tiger Reserves, we should start from the base and do some basic vegetation or density count of the wild animals there. I would like to thank Director Sir, Dean Sir, Registrar Sir, Research Coordinator Sir, and Jargon Forest Department for hosting us, and Commerce Sir and Google Sir. Thank you.
Now I call upon the next speaker, Mr. Daniel Nanda, who is going to talk about building status of cloud leopard and other co-predators in select sites in West Bengal and Sikkim. And I request
Daniel is competent master in wildlife science from Mumbai University in 2020. He is currently working as a project associate in the IEEE Pan-India assessment of clouded leopard. His hobbies including birding and trekking in his free time. All of the Daniel, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel. I'm currently working in the IDWH Clouded Leopard project. So today I'll be talking about our preliminary findings from a recent survey in West Bengal and Sikkim. So the overall objectives of our project is to get an average estimate of the population of clouded leopards in its Indian distribution range, which includes all of the northeastern states of India, and also to formulate a long-term conservation and monitoring protocol for this species, because currently we only have a proper protocol for tiger estimations and monitoring, but we do not have any sufficient protocols for these smaller carnivores. So a quick recap. Last year, we derived a habitat suitability model for clouded leopard, and we found that only 7% of the total area comes under high suitability. From these high suitability patches, we derived 30 cores in which we conduct sampling. So in this session, we targeted Sikkim and West Bengal. We had also derived least cost paths. Least cost paths are those pathways which provide least amount of resistance and cost for an animal to move from point A to point B. So we identified 59 linkages between the 30 cores. Fakim to Lengteng was the longest LCP, while Lengteng to Murlin Wildlife Sanctuary in Mizoram was the shortest LCP. We had also run a pinch point analysis in linkage mapper. This analysis identifies areas of concern in bottlenecks. The areas which have high current flow density are areas which have very constrained movement. So you can see that the area in Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary to Dampa is highly fragmented, as well as there's movement cost between Balpakram and Boral. Also, the cumulative pinch point takes into account all of the core areas, and we found out that the patches from Nandafa to Fakim Wildlife Sanctuary were most important for conservation to protect, to maintain overall connectivity of clouded leopards in the landscape. Brahmaputra is the major barrier which is separating the northern core areas from the southern core areas. So coming back to our study area in our recent survey, we conducted camera trapping in 4 selected sites, 2 from West Bengal and 2 from Sikkim. The first is Nevra Valley National Park, which is just sharing its border with Bhutan. It is also contiguous with the forests of Pangolakha Wildlife Sanctuary in Sikkim. The second one is Central Wildlife Sanctuary. Central Wildlife Sanctuary is around 40 square kilometers. It has a lot of human disturbance because it is just adjacent to Darjeeling as well as a lot of farmlands nearby. The third is Barse Rhododendron Wildlife Sanctuary. It is contiguous with the forests of Singalila in West Bengal, and it also shares its border with Nepal. And the final one is Pampanglo Wildlife Sanctuary, which is just adjacent to Gangtok in Sikkim. So this is our camera coverage. You can see that the coverage in Nevra and Barse wasn't complete because there was a lot of inaccessibility due to the monsoons. So this is more or less what our study area looks like. Very lush, dense habitats. So coming to our methods, we conducted systematic camera trapping in 2 square kilometer grids spanning from May to July. Each protected area had a minimum trapping session of 35 days. This led to a trap effort of 5,300 trap nights from 136 camera stations. After segregating this data, we were able to get population estimates for marked individuals via 2 methods: traditional capture mark recapture using density software and SCCR. So CMR was used for those individuals who did not get recaptured into other cameras and very low capture rate, while SCCR was used for those which had recent amount of captures. We also visualized activity using overlap package in R and also calculated relative abundance and generated heat maps. So from our results, we found 7 clouded leopards, 4 from Nevra Valley in West Bengal and 3 from Sikkim. From the pelage pattern, you can see that these are all unique. We also got 32 unique mammals from the following orders across all the 4 sites. Nevra Valley was the most species rich, followed by Barse, Pampanglo and Central. So you can see that golden cat, jungle cat and marble cat were found only in Nevra Valley, while common leopard was found only in Central and Barse. And interestingly, where common leopard was found, it was devoid of clouded leopards, which was only seen in Nevra Valley and Pampanglo Wildlife Sanctuary. Dhole and black bear were present throughout all the 4 sites. So coming to our population estimates, for clouded leopard and marble cat, we did not get any recaptures in other cameras. The same individuals were getting recaptured within the same camera. So the CMR estimates were more or less almost the same of the number of individuals recaptured with just a small amount of standard error. For Pampanglo, we got captures only once. We got photographed and never got photographed again. So we didn't get any estimate for Pampanglo. Similarly, for leopard cat, these are the CMR estimates. We were also able to run the SCCR model because we did have decent amount of recaptures. Before I show the SCCR results, I need to explain what are the problems when you do estimates for small animals such as leopard cats. So these are 2 scenarios. One is with a smaller grid size and one is with a larger grid size. With a smaller grid size, you get good amount of recaptures and the model is able to get an estimate amount of home range and how much the animal actually moves. Whereas in the bigger grid size, the animal is getting captured only within few select cameras. These animals may be moving all the way till here because it didn't get recaptured into those cameras. The model assumes that all of their home ranges and movement is extremely low. So the first model will give a decent amount of a robust estimate, but the second model will give a very high overestimate. And this is what happened in our study area because we used 2 square kilometer grids. And ideally for a leopard cat, you would require 1 square kilometer or less. So to combat this issue, we need to actually know how much a leopard cat moves. So to get this value, we had to compare 4 telemetry papers and we got an average estimate of 1300 meters. So after integrating this sigma value into the model and rerunning it again, we got more robust estimates. However, it's important to note that the values derived from this papers from lowland forests in Thailand and Malaysia. The leopard cats there might be moving more than the leopards in the Himalayan ranges, so there needs to be more work done for leopard cats here. So coming to activity patterns, we only calculated activity patterns for those animals that had 20 or more captures to get a decent graph. So leopard cats were predominantly nocturnal across all the four sites. Marble cat in Nevra was more or less crepuscular, showing some diurnal activity, while common leopard did not have any fixed activity pattern. It was active throughout the day and as well as night. So this is the overlap for common leopard and leopard cat in Central Wildlife Sanctuary. As you can see, there's only 45% overlap, indicating good amount of avoidance. Similarly, for Nevra Valley, we got 45% overlap, also for marble cat and leopard cat, indicating good amount of avoidance. We also calculated the relative abundance index across all four sites. Across most of these sites, we got bucking deer, galliforms, and wild pig were most prevalent. So these are possibly could be the potential prey species, but we do not have enough data to support this yet. We will have to look at scat analysis for this. We also generated heat maps via the RAI. As you can see, areas where marble cat is present, leopard cat and clouded leopard were absent. But areas where clouded leopard and leopard cat were overlapping pretty much significantly. But clouded leopard cat being predominantly nocturnal, and clouded leopard, from the little data we did get, we found that they were more or less crepuscular and diurnal. Golden cat was found to be avoiding most of them except in the western portion. So some other findings, we also found some new site-specific records which haven't been in literature yet. Spotted ginseng from Pambanglo, Eurasian otter from Barse, Chinese pangolin, brush-tailed porcupine, and ferret badger from Nera Valley. I'd also like you all to look at this short clip. So most studies always mention that clouded leopard and many of these small cats are found only in dense core areas away from human presence. But from our cameras, which was just few hundred meters away from the nearest settlement, we were getting good amount of captures of clouded leopard as well as many other animals using this high human use trail. So the major limitations for our study this time was season, because by the end of May, the onsets of monsoons had already arrived, and this made accessibility very difficult. We could not sample many areas of Nevra and Barse especially, because there were seasonal streams which were overflowing and not allowing us to access these areas. Also, a lot of our cameras started malfunctioning and false triggering because of the rains, and many of our stations died within the first few days of deployment. So we would have lost a lot of data in these areas. Also, the animals itself being very elusive, we got a lot of low capture rates, and it could also be due to some seasonal migration that the capture rates were a bit low. So for the way forward, we do plan to decrease our grid size to 1 square kilometer so that we get better coverage of the protected areas which we do sample in. We will also increase our trapping sessions. Currently it's at 35 days, but we plan to increase it to 50 days at least. And we will be moving to the other northeastern states to sample those areas. I'd like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Now I call upon Kanishka. Kanishka is going to talk about land on wheels, exploring land in a system of leopard population in a high density direct area. And I request everyone to please introduce these people.
Kanishka is a MSc graduate with Environmental Studies and Research Management from Delhi School of Advanced Studies. He joined Wetland India as a project associate under Dr. Diya Habib in the project long-term monitoring of tigers, focused and prey in tiger reserves and other tiger game areas of the Leopard. In 2023, she enrolled her PhD focusing on land and dynamics of leopards in Dehradun, Maharashtra. Over to you, Kanishka. All the best.
Thank you for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start by talking about land tenure. In ancient time, there used to be conflicts between kingdoms over possession of land. So the concept of land tenure is deeply rooted in human society, where individual or groups claim ownership and control over land for generations. What if this system is replicated in animal kingdom, especially for territorial mammals? Few studies have been done on animals' land tenure, like that of for tigers and Iberian lynx, mountain lions, cougars, but all relying on radio telemetry, which has two constraints: the number of individuals being collared and also the financial resources. But what if we could achieve similar insights based on a more cost efficient tool on a population level? So my study aims to address this aspect, where I use camera trap data to estimate the functionality of land tenure system for leopard population across a 5-year period. This will be the first comprehensive attempt to explore the land tenureship of leopards in India. For this, my objectives are to analyze the activity center shift in resident leopard population across 5 years and to estimate the mutual avoidance distance between the identified clusters of resident leopards. For this, my study area is Pench Tiger Reserve in Maharashtra. The Tiger Reserve is located in Nagpur region of Vidarbha landscape, and it shares its boundary with the Pench Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh, and it has corridor connectivity with Melghat, Navegaon Nagsera, MP Pench, and Kana Tiger Reserves. And the forest is mostly classified as tropical moist or dry deciduous forest, with teak as the most abundant tree species in the study area. Now coming to the methodology that we have as field methods, we have done a long-term monitoring and it's still ongoing using camera traps. So I've used the data of 5 years with a grid size of 2 square kilometer with a number of grids of 298 to 313 ranging across the years. And we have published 3 reports till now on status of tigers, co-predators and prey in the tiger reserve. And below in the table, we can see the densities of tigers and leopards across 5 years in the study area. And here we can see a marginal rise in the number of tigers and leopards across the years, with tigers with a number of 39 in 2020 to 51 in 2024. And for leopards, it was 61 in 2020 with a number of individuals of 76 in 2024. These map shows the surface density resulted from SCCR for both tigers and leopards for all the 5 years. Here we can see some level of spatial segregation between the distribution of both tigers and leopards, with tigers mostly concentrated in the northern region of the study area and leopard almost distributed throughout the study area. And this shows the spatial distribution of prey in the study area resulted from RAI. And on the right, we can see the density per square kilometer as a result of line transit distance sampling, which shows cheetal as the most abundant prey species in the study area with the highest density. Also, I've calculated the turnover rates for leopards across 5 years. Turnover rates basically shows a fluctuation in the population based on the immigration and emigration taking place in the population. It also provides insights into population dynamics and also the stability over the years in the population. Below, we can see the number of immigrants and emigrants in the population across the 5 years. Now, so far we have seen the densities and turnovers. Now, I'll talk about how I've explored the functionality of land tenure system on leopard population using probable activity centers. So, activity centers basically represent a point where an individual has shown most activity. The probable centers are located within one's individual's home ranges, and it can shift over time based on various needs of an individual. It can be influenced by survival and reproductive need of an individual. So for this, I selected a sample size, and for that, I selected leopards that occurred across 2020 and 2024. That gave me a total of 26 resident leopards in the study area with 18 resident females and 7 resident males and 1 unidentified sex. So how did I evaluate the activity centers? First, I started by deriving the 100% MCP for all the resident individuals across the years. And then to model and estimate the probable activity centers, I used Bayesian spatial capture-recapture model using SpaceCap. Now looking into the model implementation of SpaceCap, so I began by compiling capture histories and spatial information of the leopard population. And then, so SpaceCap basically uses grid-based approach to define the potential activity centers. and then MCMC simulation is used to estimate the probabilities distribution of model parameters, and also this process allows for more accurate prediction of probable activity centers. After getting the results, I visualized and interpreted the activity centers and then analyzed shifts in the probable activity centers for all the individuals across the years. Now this, in the map background, we can see how the probable activity center shift is, there is a shift across the years. This is the map for resident population, and here I have overlaid the MCP of female residents, and we can see as along with the MCP, there is a shift of probable activity centers across the years. This is the synthesis of previous slide. Here we can see on individual level, there is a shift for all the activity centers across the years. So I have calculated this shift, and for female, the average came out to be 3.1 kilometer with standard deviation of 2 kilometers. And this graph shows the individual level shift for all the resident females across the years that I calculated. Now, similarly for males, the background shows the active probable activity centers of the resident population across the years. And here we can also see how the MCPs of resident males are almost isolated from each other with some overlap that is happening. And it's mostly because of the female territories in that particular region. Coming to the synthesis of previous slide, here we can see how the MCPs and the probable activity centers are shifting over the years, and I calculated this shift, which gave me an average of shift for male of 2.7 kilometers with standard deviation of 1.7 kilometer. And this graph shows the shift of individual resident males through across the years. Now let's look into the activity center shift in terms of home range radius. So for this, I calculated the home range radius for all the resident individuals, and for that I took an average of maximum distance and minimum distance in the MCP that gave me the home range radius of that particular MCP. I derived that for all the resident individuals, and for males the average home range radius came out to be 3.2 kilometer. And for females, it came out to be 1.6 kilometer. And earlier, as we saw, the average shift of an individual male is 2.7 kilometer, which is smaller than its home range radius. This implies to the fact that when a male is shifting its activity through the years, the shift is happening inside its home range. But for females, since the average shift was much larger than its home range radius, this implies to the fact that when a female is shifting its activity centers over the years, the shift is happening complete outside its territory, making a territory shift. To support this theory, I calculated the mutual avoidance distance. It is based on the hypothesis that population of carnivore regulate themselves based on the territorial system involving mutual avoidance. So I calculated the mutual avoidance distance. For that, I identified a cluster of resident females in which 6 resident females were located adjacent to each other. And then since the individual shift for a female was making a complete territory shift for that female, so it might correspond shift to the adjacent female while maintaining the independent home ranges for all the females. So then I calculated the distance for all the clustered females across the years. This distance can be defined as the minimum distance two individuals maintain mutually to avoid any conflict. For females, it came out to be 5.1 kilometer. And for males, since the home ranges of resident males were situated far apart from each other, I calculated the shifts of resident male with the transient males that were located adjacent to their home ranges. So, and also since the resident males showed dominance over the years, so this the transient males kept changing over the years, but they maintained a mutual avoidance distance. And for male, the mutual avoidance distance came out to be an average of 6 kilometers. Now, in this, it will be interesting to see in future that when these resident males change their territories or leave their territories, and when the new resident males will come and make their residency there, will they be able to maintain the same avoidance distance in the future? As conclusion, the leopard population in my study area showed an evidence for land tenure system through mutual avoidance. And also, while a significant progress have been made in our country in monitoring and also counting the carnivore species, there is a need to shift the focus now towards understanding the ecological implications of changing densities and dynamic interactions within population across the landscapes. By doing so, we can get deeper insights into the broader ecological processes that govern these species and enhance our conservation aspects. As a way forward for my study, there is a need for extended sampling period to account for high number of captures of every individual and long-term data to see effects of environmental factors and habitat change on tenureship, and also comparative analysis of high with low tiger density area in the same landscape to see how the tenureship governs in different densities of carnivores. I'd like to acknowledge following people. Thank you.
One last presentation before we go for lunch. We'll give a presentation by Dr. on small carnivores in and around pastoral land touch.
Yeah, I'll try and share my PPT. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, it's visible. Yes, we can see your presentation.
Okay. And you can hear me too, right? Yeah. Okay. So I will begin now. So I'll be presenting today. I'm going to be presenting some results of a project that we've been conducting over the past year. I've been working with Dr. Nandini Rajmani from ISER Tirupati. And we are working on small carnivores in and around a semi-protected or even a semi-privately owned pasture land in Kutch, Gujarat. You can see in this image, this is a very typical open natural ecosystem of the semi-arid arid regions of Western India. And you can see that it is really a very complex mix of habitats at a micro level. So I'll be talking about this a little later. And if you look at this land use land cover map that has been produced by ISRO, and you see these very large, this is Kutch, this is the district of Kutch, and you can see these large patches of pink scattered across. And these are what are identified as wasteland. They're categorized as wasteland. And all the yellow bits around it are agricultural fields. The red blotches are built up urban areas. And you can see this red rectangle, that is our study area. And the polygon inside in black, that is the pasture land. And so we've been studying in this, we've been sampling in this area for the past 3 years since 2021 winter. But during those years, we had a very meager budget to work on and just about 6 or 7 cameras. And we've been looking at not only what occurs, because that was the first time anybody was actually sampling in that area. We were invited to do the study. And every winter we used to go for 2 months, and we realized that this area was superbly rich, despite being so strongly human dominated. And so when we got these funds from Panthera, one of our objectives was to look at the spatio-temporal distribution of carnivores within this pastoral land, the pasture land that is known as Chadwa Rakhal, and in the surrounding savanna landscape, which is scattered with crop fields and reserve forests. So in today's talk, I will not be talking about the temporal aspect. I'll only be talking about the spatial aspect of how these carnivores coexist with each other and with humans over an approximately 100 square kilometer area, which was our sampling area, our study area. And within that, we had this 50 square kilometer pasture land. So if you look at this, the window over here that depicts our study area, and the green polygon is Chadwa Rakhal, which is the pasture land. And you can see that the area surrounding it is full of either agricultural fields, very strongly human dominated towards the south, and you also have reserve forests surrounding it towards the northwest and also the northeast. So this, as I mentioned, is a typical open natural ecosystem, and this has also been identified as an OECM, which is the only OECM. OECM stands for Other Effective Area-Based Conservation Measure, which is any land that is really rich in biodiversity is given this value of an OECM just to another way to protect ecosystems that fall or areas, that rich areas that fall outside the PA network. So in the past, when we were sampling here, we found, recorded 12 wild carnivores, and I'll talk about some of them later. And this area also is dotted with water bodies. You know, you can see even in this imagery, you can see several water bodies scattered around. There are some large ones which are built by the erstwhile the rulers of Bhuj. And also this entire, because this is mainland Kutch, sorry? Okay. Because, sorry, I can't hear you.
We can hear you. Please continue.
Okay. So the mainland Kutch also sits on an aquifer. So there is a lot of, water networks that form even naturally, as well as because of these artificial wetlands or water bodies that are created. And because it's a pasture land, obviously there are pastoralists that live around it and use this area. So the main pastoralist community are the Maldharis. And during winter, they have several small hamlets inside the pasture land, which are known as vadas. And often there are around 40 to 45 vadas during winter. And each vada will have around 4 to 5 people and quite a few domestic livestock, including buffaloes, cows, and a few other species. And they also come in with their dogs. But otherwise, there is no permanent residence inside the pasture land. And one of the major issues in this entire landscape, and also probably tied with pastoralism, is the spread of this invasive Prosopis juliflora, which has really taken over very rapidly and very massively quite large swaths of this region. So now the methods, because of several logistic considerations, one of them being that we did not have a very large budget. We just were working with around 5 to 6 lakhs. We had to hire a volunteer. We did not have a research fellow. And also we had just around 10 to 15 cameras to work with. And the area that we were sampling in, because of this, was relatively small. And because of this, we could not really use methods like, the classical occupancy approach, but I'll come to that a little later. So we use Cuddyback infrared cameras, and we divided this study area into 1 square kilometer grids. And at the center of each grid, we placed a camera. And we placed it for a minimum of 20 days. And in all, we used data from 67 locations. And although we had 74 grids that we sampled, there were some grids where the cameras were placed too close to each other. As in, we tried to maintain a distance of at least 1 kilometer between cameras. And what we tried to do, as I said, we did not really use the classical occupancy approach, but we used the same framework, basically using detection histories to infer the intensity of use of a site by different species, and also to determine what kind of habitat correlates are associated with different species. And what we did is each grid, one square kilometer grid, we divided it into 4 subgrids, and in each subgrid at the center, we had a vegetation sampling point, a 10-meter radius point, and we measured several aspects, and I'll talk about that in a minute as site covariates. And we also took a sampling point at the center where the camera was placed. We also estimated the ruggedness index. The area is very rugged, and that could have, that could play an important role in the way carnivores are distributed across in space. And we used photographs that were 30 minutes apart as independent events. So we used these, the site covariates that we used were, as I mentioned, the ruggedness index, and in the vegetation plots we measured, it was an ocular estimate of the percent of prosopis, percent of grass cover, percent shrub cover, percent of natural vegetation, and anthropogenic factors. Now many of these were correlated to each other, so we did not use them in the same models, we kept them separated. And we used the anthropogenic factors. Anthropogenic factors were measured as the presence of humans as recorded by our cameras, and the presence of livestock also as recorded by our cameras. And we use these, the anthropogenic factors as one of the detection covariates, as well as whether the camera was placed next to a water body or not, as also one of the detection covariates. And we conducted the analysis in using the software R and the program Unmarked. And what we did is, because we had several zeros, and initially when we tried to analyze our data, the models would not converge. So what we did is we collapsed the data into 5-day sampling, into 5-day periods, and treated each 5-day period as a sampling occasion. So over a period, our cameras were kept for a minimum of 20 days. So we had a minimum of 4 surveys, and there were some cameras that were kept for around 25 days. So we had 5 surveys over 67 locations. So coming to the results, just a summary of the results would be that we had around 1,400 odd camera trap days. And we recorded 14 carnivores, including the house cat and the domestic dog, 12 wild carnivores, as I mentioned earlier. All of them were captured even in this session. And the most commonly recorded wild carnivore was the golden jackal. And we had around 100 independent images of this species. And the least common were the rusty spotted cat. We had only 2 images of the cat, Bengal fox with 4 images, caracal with 4 images, and honey badger with 6 images. Now, the ones that we had substantial data from, we used the detection probabilities, and we tried to estimate the habitat correlates and the site use intensity. And here I have depicted the heat map of the presence records of the species, and also I have given the summary data of the models that were used and the best fit. So for the Afro-Asiatic wildcat, we found that the percentage of grass cover, which also depicts an open area, was the most suitable model. The best fit model was grass cover as occupancy or covariate that correlated with its presence, as well as water that correlated with its detection. With the jungle cat, you can see that the night occupancy of the jungle cat is a little lower than that of the Afro-Asiatic wildcat. And interestingly, for the jungle cat, we also found grass to be a good predictor for this species, but it was negatively associated with jungle cat, which meant that in grids that jungle cat did not occur in, jungle cat avoided grids, probably we could use the word avoided grids that had very high grass cover. And again, the heat map you can see, I'll be talking about the comparison a little later. For the small Indian civet, we really did not find any particular covariate that could describe or explain its distribution in our study site, and the null model was the best model. For the golden jackal, we found that the ruggedness and anthropogenic factors were strong predictors. That means the golden jackal occurred in grids that were more rugged and that had a strong human factor associated with it. And for the Indian grey mongoose, we found again ruggedness and grass, but in the opposite way that occurred with the jackal, where we found that the mongoose was negatively associated with open areas and ruggedness. Now, just to compare the two similar-sized nocturnal felids, both Afroasiatic wildcat and jungle cat are nocturnal, although I'm not presenting the temporal data over here. They were nocturnal, and interestingly, if you look at the distributions over this sampling area, the jungle cat seems to be distributed more towards the northwest, and the Afroasiatic wildcat is contained largely within Chadwa Rakhal in the pasture land and a little bit towards the eastern side. And you can see the heat maps also. The jungle cat uses grids. Some of them overlap with the Afroasiatic wildcat, and where you can see these two blotches of red for the jungle cat and blue for the Afroasiatic wildcat, that's really very close to a very large water body over there. And again, you will see that the relative abundance index of the Asiatic wildcat, although the night occupancy for Afroasiatic wildcat was higher than that of jungle cat, the relative abundance index is lower than that of jungle cat. Probably we had more captures of jungle cat in fixed places. In some areas, the jungle cat repeatedly came onto our camera traps, and the detection histories showed that the cameras detected them over all 4 or 5 surveys. To summarize that work, again, I have depicted the species over the landscape, and you can see that grass cover was positively associated with the Afroasiatic wildcat, where this particular cat occurred in, you would probably find it more often in areas that have grids that had larger grass cover. Now, in this area, grass cover would be these kind of bald-looking pale patches that are scattered across the landscape, the brown patches that you can see. They're very short grass cover. And jungle cats avoided these. And although it did not show any positive association with any other covariate, neither with Prosopis or with shrub cover. The civet, the small Indian civet, the best fit was that the null model, so none of the covariates really explain this distribution. The jackal was more associated with rugged areas or grids with higher ruggedness index and anthropogenic or human use. And the mongoose avoided grids that had higher grass cover and were more rugged. So to conclude, this little or relatively small pasture land, Chadwa Rakhal, has stunning biodiversity, and I think it is really important over the landscape to maintain that kind of diversity. We also recorded pangolin, and we also recorded leopard and hyena over this in this landscape, and our results show that coexistence is facilitated by specific habitat associations, as I mentioned earlier, very subtle differences, and in some cases, and detection probabilities were low for all species. Although there was a study carried a few kilometers away from this area as a master's dissertation, where in the case of the jungle cat, they had higher detection probabilities, but in the case of the Afroasiatic wildcat, we had higher detection probabilities. So it's a very interesting landscape, and because the aridity index increases, if the area gets more arid as you go westward, it will be interesting to see if there are species turnovers, or at least the detection probabilities changing as you go towards the arid landscapes. So for some species like the jungle cat and small Indian civet, probably we need to look at additional covariates and a much larger landscape to really elucidate the patterns of habitat use. And interestingly, prosopis did not feature prominently either positively or negatively for any species. And that is perhaps because it's just omnipresent, it's all over the place. So we'll really need to have to compare it to some other area that has lower densities of prosopis and then see whether that changes. I would like to acknowledge several people over here, the Director, WIS, ACON for overall support, MOEFCC and Gujarat Forest Department for permits, Panthera and the Maharao Praghulji Nature Conservation Trust and ICER for funding and logistic support, especially Mr. Jehan Bhujwala, who's a trustee on the Nature Conservation Trust, and he really supported us with great hospitality and logistic support as well. And the staff at Bhuj House, where often our volunteer used to go and just spend his time there. Raghav Gopal was a volunteer who did really good field work. Hussain Bafan and Sultan Bafan were our field assistants. And I especially want to thank Oyun, Jaipal, Sushma for their assistance with analysis, and Kamar for his invaluable discussions. I used to disturb him very often. And Siddhi, who's my MSc student, after this study, Kamar had sent a huge batch of cameras, and Siddhi is working on that now. And I thank all my colleagues at SACON and the staff for support, and the locals at Chadwarakal for hospitality. Thank you very much.
We'll break for lunch now. We assemble at 2:30. But online, it's want to take questions for Samita now?
Because it's much more.
One more.
the project long-term monitoring in the state of Maharashtra. His research interest field lies in ecology. He is also a football player. All the best to Mantha.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, all. It's pleasure to restart the Carnivore ecology session. To begin with my talk, I'll talk about marked and unmarked species. There are species which are having marking on their body. They can be identified individually. And there are also species which are not having any marks on their body. Among 400 species of mammals, few are marked and lot of mammals are unmarked. The population estimation of these mammalian fauna carries equal importance. But when it comes to unmarked species, this becomes challenging, as these techniques for estimating unmarked species population are complex and not well tested widely. Camera traps has emerged as an useful tool for wildlife monitoring, even though unmarked species estimation methods remains challenging, as these methods has very critical assumptions and limitations. I reviewed 263 publications all across the world from 2006 to April 2024, and there is an increasing trend of number of publications over the years, which shows the increasing interest among scientists and researchers to work on unmarked species population estimations. Here I showed a few publications on unmarked species population estimation using camera trap based data. Hello, my name is Suman Kole. I am going to talk about evaluating few camera trap based population estimation methods for unmarked species in today's session. This is my project details. I work for long-term monitoring project in Vidarbha, Maharashtra. Investigators are Dr. Bilal Habib and Dr. Parag Nigam, and funded by Maharashtra Forest Department. My study area is Tipeswar Wildlife Sanctuary, which is a small wildlife sanctuary nested inside Pandrakara Forest Division in Vidarbha, Maharashtra landscape. And it has heterogeneity in habitat, and it harbors different marked and unmarked species. My objectives are estimating abundance of unmarked species and comparing 3 different abundance estimation models using camera trap data. The models are space to event model, time to event model, and camera trap based distance sampling. I deployed 40 camera traps at the centroid of the grids for camera trap based distance sampling, and 60 trail cameras in each grid of 2 square kilometer in size for rest of the other methods. You can see the red dots are centroid camera points and blue triangles are the trail camera points. Coming to the first model, that is time to event model. This model assumes the time until the target species is detected is a function of abundance, movement rate, and detectability of the species. Here N, the abundance at a camera traps, is a Poisson function of lambda. Lambda is the average number of animal in the camera trap view set. And T, that is total number of sampling period until the first encounter of the target species. That is an exponential function of lambda. Combining these two distribution, it calculates density with average area viewshed of the camera. The requirements for the model is movement rate of the species, which I used from different literatures, and camera trap viewshed area I calculated using the formula mentioned here. It is variable for each camera session, each camera location. Coming to the next model, that is space to event model. It is an extension of time to event model, and here space and event refers to the detection of the species within a camera viewshed area, and space refers to the camera trap stations. The model builds upon the number of target species captured in a camera viewshed in each sampling occasion. It collapses the sampling occasion and period, unlike the time to event model, that is TTE, where sampling occasion is specific instance or point in time based on species detection or non-detection. N is same as TTE, and here it calculates S, unlike T in the last model, S is total camera viewshed area sampled until the first encounter of the target species in a camera. And combining these two functions, it calculates density using one fewer parameters than TT, that is movement rate. Camera viewshed area is needed for this model, and I calculated using this formula. Next model is camera trap based distance sampling. This model assumes the density is a function of distances of detected animals from the camera traps by modeling the detection probability of the species, which declines with increasing distance from the camera traps. And this model calculates density using multiple parameters like effort, detection probability, encounter rate. And requirements are random placement of the camera trap, measurement of radial distances of the animals, and the sampling effort, which is camera active time. This is my workflow. I calibrated each camera traps at each distances from the camera trap, standing over there and taking the photographs. I segregated the camera trap data species-wise using mega detector and SPSEG tool, and I estimated the animal distances using distance estimation tool. I analyzed the camera trap based distance sampling in using package distance and activity in R, and time to event and space to event I analyzed in R using package space and time. These are the number of observations. Here I used ACCR estimate also, ACCR data also for tiger, and as I work in a long-term project, I also have line transect based distance sampling data. And these are the movement rates I used for setting the period, sampling period for time to event model, which I mentioned earlier, from different literature for different species. Before going to the overall result, I like to mention here, I used tiger individual numbers and SCCR estimates of 4 consecutive years from 2021 to 2024. At the top graph, you can see the blue bars are individual uniquely identified tigers and SCCR estimates in the gray bar. There is not much deviation between the two estimates, and then I decided to use tiger as my control species to use these unmarked models on different species. I estimated tiger using tiger density using space to event and time to event model, where I found SCCR estimate of densities corresponds to the ST density estimates, and time to event model overestimated the tiger population. I further analyzed for different other species, leopard, dhole, and sloth bear. I estimated their density in per 100 square kilometer scale. Here also, ST performed to generate biologically reasonable estimate for these species, but TT overestimated all the densities in 100 square kilometer scale. I further performed camera trap distance sampling and line transient based distance sampling along with ST and TT model for ungulate species. Here I found again TT is performing to generate overestimation of densities, and CTDS and LTDS, there are variations in densities, but in some cases like spotted deer, ST is comparable to camera trap distance sampling, and in case of nilgai, the density is comparable to CTDS density is comparable to line transect based distance sampling. Further, I compared the CVs of different models to check the performance of each model. Here I found CVs of different models to check the performance of each model. Here I found CV of ST, that is space to event model, is similar to CV of SCCR in case of tiger, and for all the species CV of ST is very low. And two different distance sampling based estimation model, they provided higher CV for the ungulate species, even though the TTE model provided lower CV for some species, but TTE model estimates, density estimates, are not biologically reasonable. I further calculated the effort, that is human effort and computational effort in hourly scale taken by all the models. Here also I found ST model, which is performing well for all the species in density estimate, has taken a lot of computational effort, that is 20 hours to analyze the 7 species I mentioned and compared to rest of the other models, but with moderate human effort. To summarize, space to event model provided similar estimates for tiger when compared to ACCR, and also provided biologically reasonable estimate for most of the species. Camera trap distance sampling densities are similar for some species with ST, but some species with line transect estimates, except for wild boar. Wild boar density estimate by CTDS is very low. Time to event model is overestimated population size for all the species. Territorial species like tiger, dhole, sloth bear could not be analyzed using CTDS due to low number of captures. To conclude, space to event model does not require movement rate, but accurate estimation of camera trap view set area is very important for this model. Space to event is computationally expensive but requires fewer external parameters, human effort and logistics. Hence, it can be used for logistical constrained area, logistical constrained sampling, or other unmarked species, or species with marked but tough to be identified. Time to event model is sensitive to accurate estimate of animal speed for setting the period within the sampling occasion. Camera trap distance sampling can provide realistic estimate of species which are randomly moving, but not for the territorial species with less probability of capturing randomly placed camera traps. Camera trap distance sampling also requires moderately high human effort for measuring the distances of animals from the camera traps, but computationally less expensive. All the unmarked models are dependent on ecology of the species, that means it's species specific and very sensitive to violations of assumptions and accuracy of parameters provided. For the way forward, applying space to event model on multiple data sets from multiple landscapes to get better idea about the model performance, developing species specific sampling design for unmarked models, comparing the models mentioned here with other available techniques and other complex techniques. I would like to acknowledge Director, Dean, Research Coordinator, Registrar, Wildlife Institute of India, my supervisors, Maharashtra Forest Department, and my BH Lab colleagues and friends. Thank you so much for
speaking. Now I call upon Jerry Party. Jerry is going to talk about interaction of synthetic large conifers in the Vidarbha landscape, Maharashtra.
Jerry is a PhD scholar and a senior research fellow at the Wetland Institute of India. He has a postgraduate degree and in botany from Goa University. Before joining Wetland Institute of India, Jerry worked extensively with WTI and WCT for large carnivore conflict management and rescue. Currently, his work involves long-term study of tiger, co-predators, and prey populations in tiger-bearing areas of Vidarbha, Maharashtra. All the best, Jerry. Over to you.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Ayan. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jaideep Patil, and I'll be talking about the interaction of sympatric large carnivores in the Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. It's part of the project long-term monitoring of tigers, co-predators and prey in tiger reserves and tiger-bearing areas in Vidarbha, headed by Dr. Bilal and funded by Maharashtra Forest Department. Our objective was to understand the interactions between sympatric large carnivores inhabiting the 5 tiger reserves in the Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. And for this, we used camera trapping surveys for 4 years and analyzed the data using CamTrapR SPSeg AI tool and sorted it with time-lapse software. Coming to the 5 tiger reserves of the Vidarbha landscape, Melghat firstly is the largest tiger reserve of the landscape, with a core of 1500 square kilometers, hilly terrain, 7 rivers, 55 tigers, and 168 leopards. Next is Bor. With a small core of 138 square kilometers, Bor has mostly undulating terrain and teak-dominated forests with 9 tigers and 46 leopards. Next is Pench. Pench is divided into 2 parts by the river Pench and has 2 reservoirs, Totadu and Pench reservoir. The vegetation is mostly moist deciduous and it has 41 tigers and 74 leopards. Coming to NNTR, that is Navegaon Nagzira Tiger Reserve. Navegaon Nagzira is unique in a way that it has 2 cores comprising an area of 656 square kilometers, and the terrain is more or less undulating with a teak-dominated forest with 12 tigers and 115 leopards. Finally, we come to Tadoba. Tadoba Andhari Tiger Reserve has a core of 626 square kilometers, 127 leopards and 87 tigers. The terrain is mostly flat, dominated by bamboo and mixed forest. And our yearly camera trap effort was in between 1800 and 2600 camera traps in the entire landscape, which gave us the following results. Tiger densities, we can see Tadoba and Pench show relatively higher tiger densities in the landscape, whereas Melghat, Bor and NNTR show comparatively lower tiger densities. For leopard densities, we see that Tadoba and Pench along with NNTR have relatively higher tiger densities, and Melghat and Bor have relatively lower densities of leopard, except for 1 year in Bor, where the leopard density seems to have increased in the recent year. Now, when we look at temporal overlap, if a tiger and a leopard are captured at the same time, can we claim that that is coexistence? And if a tiger and a leopard are captured at different times, is that avoidance? If those 2 events are spatially segregated by, let's say, 100 kilometers, we'll still see overlap between a tiger captured at 10 a.m. and a tiger captured at 10 and a leopard captured at 10 p.m. So, in lieu of that, we segregated our stations into single predator stations, where we looked at captures of only tigers, only leopards, and only dhole in the stations, which meant that there was no spatial overlap between co-predators. Next is 2 predator stations, where in combinations of 2, we looked at overlap between 2 predators, 2 of the co-predators. Finally, 3 predator stations, where spatial overlap between all 3 predators was found. And we calculated percent spatial overlap for all these years, which gave us some interesting results. And when we plot these percent spatial overlaps, for example, if we take 2022, we see that there's a higher proportion of tigers, leopards, and dholes captured in cameras in Tadoba, followed by a higher proportion of tigers and leopards. Next, if we see Pench Tiger Reserve, we see that tigers and leopards were captured, stations with tiger leopard captures were higher, followed by only tiger capture and tiger, leopard, and dhole capture. For Melghat, we see that the proportion of stations that capture tigers and leopards is higher and quite clumped together in the western part and the southern part of the tiger reserve, whereas only leopard stations are also segregated mostly towards the eastern part of the tiger reserve. For boar, we see that the highest proportion is for only leopard captures and mostly distributed in the buffer region of the tiger reserve. And for Navegaon Nagzira, we see that only leopard, only leopard stations are in a higher proportion, but we also see leopard and dhole overlap stations to be higher in the buffer as well. Now, if we look at this figure, we see temporal overlap of 91% between tigers and leopards. That's how we usually interpret this. But if we look at the entire tiger reserve data and we average it out like this, it's not going to give us the nuances that might be presented to us if we look at this data in single 2 predator and 3 predator stations. So that's what we've done here. We've looked at tiger versus leopard in TATR for single predator, 2 predator, and 3 predator stations, where we can see that the overlap is quite high, but there is some variability in leopard peak activity in 2 predator stations. Next, Painch shows a very distinct change in leopard peak activity from single predator stations to 2 predator stations. Melghat has a very interesting pattern here where leopard activity peaked in single predator stations at the dawn hours, but that seems to have completely dropped out as we add 1 predator into the mix. And as we go towards 3 predator stations, dawn activity of leopards seems to have dropped in its peak. For Boar Tiger Reserve, tigers show a very distinct pattern in 3 predator stations. Tiger activity seems to have dropped in the dawn hours, whereas leopard activity in 2 predator station seems to have spiked in the dusk hours. For NNTR, we also see leopard activity we see tiger and leopard activity to be quite similar in all 3 conditions. This may be due to the tiger numbers being very low in that area and the leopard population, leopard density being high. For leopards versus dhole, in Tadoba we see that dhole activity is mostly during the dawn hours. The highest peaks are in the dawn hours in single predator stations, but in 2 predator stations with leopards, the activity is almost comparable in dawn as well as dusk hours for dholes. Then in Painch, we see that in single predator stations, dholes were active almost entirely during the day, but that activity is only peaking at dawn time in 2 predator stations, and in 3 predator stations we see a bimodal activity with peak at dusk and dawn. For Melghat, the activity is again crepuscular, but we see that there is a marked decline in the dusk peak for dholes when it comes to 1 predator, 2 predator, and 3 predator stations. For boar, again, we see all-day activity of dholes with their peak in single predator stations being afternoon, about 1 or 2 o'clock, in the afternoon, and as we go towards three predator stations, this peak shifts earlier to the dawn hours in three predator stations. For NNTR, the pattern shows that when it is single predator stations, there's about 81% temporal overlap, but for two predator and three predator stations, it drops by about 20%. For tigers and dholes in Tadoba, we see that there is low overlap between the two in all three conditions, and not much variability in their activity given one predator, two predator, or three predator stations. For tigers and dholes in Pinch, we see that tigers' activity has not changed much, except for when in three predator stations, dhole activity is highest, tiger activity seems to have declined marginally. But overall, we can see that the overlap between these activities is declining. Meerkat, we see that the dhole activity is mostly bimodal in single predator stations, but the peaks are comparable. And over time, not over time, and in two predator and three predator stations, the peaks show some variation. For boar, again, all-day activity of leopards in single predator stations, and tiger activity seems to be variable in both, but that might be due to low number of observations because tigers are in that low proportions in that tiger reserve. For NNTR, again, tiger and dhole activity seems to have a declining trend of overlap between single two predator and three predator stations. In conclusion, we can say that tigers, being the apex predator, exhibit little change in their activity across the 5 tiger reserves. Overall, dholes exhibit a strong crepuscular temporal activity, but in 2 predator and 3 predator stations, dawn activity seems to be higher. In smaller areas like Pench and Boar Tiger Reserve, dholes in single predator stations showed an interesting all-day activity period. And leopards had the highest breadth of variability in their temporal activity patterns. Going forward, we'll be also looking, adding a dimension of the effect of prey distribution and abundance and habitat characteristics to better understand this activity and their interactions further. I acknowledge the following people and thank you for your time.
Spatial temporal interaction between large numbers of the prey and human boundary landscape using multivariate Hawkes process analysis.
Sarvit completed his master's in wildlife sciences from Aligarh University in 2021 and subsequently joined the Wetland State of India. He is currently working in the project titled Long-Term Monitoring of Tigers, Populations and Prey in Tiger Bearing Areas of Maharashtra.
Thank you for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'll be presenting on a spatial-temporal interaction with large carnivores and the prey in the open landscape using multivariate Hawkes process. So, introduction. Sorry. So the interaction between animals affects many aspects of ecological communities. It also structures the way in which animals move in a landscape and adjust their activity times. So it is really important to understand the interaction between animals, especially in human-dominated landscape, for the conservation implications. So usually when we study interaction in time between animals, we make curves like this. However, in temporal curves like this, they pull data across all the camera trap stations. However, for say, let there be a scenario where a tiger, a leopard, and a cattle has been captured in 3 different locations, and but at the same time. So now, by only looking at this curve, we can see that the curve says they are overlapping and they are coexisting. But in reality, there is no interaction at all. So therefore, we need to look at spatio and temporal patterns together. One such model is multivariate Hawkes process. The first Hawkes process was introduced in 1971 by Alan Hawke. It was originally applied to model aftershocks following earthquakes. Later on, it was applied on various fields like crime rates to study crime rates, stocks, neuroscience. And for the first time, it was applied in ecology by Migwort et al. In 2024 as a modeling framework to infer reactive interaction between multiple species. So how it works? It looks at the capture of a pair of species at a single camera trap location, which accounts for spatial interactions. It also calculates time differences between two animals, which accounts for temporal interaction. And in addition to this, it also accounts for indirect interaction within a community. So these are the parameters this model utilizes. Background rate represents basal intensity. It strongly relates to the species abundance. Gamma, it is the decay rate. It looks at how the interaction between two animals decreases with time. These steps are time being, and the number of steps are number of beings. So my objectives are to estimate population size and density of two large carnivores, that is leopard and tiger, and to investigate interaction between two large carnivores with its prey in human-dominated landscape. My study area is Brahmapuri Forest Division. It lies in the eastern region of Vidarbha, Maharashtra. It is a total area of 1,200 square kilometers. This is the LULC map of my study area. Amongst all the land cover classes, cropland occupies the maximum number of areas at 55%, followed by forest cover, 40%, and this forest cover is surrounded by 600 villages. Now, field method includes camera trapping, which was conducted in 2 blocks for 30 days each between February and April this year, resulting into 7,700 trap lines. SPSEC has been used to segregate the camera trap data. For estimating density and population size, SSR has been used. Activity overlap was analyzed in RStudio, and multivariate Hawkes process has been used to infer reactive interaction between multiple species. Coming to the SCCR results, tiger density and leopard density per 100 square kilometer were estimated to be 7.4 and 11.31 for tiger and leopard, respectively, in Brahmapuri Forest Division and Dehradun Wildlife Sanctuary. The minimum number of tigers were 65, and minimum number of leopards were 109. So these are the camera trap stations with tiger and leopard captures only. This map shows that there is only 35% overlap like the cameras that capture tiger and leopard both. But here, the activity overlap of the same dataset, it shows there is 86% overlap. That is because spatial patterns are not taken into consideration. Activity overlap of tiger with its prey and human. Here, most of the prey shows temporal segregation except for sambar, spotted deer, and white. This is the same with the leopard. Most of the prey species shows temporal segregation with low overlap except for sambar and wild boar. Coming to the result of multivariate thought process, except for human, excluding human, langur, cattle, livestock, and wild boar were among the highest captures. And background rate, it strongly, as expected, it strongly relates to the number of captures or species abundance. Now, these are the parameters that we used to run the model. We used gamma 0.5, time being 6 hours, and number of beans were 24 by 6. Now, just to check if bean size influenced the inferred interaction function, we inferred a Hawk's process with different bean size. So here we can see the non-zero interactions are the same, and the direction of the interaction intensity interaction are also same. Only except for few interaction intensities that were less. Coming to the result of multivariate Hawk's process. Regarding prey-predator interaction, tiger and leopard are not influenced by presence of any prey species.
No, no, it's okay.
However,
Listening to me.
prey species such as langur, livestock, and spotted deer avoided leopards, while only langur avoided tiger within the first 6 hours of encounter. Now, regarding interaction with humans are not influenced by the presence of tiger, but show positive effect on leopard presence in the first 6 hours, which could be because the peak activity hours of leopards follows peak human activity in the jungle, that is early morning hours. Now the interaction between carnivores. I had to segregate the tiger and leopard data because the interaction intensity was very low, so that I can at least show the interaction between them. So presence of leopard had no effect on tiger in the first 6 hours. However, during the same time frame, leopard avoided tiger. Meanwhile, coming back to the activity pattern, it shows that they have high overlap, but in reality there is no interaction at all. And in fact, leopards are avoiding tiger also. This is also because the spatial patterns are not taken into consideration. Few examples of prey and predator interaction. It shows the same, that temporal curves are showing in overlap, but in reality there is no interaction between wild boar and tiger and wild boar and leopard. Coming to the conclusion, the high background rate observed in livestock indicates potential impact on prey-predator dynamics. These findings underscore the importance of spatio-temporal interaction in shaping their distribution and suggest that both intra and interspecies interactions are crucial in understanding and managing wildlife populations. Multivariate Hawk's process can be applied to further study and to assess the effect of human-induced changes on prey-predator dynamics, with particular attention to the impacts of habitat fragmentation and the role of human activity in shaping wildlife behavior. I would like to acknowledge following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajid. Now we call upon Aditya Roy. Aditya Roy is going to talk about ecology of coexistence and as you know, integrate interactions and avoidance
Jessica did her master's in environmental studies and research management at Delhi. Uh, she did a dissertation in 2020 under the project Habitat Improvement and Conservation Building of Great Indian Cluster. Later, she joined Wildlife Institute of India in the All-India Tiger Estimation Project and presently working as a project associate in the long-term monitoring of state of Maharashtra. Her research interests lies in the carnivore ecology and trade ecology. All the best.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am going to present on the ecology of coexistence, analyzing inter-guild interactions and avoidance strategies. In a multi-carnivore and multi-herbivore ecosystem, species interact with each other through reactive responses in space and time. They may avoid or attract each other. Sympatric predators compete to maximize their hunting efficiency, while prey species navigate a delicate balance of foraging, resource competition, mating, and predator avoidance. To avoid predation, prey species often adopt adaptive strategies such as shifting spatial distribution and altering temporal activity patterns. In multi-trophic ecosystem where prey and predator have significant spatial and temporal overlap, prey may also use temporal avoidance strategies. Spatiotemporal interactions are density dependent. There are multiple statistical models which have been published to understand spatiotemporal interactions. For this study, we have compared the results of two models, time to encounter model and the multivariate Hawkes process, which Reza just now presented on our data set. So, as I mentioned, that spatiotemporal interaction is density dependent. For this study, we have selected these two sites, the Pench Tiger Reserve and the Melghat Tiger Reserve from the Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. So these two tiger reserves vary in the densities of both carnivores and herbivores. The density per 100 square kilometer for tiger, leopard, boar, sambar, spotted deer and wild boar are all higher in Pench Tiger Reserve compared to Melghat Tiger Reserve. We placed camera traps at 2 square kilometer grids in both the tiger reserves. And for this study, we have chosen tiger, leopard and wild dog as the three large predators and tried to study their influence on the common four herbivores that we have taken from both the sites, that is gaur, sambar, spotted deer and wild boar. So we calculated the RAI from the camera trap data and plotted IDW maps to understand their spatial distribution in these tiger reserves and also to check for the spatial overlap between the pairs. We did the same for Melghat Tiger Reserve and like we can see that the spotted deer density in Melghat Tiger Reserve is very low and it is pocketed, it is concentrated in few pockets while compared to leopard which is spatially distributed throughout the tiger reserve. Coming to the first model, that is the time to encounter model, which was published by Cusack et al. In 2017. At first, the cameras which captured both the species of a pair are filtered out, and then the temporal activity overlap, which Jaideep and Reza have already shown, is measured by the overlap package in R, which also gets incorporated into this time to encounter model. And then the time intervals between the capture of a herbivore species after a carnivore species is calculated. So in this paper, they have used a 10 days time scale with 1 day time bin and their results came out to be insignificant, their results showed insignificant interactions. So trying to study spatiotemporal interaction in such a broad time scale might lead to misinterpretation of the existing interactions. So we remodeled this to a 12-hour time scale having 1 hour bins and then ran a randomization test over 1000 permutations followed by a t-test to understand the level of significance in avoidance or coexistence. So coming to the results, in Pench Tiger Reserve, we observed that gaur showed significant avoidance behavior towards tiger. That is, the detection probability of gaur was 0 till the 2nd hour time being. And looking at the raw camera trap data, we could see that there were 30, within the 12-hour time scale, there were 31 captures of gore before a tiger appeared and 18 after a tiger appeared, and the minimum time difference observed was 2.85 hours. Checking for the other pairs, that is for sambar, spotted deer and wild boar, the p-values came out to be insignificant. That is, these herbivores were not showing any avoidance behavior towards the tiger. But interesting to look at the before and after captures, where sambar captures within the 12-hour time scale was 101 before a tiger capture and 46 after, but the minimum time difference observed was 5 minutes, and there was no difference in the number of captures for spotted deer, but the minimum time difference was 1 minute, and for wild boar it was 68 befores and 33 after captures, and the minimum time difference was 0. Coming to the leopard pairs, that is for gore, sambar, spotted deer and wild boar, all the interactions showed insignificant avoidance strategies, and also the number of captures before and after and the minimum time difference had no significant pattern in it. Coming to Melghat Tiger Reserve, again for gore, sambar, spotted deer and wild boar, the p-values were insignificant, and looking at the before-after captures, there were 121 captures of gore before and 100 after, and there was only 0-minute time difference between a gore and tiger capture. Again for sambar, there was a significant difference, that is 195 captures before and 111 captures after, and the minimum time difference was 3 minutes. For spotted deer, there was a time difference of 1.5 hours, but Melghat already has a very low density of spotted deer, and hence the delay in the time can be a result of that. And for wild boar, there is 85 and 54 captures after with a time difference of 18 minutes. Coming to leopard pairs again, gore, sambar, spotted deer and wild boar again did not show any avoidance, and there was also no pattern that we could observe from the before and after and minimum time difference. So coming to the next model, which is the multivariate Hawkes process, which Reza right now explained. And as he said, that this model is used in other kinds of studies like criminology, and this model is used to assess serial killers. And what this model does is it assesses the subsequent events and also tries to find a pattern in that events. And in 2024, Nigbert et al. Used this model in ecological study to understand prey-predator relationship. So the major difference between Hawkes process and the time to encounter model is that time to encounter model looks into pairwise interaction. That is, it does not take into account that if a leopard is getting captured while we are studying a tiger and a sambar pair within a 12-hour time difference, if a leopard is also crossing through that same area within that time frame, which might also influence the behavior of the sambar. So for multivariate Hawkes process, this incorporates the indirect effects of other species in a multi-species ecosystem, and it says that species 1 can influence species 2 and thereby influence species 3 and 4, and species 5 might be an independent species which is not interacting in any way with the other species in the ecosystem. So there are some user-specific parameters that needs to be set while running the model. The most important parameter is the gamma, or the decay rate of interaction. The decay rate of interaction, or as in the rate at which the intensity of interaction for a tiger is reducing for a sambar. And this setting the value of gamma is very crucial for this model. If the gamma value is set too high, then the model will not take into account the existing interactions. And if the gamma value is too low, then the model will show spurious results or interactions which does not exist in reality. And there are two other parameters that needs to be set, that is the delta hours or the time width of beans, and k, the number of time beans. So the only way to check if we have set the correct value of gamma is that if the value of gamma is set to your model perfectly fine, then the results of the interactions won't be changing with change in the delta hours. So at 0.5 value of gamma, our results were not changing even if we changed the delta hours. And we ran the model for Pench Tiger Reserve at gamma 0.5, delta 4 hours, k is equal to 6, that is 24 hours in total. And looking into the results, we see that Samba was showing negative interaction with leopard and also with tiger. Gore was showing gore, spotted deer and wild dog all were showing negative interaction with leopard. For gore and spotted deer were showing negative interaction with tiger in the initial 4 hours, but gore was started showing positive interaction with tiger in the 10th to 12th hour, and spotted deer was showing positive interaction in the after 12 hours. This is the result because spotted deer and gore are utilizing that same area after these many hours of avoiding the tiger, and then they are utilizing that same area. So the model is showing a positive relationship. In case of wild boar and leopard pair, we get to see that wild boar is showing a very high positive relationship with leopard in the initial 4 hours bin. And there might be other environmental factors that are leading the wild boar to use the same area right after a leopard capture. And also many of us might have noticed in the on field that wild boar sometimes scavenge on leopard kills, and they might be actually following the leopard and competing for the same resources. So the background rates of the species are also important. The background rate is the basal intensity of the species, that is the independent capture rate of the species which is not getting influenced by previous captures, and the background rate is high for common species and low for the rare ones. So the spotted deer density in Pench Tiger Reserve is very high, so it is much more higher compared to the other species. Coming to the results of Melghat Tiger Reserve, we have run the data on the same parameters, and seeing the results, Sambar is showing negative interaction with leopard, tiger and wild dog, and wild boar is also showing negative interaction with tiger. And Sambar is also showing positive interaction with spotted deer because they might be foraging together at the same place at the same time. Again, for the wild boar and leopard interaction, we get to see that wild boar is showing positive interaction with leopard in the 10 to 12 hour bin. And again, coming to the background rates, we get to see that Sambar background rate is higher and spotted deer density is very low in Melghat Tiger Reserve, as I mentioned before, and the background rate for spotted deer is coming lower than the other species. So from the time to encounter model results, the result says that except for gore versus tiger, there was no significant avoidance behavior that was observed for the other herbivores, which indicates that there was no influence of predators on the prey species. But we have studied this time to encounter model on a 1 hour time beam, and maybe we can try running this model same on more fine temporal scale and try to check that if actually there is no interaction within the herbivores and the carnivores, or we might find some avoidance pattern in a lower temporal scale. Also, our camera trap data our camera trap sampling period was 25 to 30 days, while compared to Hawk's model, who have used 500 trap nights per camera, and so increasing our temporal scale within 25 to 30 days, we are getting very few occurrence events of interaction which we get to study, and increasing the sampling period might lead to more events of interaction, and we can interpret better results from there. Also, studying behavioral response is difficult from camera trap data. Kujipar et al. In 2014 stated that red deer exhibited behavioral response to wolf scats only within 2 meters of the scat. So if this event is not happening within the frame of your camera, then we might just miss this responsive behavior and misinterpret the results. Also, many environmental and local ecological factors also influence behavioral responses of species, which are not getting incorporated in any of these models. I would like to acknowledge these following people. Thank you.
The last presentation of this particular session, I have called upon Julie Roy. Julie Roy will talk about case study of tiger resilience and motherhood in unprotected forests.
Julie is an environmental science and wildlife biologist from Cotton University, Assam. She joined the Wildlife Institute of India in 2022 as a research biologist in the Audible Adaptation Project. Now working as a project associate in the project long-term monitoring in the state of Maharashtra. Her research interest lies in carnivore and population ecology. All the rest will be working.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am going to present in front of you a very interesting story about a female tiger, which we have observed in the territorial forest of Pandargauda division. So, I'd like to start with the various studies that have been done on litter sizes. And it has been found that in the wild, a tiger gives birth to maximum of 2 to 5 cubs. However, in this case, in my story, I have observed that this particular female have given birth to 6 cubs, and she not only have given birth to 6 cubs, she have raised them up to the stage of dispersal. So this brings me to the topic of my today's study, a case study on tiger resilience and motherhood in an unprotected area. This kind of scenario of 6 cubs in a human-dominated area have brought up many unusual situations in that area. One of the main things which we need to consider is strengthening of monitoring protocols. Even if it was a territorial area, this tiger have been monitored since the day one, and the data was being collected by the help of forest department and researchers. Coming to the study area, you all might have heard about the movie named Sherni. So in there, they have depicted the area as jungle khet, and my story also comes from the same area. So this is the Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary and the Pandargauda Forest Division, and it lies in the easternmost part of the Vidarbha landscape in Maharashtra. So our story started in 2015 when this particular female have dispersed out from this Tipeshwar Wildlife Sanctuary to the territorial areas, to the territorial ranges of the Pandargauda division, and there she have formed a stable territory over there since our monitoring data is available. Coming to the tiger and her litter sizes, we have monitoring data from her second litter only, or else she have given birth to 4 litters since 2015. So in 2019, she gave birth to 5 cubs, among which one was reported to be dead. Then she have given birth to 3 cubs in 2021, among which all of the cubs were survived and attained the stage of dispersal. Then in the 2023, she gave birth to 4th litter, which consisted of 6 cubs, 3 males and 3 females, and they are now about 20 months old and are at the stage of dispersal. So this kind of a natural situation have provided me with a unique experimental setup to calculate the kill intervals and the kill records of the female, of this particular female, across various litter sizes and across various cub ages, which might not have been possible in any other tiger bearing areas. Coming to the kill records, there have been very less studies done on kill intervals, considering that it is a very challenging task to monitor any tiger for their kills. However, we have got a very favorable situation in that area considering the past events which have happened in Pandharkauda, due to which monitoring even outside protected area was started, and we could incorporate the data in this study. So only the kills which were confirmed to be done by the tigress was taken into account, and we have got about 209 kill records in these 4 years of study, among which most of the kills were found to be of livestock. So it is obvious that in a territorial area, the tigress having a 6 cub will obviously prefer to have livestock kills, and because it is easily available as well as easily accessible. The RAI values also shows that livestock has the highest abundance, which is followed by nilgai and then wild boar. Coming to the kill intervals. So with this data, we have calculated the kill intervals. An interkill interval is a period or the day gaps in this case in between 2 consecutive kills. And we have considered a maximum of 6 days gap as one consecutive event. And by that way, we have calculated several bouts of events and averaged out according to cub age and litter sizes. Coming to the analysis, I have done a generalized linear mixed model, and the best fit model with the lowest AIC value was considered. Now coming to the results. Usually or normally we expect a result that when the litter sizes increases from 3, 4 and 6, the kill intervals will decrease drastically. However, we have our expected results were very different from the observed ones, and we have got a pattern of this kind, and I'll be explaining this in my next slides. We have observed a change in kill intervals with respect to litter sizes. So when the cubs were 0 to 6 months old, the kill intervals decreased from 3 to 2.1 when the litter sizes were increased from 3 to 6. So this decrease in kill interval is on expected lines. However, when the cubs were about 6 to 12 months old, it was observed that the litter sizes had no influence on the kill intervals. So the probable reason might be that it was a territorial area, and in the territorial area, the kill size remained constant throughout all the litter sizes, and the average kill interval was found to be 2 days per kill, which allows the litter size to exploit the maximum biomass available without affecting the kill intervals. Coming to the cubs, when the cubs were about 12 to 18 months, so it was found that kill intervals slightly decreased from 2 to 1.5 when the litter size was 3 and 4. However, it increased to 2.1 when the litter size again increased to 6. So this is a contradictory fact to the, this is a contradictory result which we got from the general fact, because the kill interval should actually decrease at this age because the cubs are like feeding machines now. However, probably we have got this result because when the cubs were about 12 to 18 months and the litter size was 6, 7, it was observed that they were doing independent kills, and about 7 kills were recorded done by cubs alone. So obviously the pressure of the mother to kill for their cubs will decrease, and so the mother's kill interval again started rising. We have also seen the change in kill intervals with respect to cub age. So when litter size was 3, the kill intervals have shown drastic decrease when the cub ages were increased from 6, 12 and 18 months. When the litter size was 4, the kill intervals showed the similar pattern, and when the litter size was 6, the kill intervals again showed a hike in the 18 months, probably because of the reason which I have explained earlier. So coming to the conclusion, Normally, we say that it is very difficult to raise a litter of 6 cubs, but what appears from the study is that the most tough time to raise a litter is only in the starting 6 months. The next 6 to 12 months, whether it is the litter size of 4 or 6 or 3, it does not influence the kill interval. The biomass available from the prey is enough to sustain all of the litter sizes. And this case is very specific to that area, so this might be an individual behavior, and it might vary in according to different tigers as well as according to different places. So litter size of 6 here ensures optimum use of large prey species. From 12 to 18 months, large litter size allows higher probability of independent hunts by the growing cubs, which actually releases the pressure of the continued hunts from the mother. So study of such an individual behavior of tigers in an unprotected area is very important to understand the predation ecology and abilities of female to raise larger litters. And considering that 30% of the tiger population is living outside the protected area, so this kind of studies are very important. The understanding of kill interval dynamics necessitates more ecological inputs. With the dietary biomass consumption data, this study might have given better understanding of the ecological patterns. With this, I'd like to acknowledge the following people. And thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I think with that, we come to the end of the presentation. Now we will move on to the question and answer session. So first we will take questions for the online presenters. That is Ashish Kumar and Krishna Kumar. We will take questions for both of them. I hope both of them are online. I hope we are able to you.
Yeah, I'm also there.
Yeah. So the first question is for Ashish. This question is by Dr. K. Ramesh. Dr. K. Ramesh asks, your study did not clearly explain any top-down effects. Rather, it was occurrence or avoidance relationship. Caution needs to be exercised when using metadata, as these are confounded with varying historical factors. So basically, what you show and what you interpret is what you say does not really, probably. Would you like to respond to that, Ashish? Can you hear us?
Yeah, actually, we did not see any top-down effect in our study, but actually what we saw is like huge confidence interval, and that confidence interval tells that the huge heterogeneity in the response. Like, I mean, like if you remember, the confidence interval was like very high. It means if we iterate several times the same process, you might get negative, positive, and many other relations. So like we are like further looking into it, and like will come up with the results in future.
Right. The next question is by Varun K. Varun says, don't you think the AID, the Audit Data Estimation Data Collection, is optimized for tigers? And it may be not appropriate for drawing inferences of species such as hyena and jackal, and how this influence basically the results for India?
Sorry, I could not hear properly.
So Varun basically asks that the data collection method that has been used in the all India tiger estimation has been optimized for tigers, and it may not be appropriate for the kind of information that has been gathered on hyena and other carnivores that you have been focusing on. So basically, the inferences from that may not be appropriate, considering the data gathering process was optimized for some other species.
Yeah, that's true, but actually we wanted to see the impact within the tiger reserve, and I think within the tiger reserve, like every camera trap that were placed to capture tiger must have captured available hyena and jackal there. Yeah, there's a limitation that most of these population lives outside the tiger reserve, and that's a limitation. Yeah.
Yeah, the final question, we are only taking 3 questions per speaker, so there are a lot of other questions that will be sent to you, but the final question is by Khushi. Khushi says, great presentation. You showed range expansion, map of jackal in Europe. How will you rule out alternate explanation for the extension like habitat changes and human disturbances that often occur with the loss of apex predators? That is question number 1.
I'm really sorry, I could not hear again.
So basically your question is that there is a lot of range expansion of species like jackals. Okay, how does your data explain in terms of loss of apex predators and range expansion of species like jackals for European history?
So if I understood it correctly, the question is whether I have considered the effect of range expansion of tiger and leopard on our scavenger species.
Basically, she's asking, yeah, to some extent.
Yeah, so for that, we need to look into the different timeline data, and we don't have that currently with me. So yeah, I did not account that.
Yeah, and the second question, I'll ask it anyway. Do you think mesopredator would take a functional role of these predators which have gone absent? Is what she's asking.
Sorry, can you repeat it again?
Basically, she's asking whether mesopredators that have now started occupying these landscapes, okay, do you think they have a greater functional role in terms of the role that was there once maybe by apex predators?
Sorry, I could not hear again.
That's fine. The answer is basically no. So we'll take. Thank you, Ashish. There are a lot of other questions that we'll probably send it to. So I'll move on to Dr. Shomita. So the first question is by Kumar Ankit. Dr. Shomita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So the first question is by Kumar Ankit. How jackal is associated with anthropogenic factor? As you mentioned here, there are no settlements. What are the anthropogenic parameters? I think you showed anthropogenic parameters is what he's asking.
Yes. So it is a pasture land, it's pastoral land. There are no settlements, permanent settlements inside, but they do use that land as a pasture land. And as I mentioned, in winter they do have temporary settlements called vadas inside. And there are up to 40 to 45 vadas inside the Rakhal during winter. They are not permanent, but there are about 4 or 5 people associated with each vada, and they have a lot of livestock and feral dogs that come along with them. I hope that answers your question.
Right. So we move on to the next question. The question is by Dr. Ramesh. Is the OASM formally notified by the state of Gujarat, and if so, what governance mechanism is being followed?
So the OECM is an idea that was formulated after the last Convention of Biodiversity talks, and this was taken up by IUCN and even WWF and UNDP, and they identified some 10 or 11 OECMs across the country. The only one from Gujarat was Chadwa Rakhal. So it is not a formal management system like you have PAs. In fact, the whole idea was to have informal pieces of parcels of land that may be privately owned, that may be government owned, that may be community owned. So there's no formal management in that way. The whole idea was that if these parcels of land have a very high biodiversity, then they have to be valued because they contain biodiversity outside the PA network and need to be conserved for the future. And they have to also take into account any form of human use or economies associated with it.
So the final question for you, Dr. Shomita, is Dr. Rawat. Rawat compliments you for your wonderful work. There are two questions basically. Did jungle cat prefer Prosopis flora patches? That is number one. Number two is what about caracal as well?
Okay, thank you very much for your compliment. And the jungle cat the Prosopis basically did not show any effect on any of the species actually, neither negative nor positive, and that could have been because it's so widespread that our analysis did not really tease apart or could not tease apart that bit. So no, the jungle cat did not show a positive association with Prosopis. It only showed a negative association with grass cover, that is very open habitats, and also with ruggedness. So we haven't really picked up a covariate that was associated positively with jungle cat as yet. And regarding caracal, in this 1 year study, we had only 4 captures of caracal, but over 3 years, we now have around 15 captures of caracal. And we are probably in the future going to do a GLM analysis on it to see what kind of habitat features the caracal is associated with.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Shomita. Interesting to know about caracal. Now I'll call upon the next 3 speakers who were 3 speakers basically. So Rohan, Daniel, and Kanishka on stage. So this question is by Dr. Bilal, I presume. So Dr. Bilal asks, under such circumstances, I think it's in French, Dr.
That's the only option to get money. So a very simple question: if males are able to reach to Parliament, so what should management do to get more females?
They should translocate from some either central Indian population like Bandhavgarh or Sanjay Dubri, as the females don't travel that much by themselves, so it won't be that possible to come by themselves. So I think if they translocate females 2 or 3 and then the male comes, it might stay there, because none of them stayed so far.
The next question is brought to you by Kumar Ankit. Kumar wants to ask. Kumar Ankit asks, leopards are adaptable. Presence may not be influenced by human distribution, fatigue, etc. Without apex predator like wild leopard are not expanding in the landscape. Please comment. And the next is any sign of capture of wolves in your camera trap exercise considering Mammal and
There are some pristine areas in Palamo which are not accessible, and there are no camera traps have been done there, like Kutku range in the west. So we don't have actual estimate of leopards. Whatever we found from our camera traps were 23 individuals, but I think even the records of poaching are not clear, like how many animals are being killed, or like there are no official records. Like 2 or 3 days ago, 3 poachers were caught, and they claimed that yes, they have killed 6 leopards and 1 tiger during past 2 years, which nobody knew about. Nobody found any skin or anything. There is underlying poaching problem too. Like leopards should increase, just like in Panna or Sariska where tigers went extinct, but it's not the same case in Palamu. Might be the low prey availability and the poaching and everything also plays part. And yes, we managed 3 or 4 captures of leopard, wolf in Palamu in 2 years. So the wolf number is too very low, like 15 to 20 individuals.
So the last question to you, Rohan, is you mentioned that there are active landowners in the forest. Have you ever encountered animals being affected by these? If so, what species were affected? This question is by Yash Dabulkar.
Whatever happens in Palamu stays in Palamu.
Answer, we will probably have to look for another family.
But I'll tell you personally. Right after this.
The next speaker, Daniel. Daniel. So, Daniel, you have 3 questions. The first question is by Dr. K. Ramesh. Crowded leopards are habitat specialists and hence warrant spatially adjusted sampling. Do you think that if you can concentrate the camera traps in the most suitable habitats for the species, will you get better results? Since the habitat specialist is asking whether your strategy needs to be a little bit different.
So in Nevra, at least from her habitat suitability model, it was showing that entire of Nevra and even Fambunglo itself were more or less suitable for the clouded leopard. Now the one problem is the clouded leopards might be arboreal as well, so we're not getting enough recaptures since our grid size was a bit large. But we can't really do arboreal camera trapping because you won't get proper flanks, so I don't think it would be good to do arboreal. But I think the habitat itself was more or less suitable for clouded leopard.
Yeah, so the next question is by Marina. Marina compliments you on the presentation. Your sampling and mostly respected towards the western part of Bengal Valley, while the eastern range has fewer sampling locations.
Yes, so
what might be the reason for non-uniformity in sampling, or given the non-uniformity in the camera placement, can the results assessed be generalized to the whole of Bengal Valley? So since your sampling was on one side, not the other side, whether it can be generalized.
So we could not cover the entire park because by the time we reached, the monsoons had already come in. So a lot of the eastern and northeastern section of the park couldn't be accessed at all because the seasonal stream started overflowing and we couldn't enter these areas. I assume whatever captures we have are mostly, we got 1 from the east and 3 from the west. Now, when we compared forest department data also, we just had a look at their data. They had 4 individuals which were captured in their cameras but not in ours. So there's a chance because of the seasonal migration, they would have moved into the core areas as well as the eastern parts, which we have not covered in our camera. So there's a chance that we have lower estimates than what actually is there in Nebra.
The last question to you is by Akash Bhushan. Could it be that the finding of cow leopards and other small cats in human settlements in response to perceived risk of leopards or other predators for that sake? Or are there other factors affecting like availability of feeding opportunities near human settlements? So basically, will it be driven by human settlements or driven by some risk factor of a dominant predator?
So from our cameras, we did not record presence of any leopard or a tiger as well in Nevra. Forest department do have records, but they are very, I'm guessing these are transient tigers because they only have 1 capture of tiger, I think, in the entire last year. There's a better possibility that these are probably visiting the human settlements to get easy prey like chickens or goats.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks a lot for the answers. Now I call upon Kanishka. This question is by Manjari. Very nice work, comprehensive data. Do you suppose that relatedness between structure will determine tenure and avoidance of overlap?
I could not hear you properly.
Basically, the question is that when we show the data, when we show the presentation, there are a lot of, could it be because of kinship relations between these that would drive the patterns that you saw in terms of the overlaps and the avoidance that you should? Is the question which I'm really asking.
Okay, thank you for the question. Since it was a camera trap data, I could not do the relatedness study, but with a long-term monitoring or in the same study area, I can look into the generational pattern of the same leopards, resident leopards, and yeah.
What do you think? Do you have a prediction?
No, for this study, I did not incorporate the relatedness of the leopards, but I just incorporated them as an individual. So I looked into it on individual level, but yeah, when I will get the long-term data, I can look into it on the generation level with the kinship and relatedness data also.
Yeah, I think that's very important in terms of framing a hypothesis what has been suggested.
Yes.
I just want to ask you, can you predict what do you think will happen? Do you expect kinship that they will be in structure will affect the technique?
Yes, there are studies that were happened from radiotelemetry. They have shown that there can be kinship behavior, basically for females, the mother leopard might be giving the territories to the daughters adjacent to their areas. There are studies like that. But from camera trap, we'll be needing more long-term data to see that aspect.
Right. So the next question is by Dr. Sujita. So land tenure systems can be influenced by resource dispersion. We will examine if leopard home ranges overlap more in high prey density areas. Also, it will be very interesting to explore either land tenure system that seem to be overlap occupying the high prey density areas, the optimal habitats and range as per your long-term data. So
Yes.
it could be a lot of, it could be
Yes.
tighter occupation.
Yes.
Which is depending on density of
Right.
areas.
Yes, thank you for the question, sir. So, this was the baseline study for what I wanted to do in a long term. So, right now, I've just looked into the leopard population level, but I will be incorporating the tiger densities and prey densities in those localized areas where there are leopard populations. Yeah, that will be the next step for my study to see the factors.
So the last question to you, Mishra, is by Mammal. From the charts, it appears that compared to other years, in 2023, there appears to be a high overlap in home ranges between individuals. Can you hypothesize any reason for this? So for the 2023 data, you showed a lot of overlaps. Tell me underlying hypothesis or reason for that.
For 2023, the number of immigrants and emigrants were very low. And since there was a lot of individuals in the area, so it might be the how can I say, the adjacent shift from the transient individuals also, and that could be the reason for the overlaps.
I hope that answers the question. I think, thank you, Tanisha. And
Thank
there are
you.
more questions to do.
Okay,
I
sir.
think we'll call upon the next post-lunch presenters. I think both of you, thank you very much for answering the questions. We'll call upon the next five speakers, that is Suman, Jaideep, Sajid, Alitra, and Julie. Please on stage. So, Suman, can we have you on the mic? So, Suman, this is a question by Raman Kumar. Said that I don't have much knowledge about camera traps based estimates. Just curious to know how field angle and camera would affect the model performances with the angle and focal length and so on.
Yeah, so that's basically I used field angle to calculate the area of the camera traps, view shed area, and I started increasing the area. If the area is not precise, I saw the estimates are varying. As you increase the area, estimates are declining. So that's how the field of view is actually affecting the density. So that is very important for the model best performed for my study to estimate the field area very well, because it actually calculates the field area, number of field areas till the animal first encounters in any camera traps. It's like that. The capture history shows like that. Yeah.
So, Suman, another question, last question to you, by Manjari. Maybe you can ask it. The question is there, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Time and space will be random, but is this given that we know that occurrence of individual animals in space and time did not be.
So basically,
yeah,
will it be random or not when actually it may not be? Is the assumption correct?
Yeah, I need to check this model with others also because of the random, to check the randomness of the distribution. Because this is the first time I'm using this model in my data set, so I need to check more on the larger data sets.
Thank you so much. I think there are no questions, more questions to you.
Thank you.
We now call upon Jaideep. Jaideep, can you take a mic? So Jaideep, this question is by Kiran, our institute, interesting experimentation. Are there patterns in spatial distributions of different stations? For example, are only tiger station and only leopard station close to each other or far apart?
Thank you for the question. To answer it, yes, but it depends on the tiger reserve. And so in Navagaon Nagzira, for example, the only tiger stations and only leopard stations are far apart. Only leopard stations are mostly in the buffer area where tigers don't really venture. So yes, there are some patterns that we're observing, but it will be changing from tiger reserve to tiger reserve level.
The next question is about it would be better if we keep the scale of the y-axis same when presenting contrast with one better scale. Okay, this is plenty of time. Basically, saying the scale and the axes are properly side by side for easy interpretation. The basic comment is. The question is the last question to you is by Dr. K. Ramesh. The compliments for nice presentation and excellent visuals. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Activity overlaps presented for the three categories indicate these are not very different, although the tests by significance may be required. These need to be explained in the context of habitat quality uses cover. And the second question is, do you think carrying capacity and spatial density patterns are affecting the spatial temporal overlap patterns? So, I put it across on the screen, you can look at it. It's a long question.
Firstly, to answer the first part, yes, significance of it does need to be tested, which is our way forward, with just the overlaps as well, and prey distribution and habitat covariates as well. Second question.
Just to add the second point, see most of the overlap species are complex. For
Yes.
example, tiger and leopard can coexist in an area where a lot of species and the habitat complexity is higher.
Yes.
Whereas if the habitat like the leopard is semi-areas complex.
Yes.
These are very complex. So maybe when you're trying to do this in
Yes.
future, also incorporate this parameters, make it more. Yeah,
Will do, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaideep.
Thank you.
I think there's one more question for you. The next question is for Sajid. Sajid, can you come on? This question is by Akshay. Excellent presentation. Curious to know how the model parameters of Hawk's model are chosen. Parameters defining temporal dependencies, delta and gamma are chosen randomly, and to perform only model regularization.
Okay. So the parameters value for our method, you use it depending on your data set. So it varies depending on your data set. So when you choose decay rate, your values would be according to your data set, that when you change the size of your beans, it should show the same result in different bean size. So that is how you get to know your values are correct.
So this question is by Varun. It's a similar question I wanted to ask. It's for all three of you, Jaydeep, Sajid and Aditya. Nice presentation. Which model approach you think finally you can suggest for understanding spatial temporal overlap for operators? Considering there are so many analyses, which answer is the best?
So as for now, this method is new to this ecology, and as far as we analyzed our different methods, for now we can say the Hawk's process is giving better result than other methods, but there is always scope for improvement.
Thank you. I think now follow on Aditya. So Aditya, we have two questions. If you want to respond, the first one is respond. This is the next three questions for you. This question is by Akshay. Nice presentation. How can you say that model parameters value chosen are the best fits for Hawk? Basically, how do you decide the best fit?
So, as I explained on the presentation already, that for the best fit model, so the gamma value, if the gamma value is set, then even if you change the delta hours, the results are not going to change. And so we have tried actually with different values of gamma, and there is also, like in the paper only, they have given everything, every details of how to run the simulations with different values of gamma and to set the correct value of gamma for your model.
Right. The next question is by Dr. Ramesh. All the species that are studying have different home habitat choices. Hence, don't you think that you need to execute the analysis in multiple species scales? Do you think that you can optimize it for different species?
Sir, we have only taken the common cameras which have captured the species pair. So it is taking into account only the ones which have a spatial overlap and also a temporal overlap. And the interactions is getting studied for those species or individuals.
So the last question to you, Aditya, is by Manjari. One would expect sambar and spotted deer will not exhibit positive interactions. Instead, data shows that the two species do not avoid each other. Does this prediction agree with your field observations?
I have seen many times that cheetal and sambar are foraging together. So, like if they are not interacting, the Hawk's model will give a null result and not so the curve upwards shows the positive interaction, and many a times I've seen cheetal and sambar foraging together. So.
Yeah, so I think we need to look at more into the ecology of the indigenous species. They actually what is being covered out is very different in terms of what habitat and what foraging strategies. So thank you. No more questions for you.
Thank you.
On Julie, First question is by Unmarked to you. Very interesting study with good insights. It would be wonderful if in the future you could also observe the differences between cubs in the same litter vis-a-vis independent. Just a comment.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the comment. Maybe next time we'll try to incorporate this in our study.
The last question to you is tail intervals do not decrease with litter size when the cubs were 6 to 12 months. Perhaps the simplest explanation that the mother is maxed out within it. Very nice, no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any comment? There are no questions coming to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We have no more questions. Thank you all. I request my co-chair, Dr. Salvador, for his comments. Thank you, sir. I think it was a wonderful and long session that we sat through. Over 10 presentations were there from various parts, looking into a lot of carnivore ecology, from small carnivore to medium carnivore to large carnivore. And it's very interesting, very difficult to study carnivores in the wild. So I think what all these studies they have in common is demographic. So probably if you don't know study carnivore ecology. Is what
वहीं से कर दूँ बैठे बैठे।
कितना टाइम लगता है?
प्रेजेंटर व्यू तो क्लिक करना है, बस जब तुम खोलो, जब फुल स्क्रीन करोगे खुद में खुलेगा।
नहीं नहीं select कर दिया हूँ, मैं
मैं
पिलाना।
तुम टेंशन मत लो। मैं कर दूँगा। कोई बात नहीं, अगर टाइम का होगा तो सही में भी हमारे हाथ में।
And please request everyone to take their seat. Start the session. May I please request the next session chair, Dr. B.S. Adhikari, the co-chair, Dr. Sudhir Datta, and the session facilitator, Dr. Shivam Soper, to take the
identify the threat to the habitat. Well, where the species biology team is basically working everything to do with the species biology, our component basically dealing with the threat and monitoring of the habitat of that particular species across its range. And then we validate the previous management practices to mitigate those threats. Here threats mean again threat to the habitat, not really to the species. And then consolidate all the best practices to monitor the threat to the habitat and validate the habitat monitoring protocol in consultation with the stakeholders. This is the final outcome of the project. So the first part, which is that, like the model of distribution of 12 IDWH species. Well, this has already been done last year, and the results has been presented in IARS, and we have received the feedback from the experts as well as the species biology team. Based on the output, we further refined the project, the certain activities, as well as we have taken their feedback, and then further we have decided that there are 7 species where we can also monitor the change in the habitat across the period of time, and we selected finally 7 species where the habitat trend also can be monitored. Among these 7 species, we have got the SDM with for the first 3, which is the clouded leopard, caracal, and Dehradun cosa from the species biology team. And we are now doing this habitat trend in a consultation with the species monitoring team. For olive ridley, we have not, as I mentioned, done the SDM, but because there's a special thing about olive ridley turtle, like we have been doing the species, WI has been doing the species monitoring for olive ridley first by Dr. BC sir, then by Dr. Vibhash Panda for a long time. Even Dr. Suresh Kumar also looked into their migration and all. So we had quite a solid foundation there and a lot of data available, and because the certain nesting habitats are already identified, it was easier for us to look at the trend in those nesting beaches. And for Hanugul and Swamdia, we basically took the SGM from the experts. Among them, let's first give an example of the swamp deer, which we are currently now working on. As many of you might know, a major chunk of work has been carried out in WII by previous researcher under the supervision of Dr. Samrat Mondal, where the threat to the habitat, the species, and everything has been more or less consolidated for the Western population and Central Indian population. However, for the Northeastern population, Eastern population basically, Dr. Anukulnath is currently has worked and currently working. So we have taken the input from him regarding this. So the thing is the change. As you know, it's not a forest species, it's a grassland species. And if you look at here, from 1984 till in present time, the grassland has shrunk quite a lot. This is the Manas region that we are showing. As you can see to its south, that the forest has basically expanding, and gradual succession. The grasslands are now restricted only in few patches. Okay, so just to understand it clearly, in 1984 the grasslands were more contiguous, whereas by 2020 it has been mostly in a fragmented smaller patches, and here the magenta line that you are seeing, that is the binary layer we have received from Dr. Anukul. On that, we try to digitize the its present habitat. So the red and green polygon that you are seeing is basically its habitat where the species is found. So here the red are the contiguous grassland, okay, which are more or less intact, and the green one are the grassland which are either invaded or in its early stages of getting invaded with the bombax. And it's a gradual process to becoming a forest, So so the change here, that we are trying to see is what across its range, how many grasslands are available, and as I mentioned here, where the grasslands are under threat because of the gradual succession or through any other factors. So that we are trying to identify now. coming to the another species, which is olive ridley sea turtle. As I mentioned, there had been a lot of work done here at WI itself. So as you know, it's more or less like a global species, and in that when it comes to India, it actually nests in most of the coasts of India, wherever there are like its optimum habitat is present. However, the mass nesting sites are there are 3 of them reported, and all of them are in Orissa. The uppermost star that you are seeing is the first mass nesting site, which is in Bhitarkanika, which is in Gahirimata Marine Sanctuary, and the other 2 are reported later by Dr. Bhivash Pandap, perhaps in late 1990s, which is Devi River mouth and Dushigulia. So in this case, the mass nestings are the event where 3 to 7 lakh turtles, females, they come to the beach in a particular part and they lay egg. So here the beaches are important, yes, but even if you look at the beaches, so the red mark that you are seeing, this is the the current existing beaches and the the shoreline. But if you look at it, in last 7 to 8 years, the actual shoreline has moved inward, right? So now the thing is, changes are bound to happen. Like we all know, due to several factors, changes are happening. Okay, across the shoreline, it's a global event. But here, the case is a bit specific. The reason being, in last 200 years, there have been 11 major cyclone that has occurred in the Bay of Bengal. Since 1999, there have been 10 of them are since 1999. In the year 2021 alone, there had been 3 cyclones which had a landfall in Orissa coast. Okay, so see, that had an impact on the coast in the beaches of Orissa. So the impacts such as the entire structure of the beach is changed, as you can see here, because of the rapid erosion in a very small period of time. So due to that, the shoreline is invading inside. Due to that, there is this nematophores and this stump of the mangrove, which actually act as a kind of physical barrier for the turtle to come inland and to check. Not only that, there have been this beach sand deposition, which are happening in a close proximity to the mangrove forest. So here also comes to the the limitation of looking at the thing from the digital prospect, looking at ecological thing from the digital aspect. The reason being, with the satellite image, you might find, oh, well, the sands are present here, but as you start walking on the beach, you will realize that there is this slit layer, the mud layer is there, and there is just a very thin beach sand deposition on the top of the mud layer, which is not really good for the turtle. I mean, it doesn't provide any support. It requires the deeper sand dunes for the eggs to incubate. So there is nothing permanent but change. Well, you can always say changes are bound to happen, right? And that's a gradual process. True. And so far, what we have shown you that most of the changes are maybe in a negative line, right? The habitat is shrinking or habitat is getting destroyed, but that's not really the case. Sometimes the reason why you should monitor the change is there are certain changes which are perhaps in the positive light, and we need to study them more. If you look at the red polygon, okay, the current one, this is the current scenario, and then see, we are going back in time now. In last 7 years, it wasn't there, the current sand deposition that you are seeing. Okay, the reason being, there has been a formation of new beaches as well. Okay, and if you ask, maybe the turtle expert team or maybe Bhiva sir, they can confirm that right now the most of the areas which are basically selected by the turtle for the nesting, it's towards north, where these new beaches are forming, and also towards the Wheeler Island. Okay, the reason being that because of the environmental characteristic, the sand deposition is maximum towards the northern side. Okay, although they have lost the nesting beaches towards the southern side. So this one is beyond Ekakola, which gives us the more reason to
do the monitoring of their habitat. So now we are identifying the threats, which is through the habitat trend. We'll identify the threats. We'll further look at it from the published literature view, whether whatever we are perceiving as threat are actually threat and it has been mentioned in the published literature or not, and then consult our findings with the experts and the stakeholders. The next step is validating the previous management practices to mitigate those threats, which is whatever threat we are identifying as, whether they are also addressed in their management plan, or is there any practices which is perhaps aiding those threats or helping to eradicate those threats to the habitat, obviously. And then whatever we come up with, we consult it with the experts and the other stakeholders. And so basically the last part is that consolidate all the best practices to monitor the threats to the habitat and validate the habitat monitoring protocol and management intervention. This we do purely after we make all the documents. After that we consult it with the experts and the related species group and the other stakeholders. So right now currently we are doing this habitat trend analysis. Along with that, as far as identifying the threats are concerned, we did our literature survey, okay, and consultation is yet to happen, which will happen in when coming months. The validation, field validation part, whether whatever threat we have identified as, and the management practices, whether they are have any contribution to mitigate those threats or not, that validation will happen right after ARS during the field validation. And as far as the habitat monitoring protocols are concerned, we have prepared the zero draft. But once we get a clear view about the threat, their mitigation and monitoring, and the management practices, we can perhaps incorporate that part in our zero draft and finalize the document before we do the consultation meeting with the related expert groups. So that's about it. Thanks, Dean, Director, Register, Research Coordinator, okay, all the PIs and co-PI, because lately, the Varun and Gautam sir has been given us a lot of feedback. We also thank the species biology team, okay, because without them it would have been very difficult for us. So Bilal sir, Dr. Anukul, they have been quite a lot of help, and Sudhir as well. And the researchers, Sneha and Himani, who has been working on it, day in and day out, and our interns, Divin, Divya, and Sreyashi. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time as well. We request the next speaker, Leopard, that should be talking about dinosaurs and multiple carnivores. So,
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
And this year she became author that contribution to the foundation of the and interests are geology, agriculture, and heritage conservation, and she interested.
Thank you, sir. So far we have had wonderful presentation in different species and its habitat, and I must specify living species. So I'll be talking about some extinct species. So I'll take you back to a journey in the prehistoric time, around 25 years ago, 2500 million years ago, and till present. My site is Dehradun Lameta, a site where dinosaurs once roamed and Marble Canyon shine. So basically, I have been involved in preparing the nomination dossier of Dehradun Lameta in Narmada Valley, Jabalpur, and I'll be giving you insights about my site. So basically, before discussing about my site, I'll give you a brief overview about how a site becomes a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So a site has to be recognized by UNESCO, and it should have outstanding universal value. Now, OUV and the outstanding universal value, what actually OUV means? So a site should have exceptional cultural and natural significance, and in such key, it should be rare in the global context. UNESCO has given us 10 criterias, and based upon that, we divide the sites into the cultural sites, natural sites, and mixed sites. Cultural site basically represents the human creativity, history, and culture. So it can be architectural marvel, a monument, a tradition, anything, a human settlement. A natural site highlights the natural beauty, the geological processes, ongoing ecological and biological processes, or biodiversity conservation. In India, we have only one mixed heritage site, which is inscribed in the UNESCO, and which is Kanchenjunga National Park. I'll give you a brief overview about how a site becomes a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So first, it has to be listed in the tentative list, and then we prepare a nomination dossier. So a dossier is an extensive document which has to be prepared according to the UNESCO 2023 guidelines, which is the recent one. It contains the identification of the site, its OUVs, the description, its protection and management, and monitoring. After the preparation of the dossier, we submit the dossier to the UNESCO, and then it goes for the evaluation. If it is a natural site, it goes to ICOMOS, that is International Council on Monument and Sites. And if it is a natural site, it goes for the evaluation to IUCN. If the World Heritage Committee, this is the decision of the World Heritage Committee to decide whether the site can become, after the evaluation, a UNESCO World Heritage Site or not. This is my site, and this is the Dehradun Marble Canyon. So it has been inscribed under the criteria 7 and criteria 8. Criteria 7 is exceptional natural beauty, and criteria 8, which is geological history. So many of us has watched the movie Donkey or Mohenjo-daro, and we must have actually seen this marble canyon in it. So since this is a very beautiful landscape, and when we traverse along the Narmada River, we can actually see different hues of the marble rocks. So it's whitish and then reddish and bluish. So reddish is basically because of the ferrous impurity, and bluish is basically because of the magnesium impurity. Now this is my site, Bedaghat Lametaghat. So it is located in the Narmada Valley, Jabalpur district, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, and it is the first site in India to be nominated under criteria 8. And India's first geological park is going to be established in Lamita village. This is the proposed boundary of our site. So in the dotted black, it is the core boundary, and in the dotted purple, it is the transition boundary. This core zone and transition zone is the proposed site of our and buffer area, which has been mentioned here, is not a part of the nomination. Now, the outstanding universal value are located in the different location of this site. The first one being Marble Rock Canyon and Dhuadhar Fall, which is located in the Beda Ghat. And then there is this Paleo Channel, which is located in Saraswati Ghat. And then there is this Lameta Ghat, which is famous for regional metamorphism, and Ghugra Waterfall and unconformity is there, and dinosaur and crocodile egg fossil site. I'll be describing this in the further slides. So, since the nomination has been done under criteria 7 and 8, which I have already explained, so criteria 7 is exceptional natural beauty, and first OUV is Marble Rock Canyon. Narmada River, of course, and Dhuadhar Waterfall, as the name suggests, is a smoky waterfall. And criteria 8, it is a very important criteria, as this is the first in India and to be nominated in the tentative list, and it should give an outstanding, it should be an outstanding example representing major stages of the Earth history. And in our site, we get actually the records from the 2500 million years ago, some fluvial geomorphological landforms and the ongoing geological processes. So for the ones who do not understand what actually is fluvial geomorphological landforms. It is the landform formed by the action of the river. There is a history of river piracy in our area. Regional metamorphism. So metamorphism is something when a rock is subjected to pressure, intense pressure and temperature condition, it undergoes recrystallization. So when it happens in a regional scale, it is known as regional metamorphism. And then we have dinosaur and crocodile egg cluster fossil site. This is the video wherein we can see that India is getting separated around 120 million years ago from the Gondwana land, and then its northward journey starts, and it then collides with the Eurasian plate, and then forms the Himalayas. So in our side, we have some imprints of this northward journey, tectonic activity, structural features. So ranging from Precambrian, that is, we have Mahakoshal rocks, and then Cretaceous, specifically Upper Cretaceous, we have dinosaur egg cluster fossil, and Quaternary period, fossilized dinosaur and crocodile egg cluster. So this is a rare example where we get crocodile egg nest from a predominantly sauropod dinosaur hatchery. And in India, specifically in Jabalpur, in 1912, and before that in 1800, Sleeman first discovered the fossil of dinosaur, and in 1912, sauropod dinosaur fossil and a theropod dinosaur fossil was discovered bimetallically in 1912. So in our side, the hatchery is basically of a sauropod dinosaur. For the ones who do not know what actually is sauropod dinosaur, it is a giant dinosaur and basically a herbivore. And the other group of dinosaur which we get in India is a theropod, which were basically bipedal. Other examples of dinosaurs which we get in India in other districts are Dhar district in Madhya Pradesh, which is also along the Narmada river, and in Gujarat. So dinosaur hatchery, which we have got, you can see the image actually. It is found in the Lameta formation of Lameta Ghat, and it dates around 72 to 66 million years ago. And the species is Megalolithus jabalpurensis, and the depositional environment is fluvial lacustrine. The crocodile hatchery which we have got here, in the star mark is in the photograph we can see the star mark is the crocodile hatchery, and the other three red dots are the dinosauropod hatchery. They belong to the mesocrocodile family Dryosaurida, and the depositional environment was fluvial lacustrine, and the age was 72 to 23 million years ago. The next overview of our site is the ongoing geological process and the landforms formed by it. So it is, as I've already discussed, the Marble Rock Canyon and Dhuadhar waterfall. So it has been formed by the action of Narmada river and tectonic activities. Geomorphological features, other geomorphological features that we get there, the fluvial imprints are the weathering, the erosional surfaces, and the dike is there. There's an example of the first site is dike, and this is the Swargdwari. So basically, there is a pathway. So the pathway, earlier there was a rock, which was an igneous rock, and it got eroded subsequently. And in other sites, there is the marble rock. This photograph has been taken during a field survey. So weathering and erosional imprints that we get there. So there are these two different rock types. One is the igneous and the other one is the metamorphic. Onion peel weathering, as we can see, it seems like onion. And the next one is the elephant skin weathering. As you can see, it resembles the skin of the elephant. So basically, when species are subjected to various pressure temperature conditions, they react differently. In the same way, the rocks react differently. So in the similar pressure temperature and the environmental conditions, the weathering surfaces that we get is different. These are the structural features that we get there: fold, fault, and joints. So in Saraswati Ghat, we see a history of river piracy, Quaternary period 2.5 million years ago. And in here, the stream gets diverted and flow in other streams' pathway. And this is basically due to some tectonic activity or erosion. Bhugra waterfall. Here we get an unconformity. This is a very interesting place wherein actually you can step into two different geological periods. One is 25 million years ago and one is 66 million years ago. And the depositional environment is also very different from each other. One is sedimentary, fluvial lacustrine, the other is oceanic and 25 million years ago, and it is a metamorphic rock. My site also had some cultural significance. A very important cultural tradition is the 7,000-year-old Narmada Parikrama, and it basically in this pilgrims circumnavigate with Narmada river without actually crossing it, and this takes about 3 years, 3 months, and 3 days. The other cultural components of my site are this Chauset Yogini temple, and in this temple was constructed by Kalchuri dynasty in the 7th century, and here we get not only 64 sculptures, but actually we get 84 sculptures, which is one of the important factor of this component of this archaeological site. Other cultural significance is the Narmada Aarti, and so basically summarizing my presentation, I would like to say that this site has got exceptional geological, geomorphological and cultural significance, and its natural beauty meets UNESCO World Heritage Criteria 7 and Criteria 8 for OUV. And the major OUVs identified is the dinosaur and the crocodile egg cluster, Marble Rock Canyon, Dhuadhar Waterfall, Paleo Channel in Saraswati Ghat, and unconformity in Ghugra Waterfall. Way forward, since we have already done our field surveys, and on the basis of extensive literature review and multiple stakeholder meetings and workshops, we have actually compiled the document, the nomination dossier, and we'll be actually submitting the dossier to the UNESCO. This site is a very important geoheritage site, and it needs conservation. So increased participation of various stakeholders is needed. That is MPTB, GSI, which is our knowledge partner also. And since this site is a very important site, we should promote more scientific research, and the findings should be published. I would like to acknowledge following people because they have helped me in my work. Especially, I would like to thank my PI, co-PI, director, dean, registrar, the research coordinator, Dr. Bhumesh Singh Bhadoria, who has actually helped me a lot during my field, the WICTC team, and Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, a very important stakeholder, because this project is a MPTB funded project. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirika, also for staying in time. Our third talk is assessing the conservation status of Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve and approach for management plan by Dehradun Challenge.
Devi has done a master's in environmental science. She is currently working as a project on integrated biodiversity in Nanda Devi Biosphere. She has worked on multiple research projects focusing on Indian urban landscape and broader interests include both research and conservation.
Thank you for the introduction. Am I audible? Hello everyone. Good evening to all. My name is Devlina Chatterjee. The title of my presentation is Assessing the Conservation Status of Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, an Approach for Management Planning. In the current scenario, we are all familiar with the fact that climate change, global warming, deforestation are all impacting our ecosystems at an alarming rate. Biomes are shifting globally, greenhouse gases emissions are increasing due to extreme pollution, coupled with phenological mismatches are increasing the impacts of climate change. Followed by deforestation and land degradation are causing biodiversity loss, causing species making the species reach to their extinction level, and also reducing carbon stocks are carbon stocks are making the overall ecosystem services are declining the ecosystem services worldwide. All these interconnected issues have one output, that is reduced human well-being, as we all are surrounded by nature. This is the time where management planning or implementation of solution and action becomes extremely crucial. Management planning is basically a collaborative approach or a concept where various stakeholders are brought together to study the growing challenges, growing environmental challenges to their full scope, so that solutions can be provided in such a way that both in biodiversity conservation to community development can be achieved. This is majorly done by 4 phases, where phase 1 involves deciding what we want to do and how we want to achieve those things. Phase 2 involves targeting the perfect tools and methods so that the proper data can be collected upon which our major decisions rest. The third step involves interactive consultations and discussions with the villagers or the local residents, so that the people who are going to be affected by the management plan are also brought into the decision making process. And lastly, for the result implementation part, the recommendations that we provide from all the 3 steps are adaptively implemented in the landscape with proper evaluation. But since it is a management planning, proper evaluation requires 3 steps, which is planning, adequacy, and delivery, in order to stabilize the solutions for a longer period of time. Where planning sets path for the goals and targets, adequacy maintains that the inputs which we are putting are in place and the process is effective. And lastly, the true test comes in the delivery process, where the outcomes which we have gained, or the outcomes which we have gained and the outputs which are going to be implemented in the place are thoroughly reviewed. This would comprehensively benefit the betterment of environment, economy, and society as a whole, as defined by the as a whole, and sustainably promote both biodiversity conservation and community development as defined by the Man and Biosphere Program of UNESCO. This concept was intended to be studied in one of the conservation areas of Uttarakhand called the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. This has mainly 2 core zones. One is the Valley of Flowers National Park and other is the Nanda Devi National Park, together which comprises of 712 square kilometer in area. This has an elevation range reaching up to 6,835 meters and has an area of 546 square kilometer, spanning across the districts of Chamoli, Bageshwar, and Pithoragarh. This place can be perfectly defined an area where anthropogenic stress and pristine habitats intersect, which makes management planning and their implementation extremely crucial. We have to cover altogether 52 villages spread across this transition zone, spread across this transition zone in these 3 districts. For our first year target, we did our field sampling at the Nanda Devi National Park Forest Division situated in Chamoli, and covered altogether 25 villages. The last 5 were left for the time being because they are situated outside the boundary and their locations have to be verified first before starting the field. We did our field survey from the month of April to August 2024. The sole target of this project is to prepare the integrated management plan of NDBR. Previously, the management plan has worked on only for core and buffer zones, but due to the recognizing the growing environmental challenges in the biosphere, the study has been initiated to prepare village-specific micro plans catering to the needs and conditions of the villages, and so that these micro plans can be altogether integrated to the entire biosphere reserve planning for restoring ecosystems, for an attempt to restore ecosystems and people needs. For this, we have devised 5 components, starting from assessment of the faunal groups, which we have performed using the conventional methods of sign survey, line transect, and questionnaire survey, followed by identification of the floral groups, which was done by laying 3 to 4 1-hectare plots in each of the forest type available adjacent to the villages for enumerating trees, shrubs, and herbs. inventorization of medicinal and aromatic plants were done through ethnobotanical surveys and market surveys. Ecosystem services and its evaluation was done through participatory approach and monetary evaluations, along with interviews of the local residents. And lastly, to know about the local economy and the threats persistent in the area, we individually interviewed people along with did market surveys and household surveys also. This all these together would give us a comprehensive idea about the floral, faunal, medicinal plants, ecosystem services, availability, local ecosystem, traditional needs, their knowledge, cultural diversities, all together. And by combining these data, we would be performing the analysis of high conservation value areas in the entire transition zone in order to map out particular species diversities areas, followed by landscape level ecosystems, ecosystems and habitats, ecosystem services, community needs, and cultural values, which are very essential at regional, local, national, and global scales. Coming to the results section, for the assessment of forest ecosystems, we have laid a total of 97 vegetation plots across 25 villages, and got to know that moist temperate deciduous forest, moist deodar forest, and kharsu oak forest were the dominant, spanning across 52% of the villages, 40% of the villages, and 32% of the villages respectively. The lowest were harbored by the dry mixed deciduous, moist deciduous, and western mixed coniferous forest in 4% of the villages respectively. Talking about the faunal groups, we have done the secondary. We have conducted secondary sources of interview along with science survey. The 324 out of the 324 respondents, 85.8% of the people have reported to sight langurs directly in the wild, followed by rhesus macaw, wild boar, porcupine. Few cases of direct sighting of black bear, barking deer, jungle cat were also seen. Our science survey have also confirmed their presence in the landscape. Till now, we have recorded 103 bird species using opportunistic count, and out of this, 52 has been identified and rest are in the analysis period. Idea of the ecosystem being obtained by the villagers from the forest were done through seeing or assessing what kind of natural resources they are dependent upon. So for this, from analyzing from the vegetation survey, we got to find out, and along with interviews with the local people, we got to find out that Lionia, Ascalus, Betula, and Acer were the most prominently used fuel wood for the local villages, as reported by 52% of the people. Some cases of Quercus semicarpifolia, Roxburghi, and rhododendron species were also used for fuel wood purposes, where villagers have a tendency of carrying more than 6 kgs of weight and moving to forested areas at least 2 times a day. Talking about construction wood, we have Ascalus, Picia, Pinus wallichiana, and Cedrus deodara, as reported by again more than 50% of the people. And lastly, for fodder species, we have Ascalus, Corylus, Acer, and Celtis, which have been shown a great dominance in their dependency on the ecosystems, dependency on the natural resources across all of the forested villages. Climate change. We had a very startling observation that everyone in the village areas have given us strong opinions about how rainfall have become erratic, how snowfall is decreasing, the temperatures are soaring, along with increased incidences of disaster that are impacting their life and making them living into risk. Some also have said that the water availability near the streams are decreasing, pest infestation is increasing, and weed is also slowly becoming a problem at their respective lives, which is threatening agriculture as well. Coming to agriculture, talking about the livelihood opportunities, 100% of the people supported 100% of the people practice livelihood, followed by collection of medicinal plants and animal husbandry as their major economic supports. we have also came across some small businesses and tourism practicing person, which they have reported that these things also contribute to the major economic opportunities in the study landscape. These are some of the agricultural sites from our study area, which is extremely threatened by human-wildlife negative interactions in the transition zone of NDBR. Majority of the people have reported wild boar, porcupine, langur, and macaques to be the most troublesome and damaging and crop depredating animals, leaving nothing on the agricultural produce for to consume and even sell for the market trade. Same goes with the livestock. Black bear and leopard also got high opinions for affecting cattle, goat, sheep, and this was also confirmed by our field survey as we got to see carcasses of cows in the wild. Some mitigation measures are used by the villagers include installation of scarecrows, drum beating, installations of barbed nests and fencing, nests. But these certainly are not working because animals are becoming more immune to these strategies. For the traditional knowledge base of medicinal plants, we got to record for the first effort in our field, we recorded 35 species of medicinal plants, among which 6 are actively used for trading purposes. The major commonly known as Kutki, Balchari, Vajradanti, Atish, Timur, and the most famous Kirajari or Ophiocordyceps sinensis, which is known for its amazing which is known for its amazing anti-canceral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant properties, and is traded all the way to China, through both legal and illegal markets, and villagers are mostly supplementing their lifestyle, supplementing their livelihood through this. This is one of the habitats of the Ophiocordyceps sinensis above 3,500 meters, where villagers stays in makeshift camps for 2 to 3 months, sometimes spanning more than 4 months in searching of this rare fungus, because due to human-wildlife conflict, the agricultural produce have reduced, so their economic instability has also increased. This is one of the site at Gorsobugial called Gorsobugial at Oli, where some of the medicinal plants are still abundant. However, in the previous picture shown Bansinarayan site, which is one of the premium sites for Kirajari collection, people have mentioned that they are also aware with the fact that overharvesting is causing the fungus natural populations being depleted, along with habitat fragmentation of the national species Mammal and musk deer, along with pollution. Coming to the summary, we have covered 25 villages across the NDNP Forest Division, Chamoli district, where we laid 97 vegetation plots and identified 14 forest types. We have also identified 11 mammalian species and have recorded 103 avian species till now. 15 major tree species were found to be used by the resident, followed by 11 for fodder and 10 as construction wood. Agricultural collection of medicinal plants and animal husbandry, along with small businesses, were the viable economic options available in the study area, and where agriculture is extremely threatened by human-wildlife conflict. Stark opinions were got on erratic rainfall, decreased snowfall, and rising temperature with increased evidences of disaster. Lastly, 35 traditionally used medicinal plants were recorded with high emphasis on Ophiocordyceps sinensis, and 6 with active trading practices. Coming to the final roadmap of this project, we are now at our current and first milestone, which is collection of analysis of data. This would lead to the mapping of the high conservation areas in the entire transition zone of the biosphere reserve. This would then followed by the meetings with the communities and various stakeholders, so that the preparation of the village microplans can incorporate all the essential knowledge and insights of the people,
And finally, these microplans of each of these villages would be integrated to the entire biosphere reserve planning in an attempt to again restore the ecosystem and people's need. I would like to acknowledge the following. Thank you.
Thank you, Leopard. I now request the final speaker of the session and today, Upali to come on dais. She will be talking about table and job journey to World Heritage Inscription.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
But it is a master's in better leadership action from today. Afterwards, she has worked with us. She joined the last year as a project associated with interest is high in human participation.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible? Okay. So with this last presentation, I would like to speak on Kibul Lamjau and its journey to World Heritage Inscription. So this presentation is a part of an ongoing project in which we are preparing a nomination dossier for Kibul Lamjau area in order to nominate this site as a World Heritage Site. These are the points that I'll cover today about World Heritage Site, KLCA, Kibul Lamjau Conservation Area, the site's description focusing on its OUVs and the conservation status. Now the question arises, what is a UNESCO World Heritage Site? Mostly people confuse a heritage site with just monuments like Taj Mahal, but it is not the case always. A UNESCO World Heritage Site can be a monument, but it can be any site, whether cultural, natural or mixed, that has outstanding universal values or OUVs. In simpler language, it is a legacy that we have lived from the past, that we are living today, and that we are going to pass on to the future generation. These are exceptional sites that belong to all the people of the world. Now, coming to the process of World Heritage Inscription, as Deepika has already explained, it goes through the stages of tentative listing, nomination, and management. I want to focus on the concept of OUVs here, like what is meant by OUV. It stands for Outstanding Universal Value, and for any site to be nominated as a World Heritage Site, it should stand on these three pillars. First, there are 10 criteria mentioned by the World Heritage Committee. So the site should meet one or the more of these criteria. Second, it should meet the conditions of integrity and authenticity. And third, it should meet the requirement of protection and management. Now the question arises, why Kibul Lamjau? What is so special about Kibul Lamjau? So Kibul Lamjau is an exceptional area which tells a tale of nature, diversity, culture and human connection. Nature, because it has a very unique floating ecosystem in which there is a lake and then there are floating swampy islands on it, which are known as Fumdis in local Manipuri language. These are heterogeneous mass of vegetation and dead decomposing vegetation in different stages. Diversity, because the area sustains endangered and endemic population of brow antler deer or Shanghai, among other threatened flora and fauna. The culture of the area has been inspired from the area and the deer itself since ages, and it's still currently living. Human connection in the form of housing, food and lifestyle. Now I would like to show you how a typical Fumdi looks like. This is a lake, and on the top of this is a floating island which has its own ecosystem of different vegetative composition. Now for this site, what has been done and what is next? For any tentative site, this is the basic procedure that it has to go through with these 5 steps. First is tentative list. Tentative list is a list with each state party or the country, I would say, with all the sites which can be later nominated in future for World Heritage. For Kibul Lamjau, it has already been submitted to UNESCO. We are in the second phase of this project where we are preparing a nomination dossier. After completion of this dossier, we'll submit it to UNESCO. Then an evaluation will be done by IUCN and ICOMOS. ICOMOS is the Council for Monument and Studies, which deals in the cultural aspect of any site. And finally to the inscription, if it is recommended by the committee. Now, what is a nomination dossier? So basically, it is an exhaustive document which enlists all the potential outstanding universal value of a site, and it is to be submitted to the World Heritage Committee in order to request them to put the site on the World Heritage list. So it is a very big theoretical document, and in this PPT, I have tried to summarize all the potential OUVs for the site and why it is special to be put as a World Heritage. So it is divided into executive summary and these 9 sections, but I'll focus on the OUVs for the site in this presentation. Now, a brief about the summary. The state party is India, obviously, who will submit the dossier to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. The site is located in Bishnupur and Thobal district of Manipur. The official name that we are proposing for the site is Kibul Lamjau Conservation Area, KLCA in short. And the 4 criteria out of 10 is 5, 7th, and 9th and 10th. This is the proposed tentative site. The pink portion in the middle is Kibul Lamjau National Park, which is the core of the area. And the above blue portion is Loktak Lake, which is the buffer. And the below green portion is Pumlin Pat. Pat means lake in Manipuri, which is also a buffer area. Coming to the description of site. So the official name is KLCA, Kibul Lamjau Conservation Area, which has a core of Kibul Lamjau National Park and a buffer of Loktak and Pumlin Path. We are proposing this site as a mixed World Heritage site because this site has both cultural as well as natural values. The speciality about KLNP is that it is the only floating national park in the world and the last natural refuge of Sangai deer. Loktak Lake is the largest natural freshwater lake in the northeastern region of India, and Pumlin Path is the second largest freshwater wetland in Manipur. Now for the history part, we have covered about the origin of Manipur, the Meitei community. Meitei is the dominant ethnic group in Manipur. Geological formation of the lake. But I'll focus on the third part here, the history of Kibul Lamjau and Sangai conservation, which starts from 1893 when the deer was originally described from Manipur Valley to a period in 1951 when it was thought to be extinct in the area. Later in 1953, it was again rediscovered by EPGE, due to which the lake was entirely closed and declared as a sanctuary. Coming to a period in 1977 to 86 when Kibul Lamjau was declared as a national park, and in 1989 to 2000 when Sangai was declared as the state animal for Manipur and Loktak was put as a Ramsar wetland. Finally to 2016 when the tentative list for Kibul Lamjau conservation area was submitted to UNESCO. Now, I would like to focus on these 4 criteria under which the site is nominated because it will bring out the gist for the potential OUVs of the site. I'll describe them one by one. Criteria 5 focuses on the cultural heritage of the site in terms of traditional settlements and human interaction. So these are some of the points which shows how the area, the nature and the environment has inspired the customs, religions and traditions of the Manipuri people in the area. There are certain places which are very significant to the Meitei community present in the area. Then there are puyas. Puyas in Manipuri means ancient chronicle which are written in Meitei Mayak. Practice of Umang Lai, which is the worship of sacred groves and forest deities done almost in all the villages surrounded the area. There is a festival of Umang Lai Haroba, which is a festival of pleasing the sacred groves. Then, interestingly, there is an indigenous boat race that happens in Manipur, which is known as Hyang Tanaba, in which a special and ancient royal boat is constructed named Hyang Hirel, which you can see in the picture on the right. Representation for the same has been shown in Republic Day parade in Delhi. It has inspiration from Sangai head for its head part. Similarly, there are many legendary stories of Sangai because Sangai culturally is deeply embedded into the lives of Manipuri people. It is considered as an eternal bond between human and nature. Coming to Phumsangs on the top left portion, these are traditional floating huts which are still found in the area. Then coming to Athapam fishing, it is actually a very unique traditional way of fishing in which fooms are created. Fooms are circles of pond which are constructed and then fishing is done inside those ponds. Then Fungul, it is also a traditional agricultural method with Patlo. Patlo is indigenous paddy. There are many dance forms which are inspired from Sangai, which, for example, Khamba Thoibi dance here. Then Fumdi plants have special ecosystem services in terms of food, fodder, fuel wood, medicine, etc. Coming to Sangai festival, which is actually the largest festival celebrated in Manipur in the month of November. So these were the cultural values of the site. Now coming to criteria 7, which speaks about the site's natural beauty. So Loktak Lake actually brings out the beautiful natural charm out of Northeast India. Lok means stream and Tak means end. That is, it is the place where the journey of many rivers and streams actually ends. It looks like a vast sheet of water that reflects like a mirror. And all of this with the hillocks in its background enhances the beauty. Fumdis, the floating islands, along with the biodiversity that it sustains, and the aerial view of Athapam ponds looks like circles which are floating in the island, along with the floating huts in the backdrop. All of these beautiful aspects of the area have been illustrated within many poems written on Loktak Lake as well as Sangai. Coming to criteria 9, which speaks about the ecological and biological processes that are ongoing. Loktak Lake, I've already explained, is a very unique freshwater lake ecosystem with Fumdis on it. The life cycle of Fumdis is also very interesting. First, they have an ecosystem of their own. Secondly, during monsoon, they float on the lake when the water level is high. During the lean season, when the water level is low, they come into the contact of lake bed for nutrient recharge. Interestingly, there is a continuous mass of Fumdi in southern portion of Loktak Lake, which we generally know as Kebul Lamjau National Park. And interestingly, the deer has developed unique morphological traits with divided hooves in order to walk on these Fumdi without submerging. So, coming to our final criteria, criteria number 10, which speaks about in situ conservation of biodiversity. So, by now you have understood the focal species is Shanghai. It is one of the 3 subspecies of Eld's deer, which is endangered, listed in Appendix 1 of CITES, Schedule 1. It is also the flagship species for the site. It is endemic in the area. It is also the state animal for Manipur and very famously known as the dancing deer. The site, Kebul Lamjau National Park, as I already explained, is the world's only floating national park, making it unique and worth promoting as a World Heritage Site, and the only last natural habitat left for this deer. Apart from Sangai, we also get the endangered hog deer in the area, and apart from these 2 mammals, there are other biodiversity values. For example, the area is a part of Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. The Loktak is a Ramsar wetland. The area also comes under the important bird area with 185 plant species, of them 17 are medicinal, 54 fish species, amphibians, water bird species, and interestingly 120 rotifer species, which is the highest biodiversity of rotifers found in any ecosystem of India. Now, after all these values, what is the protection status of the site? As you all know, Kebul Lamjau National Park is managed by Manipur Forest Department. Same with Pumlin Park. And Loktak Lake is under the jurisdiction of Loktak Development Authority. Apart from these jurisdictions, following international, national and state level laws are also applicable in the area, including Ramsar, CMS, the Wildlife Protection Act, Manipur Biodiversity Act, Manipur Loktak Protection Act, etc. Now, despite all the exceptional values or the potential outstanding values that I've told you, the site still faces certain challenges which are leading to the degradation of Fumdis, which are a vital part of this ecosystem. In the form of development pressure because of increasing human settlement, then there is a Loktak hydro project named Ithai Barrage, which has changed the hydrology of lakes to some extent. Earlier, before the barrage, the fluctuation was about 3 meters. Now, because of the constant water level, because of barrage, it is around 1.2 meter, due to which the Fumdis are getting less time for nutrient recharge, which is leading to thinning of the Fumdis. Environment pressure in the form of invasion, water pollution, shifting cultivation, climate change, and loss of migratory fishes. All of these pressures are basically leading to the decay of Fumdi, and in crux, if the Fumdi will vanish, so will the last of our Sangais. So the next very important step for us is to promote this site or to nominate this site as a World Heritage Site and to put this on the global scale. So as of now, a draft dossier has been already prepared. The next step will be to have a consultation workshop with the local people, the stakeholders, and on the basis or the outcomes of that workshop, we'll finalize this dossier, design and submit it for its evaluation. I would like to acknowledge all these people who have contributed in the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. Now I will call on all the presenters on the dais. Please give us
Despite the long day, we have quite a few questions to get out of the podium speaker.
Okay.
The first question is for Dr. Vivek. From Vivek, nice presentation. You talked about habitat trends. Do you mean it's a habitat suitability trend for a particular species? Are you planning to see the past habitat suitability versus current to prioritize sites for restoration?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Vineet. We are looking at that, presently, and yes, if it is required, that where we see after the consultation with the species group and the, maybe the park manager and the local community, that restoration can bring back the habitat, and which would be likely, used by the species. Yes, we might actually also suggesting that in the habitat monitoring. Thank you.
Question is from Dr. Gopi. It is a well-known fact that beach loss or erosion has been happening in Dehradun for the past many years. You may identify causes for such loss due to dynamic and complex geomorphological process or other factors.
Yes, sir. We'll look into it. The reason somehow, what it's coming as, it is the unique, what can I say, geological features of the Bay of Bengal. For what, these low pressure cyclones are becoming more and more rapid. But sir, we will, look into it. It's our, next step.
The next question is from Sunny, our new MSc student, curious to know more about hybrid species such as German Scouser, which is not even cited since long. How does the hybrid species were used to conserve the habitat of these?
Yeah, great question. Thanks for asking. The thing is, yes, it has not been cited, but if you if we look at the talk given by Dr. Jagan, okay, who has spoken about, what is ideally the habitat that they prefer, he have mentioned it explicitly, like what type of habitat is required, and he have also mentioned like the bird requires grassland, which is not too tall. Okay, so one of the, officer in its habitat decided, oh, well, it's a Dehradun Coastal habitat, and we should stop the grazing, which counterintuitively, help the grasses to grow longer. And perhaps that is the reason why it is no more the suitable habitat for the species. Yes, the bird has been not seen in last maybe 20 years, but well, at least whatever, the assumption is based on whatever is available information we have. Yeah.
Thank you, Vijay. That's all.
Thank you.
I request Deepika to take the next questions. You have quite a few. The first one is from Dr. Anand Kumar. What are the potential threats to conservation of this remarkable site?
Thank you for the question, sir. So there are threats and gaps which we have identified for the site. It includes illegal marble mining activities, and also since due to the increase in the tourist activities in the area, the site poses threat. So basically we have had a consultation workshop with the CMO Dehradun, which is the whole and the jurisdiction of the site comes under the CMO Dehradun and MPTB, and we have discussed it with them. We have got some certain notifications from the government as well, that is about the illegal mining activities, which has to be prohibited, and that 300 meters from the river bank has to be there is no construction activities allowed in the 300 meters from the river bank.
The next question is from Rajdu. What are the challenges you foresee in the UNESCO heritage site recognition? Do you observe fossil theft issue? What is the plan to combat that issue? I think the first you have already spoken about. You can probably take the second question.
Thank you for the question. So there are fossil thefts. We have our knowledge partner is GSI. So basically, we don't in the document also we are not disclosing the latitude and longitude of the fossil sites because earlier when the deaths were documented, it has been reported that the whole nest has been taken out by someone, and that is why the GSI is taking precaution. And since this will become it will India's first geopark will be conducted here. So GSI is taking precaution in this. They'll not disclose the lat long of the fossils that we have discovered, that they have discovered actually.
The next question is from Dr. Shahid Khan, who wants to know the names of the dinosaur fossils that you mentioned. Was it dinosaurs?
So basically, in my site, we have not got any dinosaur fragment. It is only the egg cluster. So we have got which belongs to the Megalolithos jabalpurensis. And Megalolithos means it is the ooze genus of the dinosaur egg sauropod. And the species is yet to be identified. The research is ongoing. And it is basically a sauropod dinosaur. But in Jabalpur, we get Lamatosaurus, Rajasaurus.
Thank you. That's all. Requesting the next presenter, Dehradun, to come up. The first question is from Vitali. Have you used any climatological research or any instrument or agri data for your study site to support people's opinion related to climate change? We'd like to see the extent.
Thank you for the question. As this is in the preliminary stage, the project, so for our initial survey, we only focused on collecting the data from the people as they are an integral part of this management planning and they are going to be mostly affected. So for the climate, so the changes in climate and how the things are changing over there when it comes to rainfall and temperature and all of these things, majorly perceptions were taken. And in the later year, I'll try to see the original change to using GIS and other tools, plus the perceptions and all those things will be linked together to see the extent and how much the degradation or how much changes are happening.
The next question is from Dr. K. Ramesh. He asks, have you mapped all the stakeholders in Nanda Devi Reserve and what is the strategy to incorporate the district development plan in the integrated management plan?
Thank you for the question, sir. Sir, as we are currently in the preliminary stage, the stakeholders are being identified. Mostly the line agencies are there, the forest department, along with the village sarpanch and panchayat level heads. The tehsils will be a part of this project yes, sir, for the district development plan only, we would be having consultations and discussions with the tehsil group so that more insights can come out of the study area and then they can be utilized in the village specific micro plans.
The final question is, what is the status of small leopard population? How is their population being affected?
Okay, as the study is being conducted at the transition zone, here we have, till now, we have not covered any signs of snow leopard. However, in the higher elevations concerning the core zones, there are snow leopard populations. We have also heard this from the people who have regular visits to the vicinity of the buffer zones. They have reported snow leopards, but we have not encountered any sign over there in the transition zone mostly.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I request the last presenter to come. The first question is from Dr. Gopi. He asks that Leopard is already listed in monetary record as the ecological characteristics is compromised. Don't you think this will move against declaring this as a vulnerable site?
Thank you for the question, sir. We actually this is the thing that we are planning for our next consultation workshop. There are things that we have listed to be discussed with the stakeholders, and this is one of the topic which we are going to discuss in the coming workshop, and there are chances that we can modify the boundaries because of this protocol. And still, Loktak is a buffer as of now. It is not the core area for the World Heritage Site.
Stakeholder, then we have to call in financial convention. Local area of the national park is very much part of Local. So whatever impacts Local area also impacts the environment. So there's been one of the three wetlands that's not really want to we should make an effort, because why I'm saying this is we also work very hard with the CPC team. As a site. So one particular code in the area, but here there is already an issue of being in a modular. I just want to know whether it will work against.
Definitely, it will be a problem, sir. We'll look into this.
Your next question is from Mr. Rajdeep. He asks, do you think the current situation in Manipur would have a significant impact on taking of job waiting to involve heritage site recognition?
Yeah, so the current situation actually yes, I agree with this question. It has a impact on the current process. It has slowed down the process of inscription as of now, but we really hope the situation gets normal, and as soon as it gets, we'll proceed to the final consultation workshop before compiling the dossier.
The last question is from Dr. K. Anish. He congratulates you for being involved in the World Heritage Site dossier preparation and comments that it would have been more helpful if you could have explained the process and details of outstanding universal value more specifically.
No, okay, sir. I'm good.
You are a researcher, but your involvement in preparation more in the scientific processes. Whatever we go to explain, it's all the thinking and it's political side, not political directions. But what is happening is because we keep working many political sides, I was person involved in partnership. What is required is a scientific process in which we actually assess and prepare the strong statistically robust document, because when the reviewer comes, what sells is particularly for the natural science. Maybe the first open that you just need to focus more on the scientific process, quantification, report the medical process, which is for the PIs and others. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. You also have an anonymous comprehension for the trading question. Thank you, Dr. Sukita, for this question and discussion. Now, I will request my facilitator to have two words. After a lot of data, models, and stats for the profession, this one was on Pan-India assessment. I'm looking forward to future presentations of this, particularly for the species calculated pattern. And it is rare to see geology and phosphorus and fertile institute seminar. So that is very interesting presentation. Nanda Devi presentation is very important. I have extended research in transition for the first time. Also for the conflict species and patterns that we have observed, these are similar to other areas in the large landscape in Himalayas. So we can see your literature, your data related to the literature. For cable Lamjo and Dehradun dossier, so researchers have put a lot of tremendous work in bringing out all the information together, and you please incorporate all the comments that have come in. So I wish successful publication. Thank
you. This was a short and sweet section with a mixed bag of thoughts on diverse topics. We heard about extinct dinosaurs, habitat management for species that are precariously close to extinction,
a World Heritage Site and 2 aspiring World Heritage Sites. And to the individual topics, Dr. Vivek Sarkar's and the general project on IDWH habitat monitoring is a very important one, as the species habitat responses that they will be finding out will help in identifying the physical suitable habitat extents and also the metrics that can be monitored in future. Of course, the quality of the habitats will change, and that will require going from the digital into the ecological and ground level monitoring that they need to do, that they need to propose eventually. And threats will be more tricky because they will require demographic rates and the linkages with the threats to prioritize which threats are more important for the species. Nonetheless, a very important work that needs to continue. The second talk on Dehradun was a very unique talk that we generally don't hear in this forum, so it was a bit of fresh air. Thanks for that. And for both the talks on the World Heritage Site dossier preparation, I hope that the recognition, once it comes, if it comes, it will help in leveraging more resources for preserving these sites with unique universal values. With that, I will congratulate all the speakers and their PIs and OPIs and the entire team for doing this wonderful work. And wish you all the best. Thank you.
So first of all, my compliments to all the presenters for their nice presentation. Coming to the first presentation by Vivek, the study has identified the gaps in understanding habitat dynamics of several species, and further they are going to further species. Based on the experts' feedback, species distribution model was defined, and then through this study, new models and protocols are being developed to better understand and detect trends and threats. The second presentation was basically on Leopard, which is a unique site geologically, as well as which was showing thousands years of millennia of history, which includes features like marble canyon, balls, and dinosaur-like fossils. This study highlighted its importance under various criteria for natural beauty and geological significance. The site's unique features, coupled with its cultural relevance, underscore its global importance as a geo-heritage site. For conserving this heritage, we have to support sustainable development, enhance research and education, and strengthening cultural integration, and should take up such studies in other areas before they limit. The third study, which is conducted in Nanda Devi Bachelor Reserve, basically it is a pilot study. Ministry has identified 4 sites of Bachelor Reserves. The second one is Patmani Bachelor Reserve, which is in Nandi, Avistamalai Bachelor Reserve, which is in Tamil Nadu and Kerala, and the fourth one is Dehradun, which is in Unmarked. So basically, all these studies they are in a transition to. So developing micro plans for each village and integrated them, and then preparing integrated management plan by enhancing community participation, strengthen conservation efforts, monitoring and adaptation, promote sustainable practices. These are some of the key features. Then the last study, which is basically related with Lamjao. Thank you for explaining the dossier process and the history of Shanghai, and at the same time mentioning why the species qualify for the particular criteria. So the Lamjao National Park exhibits exceptional outstanding values under UNESCO. However, the site faces significant threats from developmental activities, environmental stress, and human activity. So, strengthening protection, engaging local community, monitoring of ecological and cultural aspects, and increased awareness are some of the aspects to ensure the future of Kibble Lamjaw. So this is all. Once again, I will congratulate all the presenters and their PLs. Thank you.
Anyway, for tonight, today's session is over. So tomorrow morning, we assemble here by 9:30. 9:30 the session starts.